Welcome in my sleepy friendos to the tranquil world of Alexandria's great library in the year 48 BCE, where you serve as one of the many quiet custodians who keeps knowledge alive. I've explored this in the past, but I want to personally dive in deeper. Now, for nearly 3 centuries, this vast repository has stood as humanity's memory, and tonight you'll experience the gentle rhythms of tending to scrolls, organising texts, and preserving the written wisdom of countless civilizations. So settle in comfortably and turn on a fan for some noise as we explore your peaceful days among the papyrus and ink. You wake before dawn in your small chamber near the library's eastern wing. The room measures perhaps 10 paces across, with whitewashed walls that catch the first grey light filtering through a narrow window. Your sleeping mat lies rolled in the corner, and beside it sits a small wooden chest containing your few possessions. 2 changes of linen tunics, a pair of sandals for formal occasions, and a bronze oil lamp that belonged to your father. The air smells of the sea, carried on the breeze from the harbour just 3 streets away. Alexandria never truly sleeps, but these early hours before sunrise hold a particular stillness that you've grown to treasure. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster announces the coming day with admirable punctuality, though you suspect it's the same confused bird that often crows at midnight during full moons. You stand and stretch, feeling the pleasant stiffness in your shoulders that comes from yesterday's work. Organising scrolls involves more reaching and lifting than most people imagine. Your joints pop softly as you raise your arms overhead, and you make a mental note to request some of that Egyptian willow bark tea from the kitchen stores. The head librarian, Demetrius, swears by it for aching muscles, though he also swears by standing on 1 foot while reading Persian texts. So his advice requires some filtering. The stone floor feels cool against your bare feet as you walk to the wash basin. Someone has already filled it with fresh water, probably young Marcus, who starts his rounds even earlier than you do. The water is cold enough to make you gasp slightly as you splash it on your face, which does an excellent job of completing the waking process that the rooster began. You dress in your working tunic, the one with the small ink stain near the hem that never quite washed out after that incident with the Aristotle commentary. The fabric is soft from countless washings, worn comfortable in a way that new cloth never quite manages. Your sandals are the everyday pair, practical leather without any decorative flourishes, designed for walking the library's endless corridors rather than impressing visiting scholars. Outside your door, the library complex begins its daily transformation, from sleeping giant to buzzing hive of intellectual activity. You can hear the kitchen staff already at work, the rhythmic sound of someone grinding grain for bread mixing with the lower tones of conversation. The smell of baking will reach your corner of the building within the hour, and your stomach offers a quiet rumble of anticipation. The corridor leading to the main library hall stretches before you, lit by oil lamps in wall niches. Someone maintains these lamps throughout the night, ensuring that scholars working late or early always have light. You've never met the night lamp tender, though you've seen evidence of their passage. Fresh oil in the reservoirs, trimmed wicks, and occasionally a small plate of date cakes left on a reading table, as if even the lamp tender believes scholars forget to eat. Your first stop is always the small shrine near the entrance to the manuscript storage rooms. It's dedicated to Thoth, the Egyptian god of writing and knowledge, though the Ptolemaic administration prefers to call him Hermes in official documents. The Greeks who run this library like to pretend everything is properly Hellenized, but the Egyptian staff knows better. Thoth, or Hermes, the god doesn't seem to mind what name you use, as long as you remember to keep the tiny oil lamp at his shrine burning. You add a few drops of oil to the lamp and whisper a brief thanks for another day among the scrolls. This isn't exactly prayer, it's more like checking in with a colleague who happens to be divine. The shrine is simple, a small painted image of an ibis-headed figure holding a writing palette, surrounded by offerings of dried flowers and the occasional papyrus scrap containing students' prayers for help with examinations. The main manuscript hall's open before you like a canyon of knowledge. The ceiling soars 3 stories high, supported by columns that catch the growing dawn light. Wooden shelves line every wall, rising toward the ceiling in carefully organised sections. Each shelf contains pigeonholes, and each pigeonhole contains scrolls, arranged by subject, author, and language. The system is brilliantly logical once you understand it, though new staff members often spend their first month wandering lost, clutching a scroll and looking for its proper home like a confused pigeon. This morning, you're assigned to the Natural Philosophy section, which occupies the entire north wall of Hall 3. Natural philosophy is what later generations will call science, though that word doesn't exist yet in quite the same way. Here rest the collected observations of dozens of cultures trying to understand how the world works. Greek theories about elements and atoms, Egyptian astronomical records, Babylonian mathematics, and Indian treatises on medicine. You begin your morning routine by checking the scroll logs. Each section has a log, a long roll of papyrus where every scroll that enters or leaves gets recorded. You run your finger down yesterday's entries, noting that someone borrowed Theophrastus's inquiry into plants and hasn't yet returned it. This happens constantly. Scholars become so absorbed in their reading that they forget the scrolls don't actually belong to them. You make a note to check the private study rooms later. The morning light strengthens, pouring through high windows in golden shafts that make the dust motes dance like tiny philosophers, debating invisible points. You've always found this light beautiful, the way it transforms the normally austere halls into something almost magical. Of course, the dust itself is less magical when you're the one responsible for keeping it under control, but you've learned to appreciate small moments of beauty in routine work. Your first task involves inspecting scrolls for damage. You select one from the pigeonhole labelled Democritus, various fragments, and carefully unroll it on a reading table. The papyrus is old, perhaps a century or more, and the edges have begun to brown and crack. The text itself remains legible, Greek letters marching in neat columns, but the margins show signs of wear. This particular scroll discusses atoms, those theoretical tiny particles that Democritus believed formed all matter. You've read it before, during your training, and found yourself oddly charmed by the idea that everything, including yourself, is made of invisibly small pieces bumping into each other. It makes the occasional bruised shin or stubbed toe seem less personal somehow. Not your fault, really, just unfortunate atomic arrangements. You note the scroll's condition in your inspection log, marking it for copying. When a manuscript becomes too fragile, scribes create fresh copies, transferring the text to new papyrus before the original becomes unreadable. This copying process is how the library maintains its collection, fighting the inevitable decay of organic materials through constant reproduction. It's rather like the way living things reproduce, you've often thought, though mentioning this comparison to the more conservative librarians tends to elicit uncomfortable coughs. The inspection continues through a dozen more scrolls. Most are in acceptable condition, requiring only basic cleaning with a soft cloth. One scroll, a mathematical text from Alexandria's own Euclid, has acquired a mysterious sticky spot that suggests someone was reading while eating honey cakes. You add a stern note to the log about this, though you know it will have approximately zero effect on honey cake consumption among mathematicians. By the time you finish the inspection, the library has fully awakened. You can hear voices echoing from other halls, the shuffling footsteps of early scholars, and the occasional thump of someone dropping a particularly heavy scroll. That last sound always makes you wince, imagining the fragile papyrus crying out in protest, though papyrus is actually quite durable when properly treated. Your next responsibility involves reshelving scrolls that were used yesterday and left on reading tables throughout the library. This task requires both physical effort and detailed knowledge of the organisational system. Each scroll must return to its exact location, or the entire catalogue becomes useless. Imagine trying to find one particular scroll among thousands when it's been placed randomly. It's the kind of chaos that gives librarians actual nightmares. You collect a wooden cart and begin your rounds. The cart has wheels that squeak persistently, despite regular applications of olive oil to the axles. You've grown fond of the squeak, actually. It announces your presence as you move through the halls, giving startled scholars a moment to remove their feet from tables or hide the food they're not supposed to have in the manuscript rooms. The first reading table yields 3 scrolls, a commentary on Homer, a treatise on hydraulics, and something in Aramaic that you'll need to check the catalogue to properly identify. The Homer commentary shows signs of intense study, with small papyrus markers tucked between sections. You remove these carefully, placing them in a basket on your cart. Scholars often forget to remove their notes, and you've accumulated quite a collection of bookmarks over the years, ranging from simple scraps to elaborate markers decorated with tiny paintings. The hydraulics treatise belongs in the engineering section, which occupies shelves near the library's main entrance. As you walk that direction, you pass through the central atrium, a large open space where morning light floods through skylights. Several scholars have already claimed tables here, bent over their work with the intense focus of people trying to solve the universe's mysteries before lunch. You recognise most of the regular readers. There's Helena, the visiting scholar from Pergamum, who spends every morning copying medical texts to take back to her city's own library. Her handwriting is extraordinarily neat, each letter formed with patient precision. Beside her sits old Philostratus, who claims to be writing a comprehensive history of Greek athletics, but mostly seems to nap with a scroll open in front of him. His snoring has become part of the library's ambient sound, like the rustling of papyrus or the distant calls of harbour birds. At a corner table, 3 young students huddle over a mathematics text, their faces showing that peculiar expression of confused concentration that higher mathematics tends to inspire. One of them has ink on his nose, which suggests he's been rubbing his face while thinking, a habit that seems universal among scholars regardless of their field. You make a mental note to mention the nose situation as you pass, because nobody wants to walk around all day with ink on their face, though the young man seems too absorbed to notice your helpful gesture. The engineering section welcomes the hydraulics treatise back into its pigeonhole like a sheep returning to the flock. These metaphors come naturally after years in the library. You've begun thinking of scrolls as living things with personalities and preferences. The hydraulics treatise is particularly dignified, probably because it contains drawings of water screws designed by Archimedes himself. Any scroll that includes Archimedes' work has a right to be a bit proud. The Aramaic scroll presents more of a puzzle. You unroll a portion and examine the script, trying to identify the subject matter. The letters flow in elegant curves, but your Aramaic is limited to basic reading. You can make out what seem to be astronomical observations and references to planetary movements and lunar cycles. This places it somewhere in the astronomy section, but that section is vast, organised by culture and time period as well as subject. You consult the master catalogue, a series of scrolls that list every manuscript in the library along with its location. The catalogue itself occupies an entire room and requires its own team of librarians to maintain. Finding a specific entry in the catalogue is sometimes nearly as challenging as finding the scroll itself, which has led to jokes about needing a catalogue for the catalogue. The head librarian finds these jokes less amusing than the staff does. After some searching, you discover that the Aramaic scroll belongs to the Babylonian astronomy collection, specifically the section containing observational records from the reign of Nebuchadnezzar. You make your way to this section, which occupies shelves in the library's eastern wing, where the morning light is best for reading astronomical tables. The Babylonian astronomy section smells slightly different from other areas. All scrolls have a scent, a mixture of papyrus, ink, and age. But here the smell includes traces of the cedar oil used to preserve these particularly old manuscripts. The Babylonians began recording astronomical observations hundreds of years before Alexander the Great brought Greek culture to Egypt, and these scrolls represent generations of patient sky watching. You return the scroll to its proper pigeonhole and update the location log. Each pigeonhole has a small tag written in Greek, identifying the contents. The tag for this section reads, Babylonian Observations, Planets, 605 to 562 BCE, which is remarkably specific considering the scrolls themselves were old when the library was founded. Your cart now empty, you return to the central atrium to continue collecting. The morning has progressed, and the library grows busier. The sound of conversation drifts from the reading rooms, that particular buzz of intellectual discussion that characterises scholarly spaces. You can't make out individual words, but the rhythm of debate is unmistakable. Statement, counter-argument, counter-counter-argument, and occasional laughter when someone makes a particularly clever point. The main entrance hall fills with new arrivals as the morning fully establishes itself. Scholars come from across the Mediterranean to use the library's collections, and each morning brings fresh faces mixing with familiar ones. The entrance hall serves as a buffer between the busy streets of Alexandria and the quieter interior spaces, giving visitors a moment to transition from the city's chaos to the library's focused calm. You're organising a cart of scrolls near the entrance when a young woman approaches. She's clearly a visitor, clutching a small wooden tablet with notes and looking around with wide eyes. The library's scale impresses newcomers. The building complex covers several city blocks, with multiple halls connected by covered walkways and courtyards. Finding anything specific without help is nearly impossible on a first visit. "Excuse me," she says in Greek with a Syrian accent. I'm looking for texts about plant medicines, specifically anything about the uses of willow bark. You smile, because willow bark has been on your mind since waking with sore shoulders. You'll want the medical botany section in Hall 5. Follow this corridor to the second courtyard, turn left, and enter through the blue-painted door. The botanical texts occupy the western wall. Look for the section marked Theophrastus. His plant inquiries include medicinal uses. She thanks you and starts to leave, then turns back. Is it true that the library contains every book ever written? This is a common question, and you've developed a gentle way of managing expectations. Not every book, but we try to collect copies of significant works from all cultures and languages. The library has been gathering texts for nearly 300 years. You'll find Greek, Egyptian, Persian, Indian, Jewish, Babylonian, and many other traditions represented. How many scrolls total, she asks. The estimates vary. Perhaps 400,000, perhaps more. The catalogue is constantly being updated as new acquisitions arrive and copies are made. Her eyes widen further. How does anyone find anything? Very carefully, you say, which is honest if not particularly helpful. The catalogue system works well once you understand it. Don't hesitate to ask any of us for help. That's what we're here for. She leaves, and you return to your cart, but the conversation has reminded you of something important. A visiting scholar from Cyrene requested several specific texts yesterday, and you promised to have them ready this morning. The scholar is researching the history of Greek drama, and needs all available fragments of Aeschylus's lost plays. The drama collection is one of your favourite sections, partly because Greek theatre is endlessly entertaining, and partly because the section is relatively compact and well organised. The Greeks wrote hundreds of plays over the centuries, but only a fraction survive in complete form. Many exist only as fragments, partial copies, or references in other works. The library has been collecting these fragments carefully, copying them from any source available. You locate the Aeschylus fragments and place them on a reading table in one of the private study rooms. These rooms line the library's quieter halls, small spaces with good light and doors that close, designed for scholars who need to focus without distraction. Each room contains a table, a chair, a lamp, and a small shelf for temporary scroll storage. The serene scholar arrives promptly, an older man with ink-stained fingers and the slightly dishevelled appearance of someone who thinks more about ancient drama than personal grooming. He nods gratefully when you show him the assembled scrolls, already unrolling the first one before you've finished explaining the collection. "Wonderful," he murmurs, not really talking to you so much as thinking aloud. "I've been trying to reconstruct the plot of the Lost Prometheus plays. If I can connect these fragments with the references in Aristophanes, perhaps..." You leave him to his work. Scholars in the grip of research don't need conversation. They need scrolls and solitude. The study room door closes softly behind you, muting the sound of papyrus rustling as the man begins his investigation into plays performed 400 years ago. The morning continues with its pleasant rhythm of requests and research. A mathematician needs Euclid's advanced proofs. A philosopher wants to compare different manuscripts of Plato's dialogues to check for copying errors. A historian requests everything the library has on the reign of Darius the Great. Each request sends you travelling through different sections of the collection, pulling scrolls from their homes and delivering them to waiting readers. Between requests, you perform routine maintenance. Scrolls need regular inspection and occasional cleaning. The library battles constantly against dust, insects, moisture, and the simple passage of time. Papyrus lasts remarkably well when properly stored, but properly stored requires constant attention. Each scroll must be kept dry but not too dry, clean but not overhandled, and accessible but protected. You're cleaning a section of Egyptian medical texts when you discover a small problem. One of the scrolls, a copy of the Ebers papyrus dealing with eye diseases, has developed a small tear along one edge. The damage is minor but will worsen if not addressed. You carefully wrap the scroll in linen and carry it to the conservation workshop. The conservation workshop occupies a well-lit room near the library's southern edge, where large windows provide excellent natural light for detailed work. Here, skilled craftspeople repair damaged scrolls, prepare new papyrus, mix inks, and perform the delicate work of keeping the collection intact. Today, 3 people work at separate tables. Sarah, an Egyptian woman whose family has been making papyrus for generations, carefully glues fresh papyrus sheets together to form a long roll. At another table, Marcus examines a badly damaged scroll under strong light, planning his repair strategy. The third worker, an older Greek man named Theon, mixes ink with focused concentration, adding ingredients in precise proportions. You place your damaged scroll on the intake table and fill out the repair request form. Sarah glances over, wiping her hands on her work apron. Another tier, she asks. Small one in the Ebers copy, the section about eye diseases. She picks up the scroll and examines it with expert eyes. Not bad, this is fixable. Probably happened during rolling. Someone got hasty. I can have it back to you by tomorrow afternoon. You thank her and watch for a moment as she returns to her work. Sarah is building a new scroll from individual papyrus sheets, overlapping them slightly and using a paste made from flour and water to bind them together. The process looks simple but requires considerable skill. The sheets must align perfectly, and the paste must be applied evenly to avoid lumps or weak spots. How's the new batch of papyrus, you ask? Excellent quality. These came from the Delta region, harvested at exactly the right time. The fibres are strong and uniform. This will make good, durable writing material. Papyrus comes from a marsh plant that grows abundantly in the Nile Delta. The manufacturing process involves cutting the plant's pith into thin strips, arranging these strips in perpendicular layers, and pressing them together. The plant's natural starches act as glue, binding the layers into a writing surface that's both flexible and surprisingly tough. Egypt has been making papyrus for thousands of years, long before Greeks or anyone else arrived. The word paper will eventually derive from papyrus, though that linguistic evolution is still centuries in the future. For now, papyrus is simply the standard writing material throughout the Mediterranean world, as common and unremarkable as the notebooks in a distant future office supply store. Marcus looks up from his damaged scroll, pushing grey hair back from his forehead. You want to see something interesting? You walk over to his table, where he's examining what appears to be a very old mathematical text. The papyrus is dark with age, and the ink has faded to a brown that's barely distinguishable from the papyrus itself. This came from a private collection in Memphis, Marcus explains. It's a mathematical treatise that's at least 500 years old, maybe older, but look here. He points to a section of text. You lean closer and see what he means. Beneath the mathematical text, barely visible, are traces of earlier writing. The papyrus has been reused. The original text was washed off, and new text was written over it. Palimpsest, you ask, using the Greek term for reused writing material. Exactly. Papyrus is expensive, so people often reuse it when the original text is no longer needed. I'm trying to determine if the underlying text is worth attempting to read. Could be nothing important, or could be a lost work we didn't know existed. This is one of the exciting aspects of library work. Sometimes you stumble onto hidden treasures, texts that survived only because someone reused the papyrus for something else. The underlying writing is usually impossible to read clearly, but sometimes, with the right light and enough patience, you can tease out enough letters to identify what it once said. Theon calls you over to his table, where several small pots of ink sit in various shades of black. Want to try the new formula? He asks. Theon has been perfecting ink recipes for decades. The library's scribes are particular about their ink, and Theon takes pride in meeting their exacting standards. Good ink must flow smoothly from the pen, dry quickly without smudging, adhere permanently to papyrus and resist fading over time. Achieving all these qualities requires a careful balance of ingredients. He dips a reed pen into one of the pots and writes a few Greek letters on a scrap of papyrus. The ink flows beautifully, creating crisp black letters with clean edges. Carbon black from burned grapevines mixed with gum arabic for adhesion, he explains. I've increased the gum proportions slightly to improve permanence. You watch as the ink dries, transforming from slightly glossy to matte black. The letters remain crisp and clear, with no bleeding into the papyrus fibres. It's excellent, you say honestly. The scribes will be pleased. Theon nods, satisfied. He's not one for excessive displays of emotion, but you can see the quiet pride in his work. The ink he makes today will carry texts into the future, preserving words and ideas long after everyone in this room has returned to dust. That's the underlying purpose of all library work, fighting against time's tendency to erase things. The afternoon brings a shift in the library's atmosphere. The morning's energetic arrival of scholars gives way to a quieter, more focused mood. People settle into their research, the initial excitement of new discoveries replaced by the patient work of detailed study. The reading rooms fill with the soft sounds of scrolls unrolling, reed pens scratching on papyrus, and the occasional satisfied of someone finding exactly the passage they needed. You spend the afternoon in the philosophy section, which occupies an entire hall and represents centuries of Greek thought. Here rest the great works, Plato's dialogues, Aristotle's treatises, the fragments of pre-Socratic thinkers, the ethical writings of the Stoics, and the logical puzzles of the Megarians. Every significant philosophical text produced in the Greek world has been copied and shelved here. Your task is to create new catalogue tags for a recently acquired collection of philosophical letters. These letters were written by various philosophers to their students and colleagues, discussing everything from ethical dilemmas to proper diet to the nature of happiness. Personal letters often survive when formal treatises are lost, and they provide valuable insights into how philosophers actually thought and lived, rather than just what they wrote for public consumption. You unroll each letter carefully, reading enough to determine its author, recipient, and primary subject matter. The first letter is from Epicurus to a student named Memesius, discussing the philosophy of pleasure and pain. Epicurus believed that happiness comes from moderate pleasure and freedom from anxiety, which seems reasonable enough, though his opponents accused him of promoting excessive self-indulgence. Reading his actual letters, you find him remarkably sensible, more concerned with cultivating friendships and intellectual contentment than with wild parties. The next letter comes from a Stoic philosopher whose name you don't immediately recognise, offering advice on dealing with difficult family members. The advice is surprisingly practical. Focus on controlling your reactions since you can't control others' behaviour. Maintain your own sense of virtue regardless of external chaos. And remember that family drama is a temporary disturbance in an otherwise rational universe. You wonder if this philosopher had particularly challenging relatives. As you work, you notice patterns in the letters. Philosophers write about surprisingly ordinary concerns alongside their theoretical discussions. They worry about money, health, and reputation. They complain about students who don't pay attention and colleagues who steal their ideas. They offer recipes, recommend books, and gossip about other philosophers. The letters make these ancient thinkers feel suddenly human and relatable, not marble statues but actual people navigating life's complexities while trying to figure out how to think about existence. You're creating a tag for a letter about friendship when someone clears their throat behind you. You turn to find Demetrius, the head librarian, looking at you with his characteristic expression of patient concern. Demetrius is perhaps 60 years old, with a carefully trimmed beard going white and eyes that notice everything. He's been managing this library for 2 decades, navigating between the Ptolemaic administration's demands and the scholarly community's needs with diplomatic skill. "How's the cataloguing progressing?" he asks. "Well enough. These philosophical letters are fascinating. Did you know Epicurus recommended barley cakes for stomach complaints?" "I did not, though I'm unsurprised that philosophers have opinions about digestion. They have opinions about everything else." He pauses, looking around the hall. "I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to take on an additional responsibility." You wait, curious. Additional responsibilities in a library usually mean interesting work rather than tedious tasks. "We've received a delegation from the museum requesting access to some of our more fragile mathematical manuscripts," Demetrius continues. "The museum's mathematicians want to study Archimedes' original calculations regarding the volume of spheres and cylinders. I'd like you to supervise their work, since you know those texts well." The museum is the scholarly institution attached to the library, where sponsored intellectuals live and work. Museum scholars have automatic access to the library's collections, but particularly fragile texts require supervised viewing. Archimedes' mathematical work is treasured, and the scrolls containing his original calculations are handled as carefully as sacred texts. "I'd be happy to help," you say. "When are they coming?" "Tomorrow morning. 3 mathematicians and 1 of their students. They'll need a study room with good light and a steady table. Archimedes' proofs require concentration." You nod, already mentally planning the setup. The study rooms on the building's eastern side have excellent morning light, and room 7 has a particularly stable table, important for mathematical work involving diagrams and calculations. Demetrius lingers for a moment, looking at the philosophical letters you've been cataloguing. "Do you ever wonder," he asks quietly, "what future scholars will think when they read our letters and catalogue tags? Will we seem as human to them as these ancient philosophers seem to us?" It's an unexpectedly philosophical question from a head librarian, though perhaps not surprising given the workplace. "I suppose that depends on whether anyone preserves our letters," you say. Most of what we write is probably too ordinary to save. Perhaps. But ordinary moments create the texture of life, don't they? The great philosophical treatises tell us how people thought they should live. Letters and daily records tell us how they actually lived. Both matter. He leaves, and you return to your cataloguing, thinking about his words. You're creating records that might last centuries if properly maintained. The catalogue tags you write today could guide scholars long after Alexandria itself has changed beyond recognition. It's a strange thought, this link between present and future, all maintained through careful record-keeping and systematic organisation. As the sun descends toward the western horizon, the library's atmosphere shifts again. Afternoon readers begin gathering their notes and preparing to leave, while a smaller group of evening scholars arrives to claim the now empty spaces. Some scholars prefer working at night when the building is quieter and cooler, and the library accommodates these preferences by staying open well after sunset. You begin your evening routine by checking the oil lamps throughout the building. Each hall has dozens of lamps in wall niches and on reading tables, and all need sufficient oil to burn through the evening hours. You carry a large pottery jug of olive oil and a supply of fresh wicks, moving systematically through the halls. The work is meditative, requiring just enough attention to be engaging without demanding intense focus. Fill the reservoir, check the wick, and adjust the flame. Move to the next lamp, repeat. The pools of lamplight create islands of brightness in the gathering dusk, and you take satisfaction in knowing that scholars will be able to continue reading as night falls. In the philosophy hall you find old Philostratus still at his table, though the scroll in front of him suggests he's accomplished little actual work. He's been reading the same page for 20 minutes, or rather, the same page has been open in front of him while his eyes remained closed. You fill the lamp nearest his table quietly, not wanting to disturb what might be deep philosophical meditation, but is almost certainly a nap. The mathematics hall holds 3 scholars bent over a complex geometric proof, their table covered with diagrams sketched on papyrus scraps. Mathematicians generate enormous quantities of scrap papyrus, working through calculations and proofs before creating clean final copies. The library provides recycled papyrus for such purposes, using sheets that are already marked on one side. Nothing goes to waste if it can be reused. One of the mathematicians looks up as you pass. "Do you understand the Pythagorean theorem?" he asks suddenly. The question catches you off guard. "The one about triangles? The square of the hypotenuse equals the sum of the squares of the other 2 sides?" "That's it exactly. Now can you explain why it works?" You think for a moment. "Because the relationships between the sides follow mathematical rules? But why do those rules exist? What makes the universe mathematical rather than chaotic?" You have no answer for this, and the mathematician nods as if your confusion proves his point. "Precisely. We can describe the patterns, and we can use them, but we can't truly explain why reality operates according to mathematical principles. Plato thought mathematics was the fundamental reality and physical objects mere shadows. Aristotle believed the mathematics described inherent properties of physical things. Neither fully answers the question. His colleagues have stopped working to listen to this impromptu lecture. One of them, a woman with grey streaks in her dark hair, speaks up. "This is why we'll never finish this proof. We keep getting distracted by philosophical implications." "Mathematics is philosophical," the first mathematician insists. "You can't separate the practical calculations from the fundamental questions about why calculation works." "I can and I do," the woman says dryly. "That's why I finish my proofs." You leave them to their debate, which sounds like it might continue most of the night. Mathematicians and philosophers share a tendency toward lengthy discussions about the nature of reality. The difference is that mathematicians eventually produce proofs, while philosophers produce more questions. The final area needing lamps is the catalogue room, where 2 young scribes work late creating index entries for newly acquired scrolls. They look up gratefully as you fill the lamps on their work tables. The catalogue is never truly finished, constantly growing as the collection expands and requiring endless updates and cross-references. "How many new entries today?" you ask. 47, one scribe answers, rubbing his eyes tiredly. "And that's just the Greek manuscripts that arrived last week from Rhodes. We still have the Persian medical text to catalogue, and apparently a whole shipment of Roman agricultural writings is due to arrive any day." "The Romans write about agriculture?" you ask, surprised. "Extensively, apparently. Their aristocrats consider farming a noble pursuit and write detailed treatises about grape cultivation, olive pressing, and proper field rotation. Very practical stuff compared to Greek philosophical agriculture. You hadn't realised there was such a thing as philosophical agriculture, but this is a library full of surprises. Scholars write about everything, and somewhere in these halls are probably scrolls devoted to the philosophy of shoemaking, the mathematics of bread baking, and the ethics of pottery. With the lamps filled and burning steadily, you return to the staff room near the library's main entrance. This small space serves as a gathering spot for the library's workers, a place to rest between tasks and share information about the day's events. Several colleagues are already there, eating evening meals and talking about various incidents. "Did you hear about the scholar who tried to sneak honey cakes into the mathematics hall?" asks Miriam, one of the catalogue specialists. "He hid them inside a scroll case, but the case tipped over and honey went everywhere. 3 valuable scrolls are now in conservation getting dehoneyed." "The same scholar who spilled wine last month?" someone asks. "The very same. Demetrius has banned him from bringing any food or drink into the manuscript halls. He has to eat in the courtyard like everyone else." You share your own story about discovering the mysterious sticky spot on Euclid's text, and everyone agrees that scholars and food should be kept separated by strict protocols. The conversation drifts to other topics: upcoming acquisitions, staffing needs, and a request from the Ptolemaic administration for a complete inventory of all Hebrew texts. This last item prompts groans, since inventories require examining every scroll in a collection and updating multiple catalogue records. As true darkness settles over Alexandria, the library takes on yet another character. Most scholars have left, heading to their homes or lodgings. The halls grow quieter, though not silent. A few dedicated readers remain, and the night staff begin their shifts. You're not technically part of the night staff, but you've stayed late to finish organising the philosophical letters. The work has proven more time-consuming than expected, partly because you keep getting distracted by the letter's content. It's hard to remain efficiently focused when Epicurus is offering advice about friendship, or a Stoic is describing the proper way to respond to insults. The night has its own sounds in the library. Without the constant shuffle of footsteps and murmur of conversation, you become aware of subtler noises: the soft settling of building materials as temperature changes, the scratch of reed pens from scholars still working, the distant sound of waves from the harbour, and the occasional bark of a dog somewhere in the city streets. You're finalising the last catalogue tag when you hear music drifting from somewhere deeper in the building. Someone is playing a lyre, the notes gentle and slightly melancholic. Following the sound leads you to one of the smaller reading rooms, where a young scholar sits with an instrument on his lap, fingers moving across the strings. He looks up startled when you appear in the doorway. "I'm sorry, I didn't think anyone would mind. The texts I'm studying are on musical theory, and I wanted to hear what the ancient modes actually sound like." "It's fine," you assure him. "The music is lovely. Which mode are you playing?" "Dorian, according to the treatise, though honestly I'm not certain I'm interpreting the notation correctly. Ancient Greek musical notation is ambiguous in places." He plays a short phrase, then stops and adjusts something. The theorists write about how different modes create different emotional effects, but the explanations are often vague. They say Dorian is dignified and serious, Phrygian is ecstatic, and Lydian is mournful. But whether that's true or just cultural bias is hard to determine. You listen as he experiments with different musical phrases, translating ancient written symbols into actual sounds. This is scholarship in its most direct form, taking texts from the past and breathing life back into them, trying to experience what ancient people experienced. Eventually he returns to his reading, and you continue your rounds of the building. In the Egyptian history section, you discover that someone has left a scroll partially unrolled on a table. This is technically against the rules, since scrolls should always be rolled up when not actively being read, but you recognise the text, an account of the reign of Rameses II, written in hieratic script. You carefully roll the scroll and return it to its proper place. The Egyptian texts occupy their own section, organised by dynasty and subject. These scrolls represent an older tradition of record-keeping, one that existed for thousands of years before Greeks arrived in Egypt. Many of the texts have been translated into Greek, but the originals remain, preserving knowledge in the ancient language and script. Standing in this section, surrounded by texts in hieratic and demotic Egyptian, you're reminded that the library serves as a meeting point between cultures: Greek administration, Egyptian traditions, Persian scholarship, Jewish scriptures, Babylonian astronomy, and Indian medicine all coexist in these halls. The Ptolemies, who founded and funded the library, wanted to collect universal knowledge, and while that goal remains impossibly ambitious, the attempt has created something remarkable. You make your final rounds, checking locks on the manuscript storage rooms and ensuring all fire lamps are properly tended. The night lamp keeper will take over soon, the mysterious person who maintains the building's light through the dark hours. You've asked other staff members about the night keeper's identity, but nobody seems to know for certain. It's become a pleasant mystery, this invisible colleague who ensures scholars and staff alike never work in darkness. Your last stop before leaving is the central atrium, where you pause to look at the main catalogue inscription mounted on the wall. The inscription lists the library's founding principles, carved in stone during the reign of the first Ptolemy, to collect the books of all the peoples of the world. Below this, subsequent rulers have added their own contributions and expansions. The ambition seems almost absurd when you think about it carefully. How could anyone collect all books? New works are being written every day across the Mediterranean world and beyond. Languages you've never heard of contain texts that will never reach Alexandria. The goal is impossible, yet the attempt creates something valuable in itself. This gathering of knowledge, this effort to preserve and organize human thought across cultures and centuries. You step outside into the night air, leaving the library's protected world behind. The streets of Alexandria are still busy despite the hour. This city never fully sleeps, its position as a trading hub ensuring constant activity in the harbours and markets. You can see the lighthouse in the distance, its fire burning bright to guide ships safely to shore. Another example of Alexandria's relationship with light and knowledge. Walking back to your small room, you think about the day's work. You reshelved scrolls, repaired damage, created catalogue entries, helped scholars find texts, supervised manuscript handling, and filled oil lamps. Nothing dramatic, nothing that will be recorded in history books. Yet this work matters. Every scroll that's properly stored might survive another century. Every catalogue entry helps a future scholar find needed information. Every lamp filled extends the hours available for reading and research. The library exists because people perform these tasks daily, year after year, generation after generation. The great collection everyone admires is built on unglamorous work, careful organisation, patient maintenance, and constant vigilance against damage and decay. It's rather like the way ancient stones stay standing, not through any single dramatic effort, but through countless small acts of preservation and care. You pass a night market where vendors sell food and oil to late workers. The smell of cooking lentils and onions makes you realise you're hungry. You purchase a small portion of lentil stew and eat it while walking, the warm clay bowl comfortable in your hands. The food reminds you of the honey cake scandal Miriam mentioned earlier, which leads to thinking about all the ways scholars endanger manuscripts through careless eating. In your imagination, you compose a humorous treatise titled On the Proper Distance Between Food and Philosophy, which would detail the many ways honey, wine, olive oil, and other substances have damaged important texts throughout history. The treatise would be entertaining but probably wouldn't change behaviour. Scholars will always prioritise their research over practical concerns like keeping their hands clean. Back in your small room, you light your bronze lamp and sit for a moment before sleeping. The day has been typical, which means it contained dozens of small, interesting moments, mixed with routine tasks. Tomorrow will likely be similar. Scrolls to shelve, scholars to assist, manuscripts to inspect, and catalogue entries to create. You think about Demetrius's question from earlier, about what future generations might make of our ordinary records and letters. It seems impossible to imagine this world, Alexandria, the Ptolemaic kingdom, the library itself, changing dramatically. Yet you know from the historical texts you've read that empires rise and fall, cities change, and knowledge is lost and found again. The library's purpose is to fight against that loss, to preserve knowledge through careful copying and systematic organisation. Whether that effort will succeed in the long term, nobody can know. Perhaps some distant scholar will someday read these very scrolls, wondering about the people who created and maintained them. Perhaps everything will be lost, destroyed by fire or war or simple neglect. But that uncertainty doesn't diminish the value of the work. You preserve what you can, organise what exists, and make knowledge accessible to those who seek it. That's enough purpose for a life, even if the outcomes remain uncertain. You extinguish your lamp and lie down, feeling the satisfying fatigue of a day spent in meaningful work. Tomorrow morning you'll wake before dawn and begin again. Scrolls to tend, scholars to help, knowledge to preserve. The work continues day after day, year after year, connecting past to present and present to future through the simple act of caring for texts. Outside your window, Alexandria continues its busy night. Somewhere in the library, the night lamp keeper makes their rounds, ensuring light burns in the halls of knowledge. The scrolls rest in their pigeonholes waiting for tomorrow's readers, and the great project continues, the impossible valuable attempt to gather and preserve the wisdom of the world, one scroll at a time. Sleep comes easily when you've spent the day among books and ideas. Your dreams, when they come, are filled with papyrus and ink, scrolls unrolling to reveal texts in languages you can't quite read but somehow understand. In the dream logic that makes perfect sense at night, you're cataloguing the stars themselves, creating neat tags that explain the movements of planets and the patterns of constellations. But morning will come soon enough, bringing real scrolls and actual catalogue entries. For now, you rest. One small part of the great machinery that keeps knowledge alive and accessible. The library endures because people care for it, and caring for it provides purpose and meaning to those people in turn. It's a fair exchange, you think, drifting into deeper sleep. Your careful attention for the privilege of working among humanity's collected wisdom, walking daily through halls where the thoughts of generations rest, waiting to be discovered again and again. You've been looking forward to this Thanksgiving for weeks now, though you'd never admit it out loud. In Cedar Mills, Massachusetts, anticipation shows itself quietly. In the extra polish, you give the good silver. In the way you've checked your pantry 3 times to make sure you have enough butter and flour. November 1942 carries a particular weight this year, with so many boys overseas and the war making itself felt in 1,000 small absences. But Thanksgiving remains, stubborn and necessary as always. Your kitchen smells like cinnamon and possibility. You've been up since before dawn, not because the turkey demands it, that won't go in the oven until tomorrow morning, but because sleep lately comes in fits and starts, interrupted by thoughts of your nephew somewhere in the Pacific and your sister's boy training in England. The radio brings news you'd rather not hear most evenings, so you've taken to turning it off after dinner and finding comfort in more tangible things. Pie dough, for instance. The satisfaction of flour and shortening becoming something entirely new under your fingertips. The kitchen window framed a view of Maple Street in its late autumn undress. Most of the leaves have fallen, leaving the neighbourhood trees looking exposed and somehow dignified in their bareness. Mrs. Kowalski across the street has already hung her pine wreath. She always jumps straight from Halloween to Christmas, skipping Thanksgiving entirely in her decorating enthusiasm. You've learned not to judge. Everyone finds their own way through these uncertain times. Your preparations span 3 days, really, though calling it preparation makes it sound more organised than it actually feels. You've been collecting ingredients slowly, working within the ration books, and trading favours with neighbours. Mrs. Patterson down at number 47 needed help with her Victory Garden clean-up, so you spent a Saturday afternoon pulling up the last of her tomato plants, and she repaid you with a precious pound of sugar from her extra allocation. The Hendersons gave you their butter ration for the month in exchange for watching their daughter while they visited his mother in Rhode Island. This is how things work now. A careful economy of needs and offerings, with nobody keeping strict accounts because that would feel too much like the transaction it is. The turkey came from Johnson's farm 6 miles outside town. You took the bus out there last Tuesday, walking the final mile along a road where frost made the grass crunch pleasantly underfoot. Johnson himself showed you 3 birds, letting you choose, treating the selection with the seriousness it deserved. You picked the middle-sized one, not the largest. That felt greedy somehow, and not the smallest, which seemed too sad for a proper holiday. Johnson wrapped it in butcher paper with twine, the way things were wrapped before the war, before everything became scarce and careful. Tomorrow you'll host 7 people, maybe 8 if your brother can get away from the mill. The dining table, which usually sits against the wall looking decorative and slightly lonely, has already been pulled to the centre of the room. You've polished it until the walnut grain seems to glow from within. The good china, your mother's set, the one she received as a wedding gift in 1911, waits in the hutch, each piece carefully examined for chips or cracks. The gravy boat has a tiny flaw near the handle, practically invisible, that you've been aware of for 20 years. Sometimes you run your thumb over it while serving, a private acknowledgement of all the meals this set has witnessed. Your neighbour's daughter, Betty, stopped by this afternoon to show you her first attempt at pumpkin pie. She's 17, newly married to a boy who left for basic training 2 days after the ceremony, and she'd been crying in her kitchen when you found her staring at a collapsed pie crust. You didn't mention the tears, just rolled up your sleeves and showed her how to work the dough with a gentler hand, how the secret to flaky crust lies in keeping everything cold and not overthinking it. By the time she left, she had 2 respectable pies, and you had the satisfaction of having been useful in a small but definite way. The light outside has gone golden the way it does in late November, that particular slant that makes everything look both beautiful and temporary. You've set the good linen napkins soaking in the sink with a handful of borax to brighten them. The white damask tablecloth, which spends most of its life folded in tissue paper, hangs over the back of a chair waiting to be pressed. Your iron heats on the stove and you've cleared the kitchen table to serve as a pressing board. Threading through all these preparations runs an undercurrent of something you can't quite name. Gratitude, certainly. You're intensely aware of how lucky you are to have a house with heat, food to serve, and people to gather. But there's also a kind of defiance in it. A determination to mark this day properly despite everything. Maybe because of everything. The world feels precarious enough without abandoning the rituals that make you feel human. You've been listening to the weather reports with half an ear all week. The forecast keeps mentioning a storm system moving in from the northwest, but weather predictions always sound ominous. Significant snowfall possible, they said on Tuesday, which could mean anything from a dusting to something more serious. You've lived in Massachusetts long enough to know that November snow is nothing unusual, and besides, you have a turkey to roast and pies to bake. Nature will do what she does, and you'll do what you do. Mrs. Chen from the grocery store cornered you yesterday afternoon while you were buying celery, and she spent 10 minutes expressing her concerns about the weather. Mrs. Chen is the worrying type. She worries about late deliveries, about her son in the army, about whether her husband remembers to wear his scarf, about everything really. So you nodded sympathetically while trying to calculate whether you had enough onions at home or needed to buy more. You bought more just to be safe. Running out of onions on Thanksgiving would be its own small tragedy. The house feels particularly cosy this evening, with the kitchen warmed by your baking and the living room radiator hissing companionably in the corner. You've already made 2 pies, apple and mincemeat, and they cool on the counter beneath clean dish towels, filling the air with cinnamon and clove. Tomorrow you'll make the pumpkin pie and the dinner rolls, timing everything so the turkey can have the oven to itself during the critical hours. You've done this enough times that the logistics feel almost automatic, though you still wrote yourself a schedule on the back of an envelope just to be certain. Your brother plans to bring sweet potatoes from his victory garden, and your sister-in-law promised her famous cranberry sauce, which is really just cranberry sauce like everyone else's, but tastes better because she serves it in her mother's cut glass bowl. These small distinctions matter. They're the difference between a meal and a celebration, between getting through the day and marking it as something worth remembering. The evening settles in with the kind of stillness that makes you notice small sounds. The clock ticking in the hallway, the house creaking as temperatures drop outside, and the distant whistle of the last train heading south. You've laid out your church clothes for tomorrow morning's service, which starts at 9 o'clock sharp. Reverend Matthews always keeps the Thanksgiving service brief and sincere, understanding that everyone has turkeys to tend and families to welcome. You check the pantry one more time, running through your mental list. Flour, check. Butter, check. Eggs, check. Bread for stuffing, slightly stale exactly as it should be. Everything is ready. Everything is prepared. You've done what you can do. The rest is timing and attention and a bit of luck. Outside, the temperature has dropped noticeably since this afternoon. When you step onto the back porch to check the milk box, the milkman delivered late today, the cold hits your face like something solid. The sky looks heavy somehow, clouds moving in where this morning there was clear autumn blue. You can smell the change in the air, that particular mineral scent that precedes snow. Maybe Mrs. Chen wasn't just being her usual anxious self after all. Back inside, you lock the door and draw the blackout curtains, a habit so ingrained now that you barely think about it. The war feels very far away and simultaneously very close, a paradox you've stopped trying to resolve. You settle into your chair with a cup of tea and the newspaper, though you've already read it twice. The crossword is half finished. You'll save the rest for tomorrow, something to occupy your hands while the turkey roasts. You wake at 5:30 on Thanksgiving morning, which is earlier than you planned but not surprising. Your body has its own ideas about important days. The house is cold. The furnace always struggles on the coldest mornings, and you wrap yourself in your robe and shuffle to the window before your brain is fully awake. What you see makes you stop completely. One hand on the curtain, breath catching in your throat. Snow. Not the light dusting you might have expected, not a respectable inch or two, but snow that has transformed the entire visible world into something from a different season entirely. Maple Street has disappeared under what looks like 6 inches already, and it's still coming down. Thick, determined flakes falling so densely, you can barely see the Kowalski house across the way. Your first thought is the turkey. Your second thought is the turkey. Your third thought is how you'll get 7 people here through this mess. And your fourth thought circles back to the turkey again. You've been planning this meal for weeks, negotiating rations and trading favours, and now nature has decided to throw its own plans into the mix. The kitchen thermometer confirms what your body already knows. It's 28 degrees, and the forecast tacked to your refrigerator with a magnet suddenly seems laughably inadequate. Possible snow showers, it said. This isn't possible snow showers. This is a full winter storm making itself comfortable in late November, settling in like an uninvited guest who has no intention of leaving any time soon. You turn on the radio while starting the coffee, needing information more than you need the usual Thanksgiving morning music programming. The announcer's voice sounds almost gleeful with the drama of it all. An unexpected storm system has stalled over central Massachusetts, bringing heavy snowfall throughout the region. Accumulations of 12 to 18 inches are expected by this evening. Residents are advised to stay home if possible. Stay home. As if you weren't already home. As if you hadn't spent 3 days preparing for a meal that now seems suddenly complicated by weather. The turkey sits in the refrigerator, stubbornly present and impossible to ignore. 22 pounds of obligation that won't cook itself. The telephone rings at 6:15, startling you badly enough that you splash coffee on the counter. It's your sister, her voice tight with frustration. Have you looked outside? Charlie says the roads are impossible. The mill closed. They never close. I don't think we can make it. You tell her you understand, because you do, and that you'll save them plates, because you will, and that the important thing is everyone's safety. All of this is true. It's also true that you feel a sharp prick of disappointment that you won't acknowledge, even to yourself. 7 people has suddenly become 4, maybe 3 if your brother can't get through either. The snow keeps falling. You watch it while drinking your coffee, mesmerised by the sheer quantity of it. The street lamp on the corner, which usually turns off at dawn, remains lit, its glow creating a cone of swirling white that looks almost festive. Mrs. Kowalski's pine wreath has become a white circle on her red door. The cars parked along the street are becoming shapeless humps, their identities slowly erased by accumulated snow. Your practical side reasserts itself. You have a turkey, you have heat and electricity, for now at least. You have ingredients and time and a perfectly good kitchen. The meal will happen, even if it's smaller than you planned. You've adapted to worse things in the past 2 years than a change in guest count. The turkey goes into the oven at 7 o'clock exactly as scheduled. You've stuffed it with bread and onions and celery and sage, the way your mother taught you, the way her mother taught her. The ritual of preparation feels grounding. Your hands know what to do even when your mind is spinning through revised logistics. Baste every 30 minutes. Tent with foil if it browns too quickly. Check the internal temperature. These are certainties in an uncertain morning. By 8 o'clock the snow shows no signs of stopping. You're supposed to be at church in an hour, but that now seems like a plan from a different lifetime. The turkey smells wonderful at least. That warm, savoury scent of roasting meat and herbs that means Thanksgiving regardless of weather or circumstances. You make yourself another cup of coffee and start peeling potatoes, because what else is there to do? The telephone rings again at 8:30. Your brother this time, apologetic but firm. The roads are completely snowed in. We can't even get the car out of the driveway. I'm sorry, sis. We'll make it up to you. You tell him it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it at all. Your voice sounds convincing even to yourself. When you hang up, you stand looking at the dining table, set for 7, polished and perfect, decorated with the nice china and the good napkins, and feel something shift inside you. Not quite disappointment anymore. Something closer to acceptance with a touch of bemused humour. You've prepared a feast for an audience that can't arrive. You're putting on a performance for an empty theatre. The storm intensifies around 9 o'clock, right when you should be sitting in a church pew singing hymns. Instead, you're basting the turkey and watching the wind drive snow against the kitchen window in horizontal sheets. The whole world has narrowed to your house, your street, and this immediate and suddenly intimate space. Everything beyond your front yard has become theoretical. Betty knocks on your back door at 9:30, appearing out of the whiteness like a snow-dusted ghost. She's wearing her husband's oversized coat and boots, and her face is red with cold and exertion. I walked over, she announces unnecessarily. Couldn't stand being alone in that house on Thanksgiving watching the snow and thinking about Jim. Her voice cracks slightly on her husband's name. You pull her inside, help her out of the wet coat and sit her down with hot coffee. And suddenly your Thanksgiving has 2 guests instead of 0, which changes everything. You have someone to cook for, someone to talk to, and someone to share the strange intimacy of being snowed in on a holiday. The dining table set for 7 now feels less sad and more hopeful, as if those empty chairs are just waiting for a different year. The radio continues its coverage of the storm, which has apparently caught everyone by surprise. Train service suspended, roads impassable throughout the county. Emergency crews are struggling to keep up. You listen while putting the sweet potatoes into roast. Your brother's sweet potatoes that he grew in his victory garden and brought over yesterday, before the world turned white and impossible. At least they'll get eaten. Betty helps you make the cranberry sauce, following the recipe her mother-in-law sent in a letter. Cranberries, sugar, orange zest, and a splash of water. You work side by side in comfortable near silence, the kind of quiet that comes from shared purpose rather than lack of things to say. The cranberries pop and soften, transforming from hard, bitter berries into something ruby-coloured and tart-sweet. Small magic, the kind that happens in kitchens everywhere. By 10 o'clock the snow has accumulated to what you estimate is at least 10 inches, with no signs of stopping. The world beyond your windows has become a moving curtain of white, hypnotic in its relentlessness. You've stopped checking the forecast because clearly the forecast is useless. Nature is writing her own story today, and you're all just living in it. The turkey emerges from the oven at noon, golden and perfect, its skin crackling with the kind of deeply satisfying brownness that only comes from careful attention. You've tented it under foil to rest, the way proper turkey protocol demands, and the kitchen smells so intensely of Thanksgiving that it almost aches. All this food for 2 people. It would be absurd if it weren't also somehow exactly right. Betty sets the table while you make the gravy, both of you moving around the kitchen in a dance you've improvised on the spot but feels almost choreographed. She tells you about Jim, about how they met at a church social, and about their 3-day honeymoon at Cape Cod before he left. You tell her about your nephew, about the letters that arrive irregularly, and about how you've stopped watching the newsreels at the cinema because they make your chest feel tight. This isn't the Thanksgiving you planned, but it's becoming the Thanksgiving you're having. There's something freeing in that distinction. The mashed potatoes turn out perfectly, creamy and buttery despite the ration restrictions, because you've learned to make a little butter go a long way with the help of hot milk and plenty of beating. The sweet potatoes emerge from the oven caramelized and sweet. The rolls, which you made from dough you started yesterday, rise beautifully, their tops turning the exact shade of golden brown that makes bread look like a promise. You carry dish after dish to the dining table, which suddenly seems less empty despite all the vacant chairs. You've decided to leave it set for 7, a kind of hopeful acknowledgement of the people who would be here if they could. Their absence feels less like loss and more like postponement, a celebration delayed but not cancelled. The cranberry sauce gleams in its bowl, the stuffing steams when you spoon it into its serving dish. The turkey takes the place of honour at the head of the table, and for a moment you both just stand there looking at it all. A Thanksgiving feast prepared with care and served to an audience of 2 in a town that has been frozen in place by an unexpected storm. It's ridiculous and beautiful at the same time. You say a brief grace before eating, thanking God for food and shelter and safety, for Betty's company, and for all the people who aren't here but are thought of anyway. Betty adds her own quiet thanks for Jim's safety, wherever he is, and you notice she touches the simple wedding band on her finger as she says it. The meal itself is delicious, which feels like a small triumph. The turkey is moist and flavourful, the gravy has just the right consistency, and the rolls are exactly as bread should be. You eat slowly, savouring not just the food, but the strangeness of the whole situation. Outside, the storm continues its patient work of burying the world. Inside, you have warmth and plenty and unexpected companionship. Betty laughs suddenly. A real laugh, not the polite kind, when she tries to take another roll and realises she's already too full. "I'll be eating turkey sandwiches for a week," she says, and you laugh too because you're thinking the same thing. A 22-pound turkey for 2 people might be the definition of optimism. You're clearing the dessert plates when someone knocks on the front door. Solid, determined knocks that make you both look at each other in surprise. Who would be out in this weather? You open the door to find Mr. Patterson from down the street, snow-covered and slightly sheepish, holding a shovel. "Saw your lights on," he says, breath-making clouds in the cold air. "Been making sure the elderly folks on the street are all right. Mrs. Chen's furnace went out. We got it working again, but she's nervous about staying alone. She mentioned you might have extra food, and just like that, your Thanksgiving expands again." Mrs. Chen arrives 20 minutes later, escorted by Mr. Patterson through snow that's now easily a foot deep. She brings her appetite and her gratitude and her tendency to worry, which suddenly seems more endearing than annoying. You set another place at the table, heat up more food, and watch Mrs. Chen's face transform when she sees the spread you've laid out. The afternoon unfolds in a way you never could have planned. Mr. Patterson returns with old Mr. Johnson from 2 houses over, who's been widowed since April and was planning to spend the day alone. Then the Hendersons appear, having walked over from their place because their daughter was asking about you and they figured they might as well check if you needed anything. Each arrival brings more snow inside, more voices, more laughter, and more life into your warm house while the storm does its work outside. Your carefully planned dinner for 7 becomes an impromptu gathering for 8, then 9, then 10. The turkey, which seemed absurdly large at noon, begins to make sense. You heat up more rolls, make more gravy, and slice more pies. Your kitchen becomes a warm hub of activity, people moving through it to help or to make coffee, or just to stand near the heat of the stove and watch the snow fall. The dining room fills with conversations that overlap and interweave. Mr. Johnson tells stories about Thanksgiving's past, back when his wife was alive and his children were small. Mrs. Chen describes traditional Chinese New Year feasts, making connections between your holidays that you'd never considered before. The Henderson girl, who's 7 and deeply impressed by the snow, makes everyone laugh by asking if the storm means it's Christmas now. Betty gravitates toward Mrs. Chen, and you watch them talk quietly in the corner. 2 women missing husbands, finding comfort in shared experience. Mr. Patterson helps you slice more turkey, his movements practiced from years of carving his own holiday birds. The Hendersons manage the small miracle of keeping their energetic daughter entertained in your living room, building elaborate structures with the throw pillows. This isn't the Thanksgiving you planned. It's messier, more chaotic, and completely unexpected. It's also more alive than anything you could have organised. Your house, which you keep so carefully neat most of the time, has become filled with the comfortable disorder of actual life happening. Coats piled on the bed, boots dripping by the door, and voices and laughter spilling from room to room. You catch yourself smiling, really smiling, while watching Mr. Johnson teach the Henderson girl some old song about a pumpkin. The war hasn't gone anywhere. Your nephew is still overseas. Everything that worried you this morning is still worth worrying about. But right now, in this moment, in this house full of neighbours who became friends, who became something like family, you feel genuinely happy. The snow continues to fall, steady and implacable, adding inch after inch to the accumulation outside. But inside, you're warm and fed and surrounded by people who chose to be here despite, or perhaps because of, the impossibility of the weather. You serve pies with coffee, and everyone insists they're too full but somehow manages to eat a slice anyway. The apple pie in particular disappears quickly, helped along by Mr. Patterson's enthusiasm for your crust recipe. By mid-afternoon, the snow has achieved a kind of hypnotic monotony. It simply keeps coming, steady and patient, like it has all the time in the world and no interest in being anywhere else. The accumulation outside your window has reached levels you've rarely seen, 15, maybe 16 inches, with drift significantly deeper where the wind has pushed it against buildings and cars. Cedar Mills has become a snow globe, shaken and set down to settle in its own time. The peculiar thing about heavy snow is how it changes sound. The world becomes muffled, distant, as if someone has wrapped the entire town in cotton wool. You notice it when you step onto the back porch to check the thermometer, 24 degrees and holding steady. But the usual sounds of the neighbourhood have vanished. No cars, no distant train whistles. Even the birds have gone quiet, presumably tucked into whatever shelter they could find. Just the soft whisper of falling snow and your own breathing. Mrs. Chen has taken over your kitchen radio, tuning it to different stations trying to find updates. What she finds is mostly the same information repeated with slight variations. The storm is unprecedented for this time of year. Emergency services are struggling, and everyone should stay inside. One announcer mentions with audible excitement that this might be the heaviest November snowfall since 1898. Mrs. Chen looks at you with raised eyebrows, as if the historical significance makes the current situation somehow better. The gathering in your living room has settled into a comfortable rhythm. People have stopped apologising for being here, and stopped asking if they're imposing. Mr. Johnson has fallen asleep in your armchair, his hands folded over his stomach, looking peaceful in a way that makes your heart squeeze slightly. The Henderson girl is teaching Betty a complicated hand-clapping game, both of them laughing when they mess up the pattern. Mr. Henderson has found your husband's old pipe. You forgot you even kept it, and sits holding it unlit, just for the comfort of the familiar shape. You've been thinking about your husband more today than you have in months. He died in the spring of 41, just before everything changed, before the war made its way to your doorstep in the form of ration books and air raid drills. He would have liked this. The unexpected company, the gentle chaos, the way your organised Thanksgiving transformed into something messier and more real. He always said you were too rigid in your planning, that the best moments come from accidents. You're beginning to think he might have been right. The light outside is starting to change, that imperceptible shift from afternoon to early evening. The snow has slowed slightly, not stopping, but easing from its earlier relentless pace. You can actually see individual flakes now, instead of just an undifferentiated curtain of white. The street lamp on the corner is switched on, creating that same cone of illuminated snowfall that you watched this morning. It feels like you've lived an entire week in one day. Betty finds you in the kitchen, where you've escaped under the pretense of making more coffee. "Thank you," she says quietly, "for today, for letting me come over, for all of this." She gestures vaguely at the house, the gathering, and the whole improbable situation. You tell her she's welcome, because she is, but also that she saved your Thanksgiving as much as you saved hers. Being alone in that perfectly prepared dining room would have been its own small tragedy. Having her here made everything else possible. The Henderson girl appears in the doorway, her face serious with the kind of profound question only 7-year-olds ask. Will the snow ever stop, she wants to know. You tell her yes, of course it will, probably by tomorrow morning. But privately you're not entirely sure. This storm has its own logic, its own timeline. It'll stop when it's ready and not a moment before. Mr. Patterson has organised an expedition to check on a few more neighbours, specifically the Kowalskis and old Mrs. Barnes, who lives alone at the end of the street. You loan him extra scarves and mittens and watch him bundle up like he's heading to the Arctic instead of just 3 houses down. He returns 30 minutes later, reporting that everyone is fine, well stocked, and mostly amused by the whole situation. Mrs. Barnes sent back a loaf of bread she'd baked this morning, before the snow got serious, and it's still slightly warm. You slice the bread and serve it with butter, real butter from your Thanksgiving supply, and watch it disappear in minutes. People who claim to be completely full somehow find room for warm bread with butter. It's one of life's small mysteries, right up there with how you always find room for dessert no matter how stuffed you are from dinner. The radio announces that the storm is expected to continue through the evening but should taper off overnight. The official accumulation total is now 18 to 22 inches, which makes this the 3rd largest November snowstorm in recorded state history. Mrs. Chen looks vindicated by this news, as if her earlier worrying has been justified by the storm's impressive statistics. Mr. Johnson, newly awake from his nap, simply grunts and says he's seen worse, though he can't quite remember when. You've moved beyond thinking about the logistics of everyone getting home. That's a problem for tomorrow, for a world with ploughed streets and functioning transportation. Right now, you're existing in this strange, suspended time where normal rules don't quite apply. You have enough food for several more meals, the furnace is working, you have blankets and space and a full pantry. If people need to stay the night, well, you'll figure it out. The evening settles in with that particular coziness that only comes from being warm and safe while weather does its worst outside. You've turned on every lamp in the house, creating pools of soft yellow light that make the rooms feel like illustrations from a storybook. The Henderson girl has convinced Betty and Mrs. Chen to play cards with her, though the rules of the game seem to be evolving continuously. Mr. Johnson and Mr. Patterson have discovered a shared interest in woodworking and are deep in conversation about dovetail joints and the proper way to sharpen chisels. You find yourself moving through your house touching familiar objects, the ceramic bowl on the hallway table, the framed photograph of your mother, the door frame your husband once rehung when it started to stick. Your space has been transformed by the company from something private into something communal, and you're surprised to discover you don't mind. In fact, you more than don't mind, you're grateful for it. The snow creates patterns on the windows, intricate frost crystals that catch the lamplight and throw tiny rainbows. The Henderson girl presses her nose against the cold glass, marvelling at the designs. You remember doing the same thing as a child, believing the frost formed pictures if you looked at them right. You almost tell her to look for the ice fairy, the way your father once told you, but then you stop yourself. She's creating her own relationship with the snow, making her own sense of this strange day. Someone suggests singing, and before you can politely demur, Mr. Johnson has launched into Over the River and Through the Woods in a surprisingly strong baritone. Others join in, voices blending and clashing in the particular harmony of people who aren't musicians but don't care. You find yourself singing too, words you learned 70 years ago coming back without effort. The Henderson girl knows only the first verse, but sings it 3 times, increasingly loudly, until everyone is laughing too much to continue. The moment crystallizes somehow. All of you in your living room, full of turkey and pie, singing old songs while a historic snowstorm buries the world outside. It's absurd and perfect at the same time. You think about taking a photograph but decide against it. Some moments exist better in memory than in any physical record. The evening deepens into something that feels almost sacred. Not in a religious sense exactly, though there's certainly reverence in it. More like the sense that you've stumbled into a moment slightly outside of normal time. a pocket of existence where the usual rules have been suspended. Cedar Mills has become a place where no one can go anywhere, do anything, or be anywhere except exactly where they are. For a world that's been moving at wartime speed for over a year, the enforced stillness feels almost radical. You've made more coffee, you've lost count of how many pots today, and someone found the good brandy you keep in the back of the cupboard for medicinal purposes. Small glasses are poured for those who want them, sipped slowly while the conversation drifts from topic to topic without urgency. The Henderson girl has finally worn herself out and lies sleeping on your sofa, covered with the Afghan your mother crocheted in 1915. Her parents sit nearby, looking relaxed in a way you rarely see. Even they've stopped fighting the situation and accepted it. Mrs. Chen tells stories about growing up in San Francisco, about markets and festivals and food that sounded like magic to your New England ears. She talks about her son, who's somewhere in Italy doing something she's not allowed to know about, and her voice catches but doesn't break. Everyone in the room understands that particular strain, the loving and worrying from a distance, the not knowing that's somehow worse than knowing. Mr. Patterson contributes memories of the mill in its heyday, back in the 20s when Cedar Mills actually bustled, when 3 shifts kept the looms running 24 hours a day. He describes the sounds, the rhythmic clacking that you could hear from blocks away, the whistle that marked shift changes, and the whole town moving to the mill's industrial heartbeat. The war has brought some of that energy back, though now it's military contracts instead of civilian textiles, uniforms instead of dress fabric. Your own stories surprise you, things you haven't thought about in years surfacing in this late evening atmosphere of shared confidence. You tell them about learning to cook from your mother, about the summer you spent in Maine as a girl, and about your husband's terrible jokes that were somehow endearing because of their terribleness. You talk about your nephew, about the smart boy who loved baseball and building model airplanes, who's now somewhere in the Pacific doing whatever it is sailors do. You don't cry, but it's a near thing. The radio has moved beyond storm coverage into its regular evening programming. Someone finds a music station, and quiet jazz fills the background. Saxophone and piano creating a mood that fits the snowbound coziness perfectly. Mr. Johnson taps his foot unconsciously, keeping time with music he probably danced to 40 years ago. The room has developed its own ecosystem, its own internal logic, separate from the frozen world outside. Around 8 o'clock, Mr. Henderson makes a practical announcement. They're not going home tonight. It's too far, too dark and too dangerous with the snow still falling and no streetlights working at their end of town. You immediately offer them the guest bedroom, and before you can work out where everyone else will sleep, Mrs. Chen and Betty have declared they're staying too. The whole thing is decided in about 90 seconds, and suddenly you're running a boarding house for refugees from a Thanksgiving storm. The logistics work themselves out with surprising ease. The Hendersons take the guest room. Mrs. Chen and Betty will share your bed while you take the sofa. Mr. Johnson, who lives closest and insists he can make it, agrees to wait until morning after Mr. Patterson offers to walk with him. Mr. Patterson himself will take the armchair, which he claims is more comfortable than his bed at home anyway. The Henderson girl never wakes during these negotiations, sleeping through the entire rearrangement of her life with the profound unconcern of childhood. You distribute blankets and pillows, digging through closets to find the extras you've accumulated over the years. The house, which usually feels slightly too large for one person, suddenly seems perfectly sized for this unexpected crowd. People move through rooms claiming spaces, settling in, and making themselves comfortable with the kind of casualness that comes from necessity rather than presumption. The wind has picked up outside, driving the snow against the windows in occasional gusts that sound almost alive. But inside you're snug and warm, your furnace working overtime but managing to keep up. The house creaks and settles, the way old houses do. Familiar sounds that usually keep you company in the evening, but now form a background to human voices and movement. Betty helps you make up the bed with fresh sheets, moving through the routine like you've done this together 100 times. She's gained confidence throughout the day, you've noticed. The weepy girl from this morning has been replaced by someone steadier, Someone who's discovering she's stronger than she thought. Marriage and war and unexpected snowstorms will do that. Force you to find resources you didn't know you had. Mrs. Chen insists on washing the dishes despite your protests, enlisting Mr. Patterson to dry while she washes. You can hear them in the kitchen, the comfortable sounds of domestic routine, water running, plates clinking, and occasional laughter. The Henderson girl wakes briefly, confused about where she is, then settles back to sleep when her mother explains. Everything is fine. Everything is taken care of. Just close your eyes. The house has never felt more full or more alive. Every room contains people, every corner has been claimed, and every space has been put to use. It's the opposite of the careful, controlled environment you usually maintain, and you love it. You absolutely love it. The chaos and closeness and casual intimacy of sharing your space with near strangers who've become something more than neighbours over the course of one impossible day. You make one last round before preparing for bed yourself, checking that everyone has what they need. Extra blankets? Yes. Water glasses? Yes. Enough pillows? Mostly yes, with some improvisation involving throw cushions and rolled towels. The house settles into nighttime mode, lamps switching off, conversations becoming whispers, and movements slowing to stillness. From your position on the sofa, which is actually quite comfortable once you've arranged the pillows correctly, you can hear the various sounds of a house full of sleeping people. Someone snores gently, someone else shifts position with a creak of bed springs. The Henderson girl talks in her sleep, a brief mumbled sentence about snow angels. The furnace kicks on with its familiar whoosh. Outside, the storm continues its patient work, adding inch after inch to the accumulation, but it is quieter now, winding down from earlier intensity. You lie there in the darkness, listening to the evidence of life around you, and feel something you haven't felt in the 2 years since your husband died. Not alone. The house breathes with multiple presences. Your space has been shared and divided and transformed. Tomorrow will bring the work of digging out, the logistics of return, and the slow process of life resuming its normal patterns. But tonight, right now, you're simply one person among many. All of you together in this warm space while the world outside remains frozen, white and waiting. Sleep comes easier than you expected, pulling you down into darkness while snow continues to fall, and the town remains paused, held in suspension between yesterday and tomorrow, between normal life and this strange exception to all the usual rules. Friday morning arrives with shocking brightness. You wake to light streaming through the windows with an intensity that takes a moment to understand. Sun on snow, amplifying and reflecting, turning your living room into something almost too bright to look at directly. The storm has stopped. The world is silent. And when you pull yourself up to look outside, what you see takes your breath away. Cedar Mills has been completely transformed. Every surface, every angle, every object has been smoothed and softened by snow that must measure close to 2 feet. The cars on the street are indistinguishable white mounds. The picket fences have disappeared entirely. Trees wear thick coatings that make them look like they've been dipped in white paint. And over everything, the sun shines with that particular crystalline brightness that only happens on clear days after heavy snow, each flake catching and throwing light until the whole world sparkles. Your house comes to life slowly, people emerging from rooms looking rumpled and slightly confused, remembering where they are and why. Mrs. Chen appears first, already dressed, and heads straight for the kitchen to make coffee with the assurance of someone who's claimed that particular morning duty. The smell of brewing coffee draws others like a summons. Mr. Patterson from his armchair, Betty from the bedroom, and the Hendersons one by one as they orient themselves to this strange, bright morning. The Henderson girl presses her face against the window and releases a squeal of pure delight. "It's a snow mountain," she announces, and she's not entirely wrong. The drifts against your front porch reach nearly to the railing. The street itself is invisible under an unblemished expanse of white. No one has driven anywhere. No one has walked anywhere. Cedar Mills has become a pristine winter landscape, untouched and perfect and completely impassable. Breakfast becomes a group effort, everyone contributing something to the meal. You make pancakes from ingredients you didn't know you had enough of. Flour, eggs, milk, stretched with water, and a precious spoonful of vanilla. Mr. Patterson discovers bacon in your refrigerator, left over from last week's rationing, and cooks it with the concentration of a man performing surgery. Mrs. Chen makes tea in the particular way she prefers, strong and dark and fortifying. The Henderson girl sets the table with exaggerated care, treating each plate and fork like it matters tremendously. The meal itself is cheerful and chaotic, everyone talking over everyone else, sharing observations about the snow and the sunshine and the strange situation you've all found yourselves in. Mr. Johnson mentions that his daughter in Connecticut is probably worried sick, unable to reach him by phone. Mrs. Chen admits her grocery store will be fine without her for one day, maybe even better since she tends to micromanage. Mr. Henderson confesses he's never been so grateful to skip work in his life. After breakfast, Mr. Patterson and Mr. Henderson announce their intention to dig out, at least partially. They find your snow shovels in the garage and set to work clearing a path from your front door to the street, though what they'll do when they reach the street, which remains completely snowed in, is unclear. But the activity itself seems important, a way of asserting human agency against nature's overwhelming presence. You watch them through the window, two men in borrowed scarves attacking snow with determined strokes, breathmaking clouds in the cold air. The Henderson girl begs to go outside, and after bundling her in layers that make her look twice her actual size, her mother releases her into your backyard. You watch her discover the joy of deep snow, the way she can simply fall backward and disappear, the way each step requires effort and purpose, the way undisturbed snow offers itself as a canvas for whatever design she can imagine. She makes what might be a snow angel, or might just be random flailing, and either way it's perfect. Betty finds your radio and tunes it to a music station, and suddenly the house fills with Perry Como's voice, singing something cheerful and romantic. Mrs. Chen hums along while washing dishes. You find yourself swaying slightly while tidying the living room, returning cushions to their proper places and folding the blankets everyone used last night. The normalcy of housework combined with the strangeness of company creates an oddly pleasant dissonance. The telephone rings at noon, startling everyone. It's your sister, frantic with worry until you assure her you're fine, more than fine really, surrounded by neighbours who've become impromptu houseguests. You hear the relief in her voice when she understands you weren't alone for Thanksgiving, that the empty places at your table somehow filled themselves. She promises to visit once the road's clear, maybe this weekend, definitely soon. More calls follow, people checking on people, making sure everyone weathered the storm safely. The telephone becomes a lifeline, proof that Cedar Mills still exists as a connected community, even though physical movement remains impossible. You learn that the mill is closed for a second day, that church services are cancelled, that the elementary school definitely won't open Monday, and that the downtown stores are all snowed in and not expecting to open until Tuesday at the earliest. The town has been forced into a collective holiday, an unplanned Sabbath of sorts. Lunch is turkey sandwiches, of course it is, with the last of the cranberry sauce and some lettuce you discover in the crisper drawer, somehow still fresh. You serve it with the bread Mrs. Barnes sent over, which has become slightly stale but toasts up beautifully. The Henderson girl declares it the best sandwich she's ever eaten, which makes everyone smile because children's enthusiasm is contagious. You're inclined to agree with her, actually. Something about eating turkey sandwiches while snowed in with a house full of people makes them taste different, better, and more significant somehow. The afternoon develops its own lazy rhythm. Mr. Johnson teaches the Henderson girl to play checkers on a set you'd forgotten you owned. Mr. Patterson and Mr. Henderson have given up on shoveling, and instead built a respectable snowman in your front yard, complete with a carrot nose and stones for eyes. Mrs. Chen and Betty work on a jigsaw puzzle you find in the hall closet, 1,000 pieces depicting some idyllic farm scene that will take days to complete. You drift between activities, participating in none fully but connected to all of them, the host who's also somehow a guest at this extended gathering. The light shifts as afternoon moves toward evening, that golden quality of late November sun on snow. You're standing at the kitchen window, watching the shadows lengthen across the white expanse of your backyard, when Betty appears at your elbow. "I should call Jim's mother," she says quietly. "Let her know I'm all right, she'll worry." But she doesn't move to do it immediately. She just stands there watching the snow with you. After a moment she adds, "Do you think this is what it's like where Jim is? The waiting and the being stuck in one place and the not knowing when things will change?" You tell her honestly that you don't know. But maybe, yes. Maybe the war is full of this kind of unexpected suspension. These stretches of time where nothing happens except the slow accumulation of days, punctuated by moments of significance. Maybe Jim is also learning to find comfort in small things. Warm food, friendly faces, and the simple fact of being safe right now, even if the future remains uncertain. She nods, accepts this, and makes her phone call. You hear her voice from the hallway, reassuring her mother-in-law, promising to come visit as soon as the road's clear. When she returns, she looks steadier somehow, more grounded in her own reality. Dinner is turkey again. You're working your way through the leftovers systematically, this time as soup. You've made it with stock boiled from the carcass, with vegetables and noodles and generous amounts of salt and pepper. It's the kind of soup that tastes like comfort distilled into liquid form. You serve it with more of Mrs. Barnes's bread, and everyone eats in appreciative silence, occasionally punctuated by compliments about your cooking that make you flush with pleasure. The evening settles in much like yesterday's, though somehow more comfortable now that everyone knows the routine. The Henderson girl is less wound up, having worn herself out with snowplay. The adults settle into familiar spots, claiming spaces they occupied last night. Conversation drifts in gentle directions, touching on childhood memories and future plans and the small details of daily life that become interesting when you can't actually live them right now. Mr. Johnson tells a story about Thanksgiving in 1923, when he and his wife were newlyweds and she'd tried to cook a turkey in an oven that wouldn't hold a proper temperature. They'd eaten it half raw, half burnt, and laughed so hard they'd cried. "Worst meal we ever made together," he says, "and one of the best days we ever had." His eyes are wet, but he's smiling, and you understand completely how disaster can become joy with the right person, and how the stories we tell ourselves about our lives matter as much as the actual events. The radio brings news that ploughs will start working tomorrow, concentrating on main roads first before moving to residential streets. It might be Sunday before your street sees a plough, and Monday before things return to what passes for normal. No one seems particularly bothered by this timeline. If anything, you sense relief. Permission to remain in this suspended state a little longer. This pocket outside regular time. You prepare for bed earlier than usual, worn out by the emotional intensity of the past 2 days more than any physical labour. The sleeping arrangements have become routine now. Everyone knows where they're going, what they need, and how to move through your house in the darkness without bumping into furniture. The Henderson girl is already asleep, carried to bed by her father without ever fully waking. From your sofa you listen once again to the sounds of your occupied house. But tonight there's something different in the quality of the silence. Not the tentative quiet of strangers unsure of their welcome, but the relaxed silence of people who've become comfortable together. You've shared food and space and stories. You've weathered something together, even if that something is just an unexpected snowstorm. You've created a small community in the face of circumstances that could have left everyone isolated in their separate homes. Sleep finds you thinking about connection, about how the storm forced a kind of togetherness that normal life rarely allows. How you've learned the rhythms of Mrs. Chen's humming, and Mr. Johnson's snoring, and Betty's habit of sighing in her sleep. How your private space has become communal territory, and you've discovered you don't mind nearly as much as you would have thought. How sometimes the best moments are the ones you never could have planned. Saturday arrives with a sense of change in the air. Not a literal thaw, the temperature remains stubbornly below freezing, but something atmospheric, a shift in the quality of the morning that suggests the world is preparing to unfreeze itself. When you look out the window at dawn, the snow remains as deep as ever. but you notice the first signs of human activity. Distant figures on the main road, the sound of a plough somewhere blocks away, and smoke rising from chimneys up and down the street. Your household rises earlier than yesterday, everyone sensing that this day will mark the transition back to normal life. There's a subtle change in behaviour too. People folding their borrowed blankets more carefully, tidying up after themselves with more attention, and the small gestures of guests preparing to depart. The Henderson girl is quieter than she's been, perhaps sensing her parents' shift toward leaving, perhaps just tired from 2 days of excitement. Breakfast is the last of the turkey, fried up with eggs and potatoes in a hash that makes brilliant use of your remaining Thanksgiving leftovers. It's delicious in that way that last meals together often are, everyone aware that this is the closing act of your shared time. Mr. Patterson compliments your coffee with particular enthusiasm. Mrs. Chen insists on writing down her soup recipe for you, even though you've been making soup for 40 years. These small exchanges carry more weight than they otherwise might. The sound of the plough grows closer throughout the morning. You're all in the living room when it finally reaches Maple Street. A massive orange truck pushing a wall of snow before it, the scrape of its blade against pavement the first mechanical sound you've heard in 2 days that isn't from inside your house. The Henderson girl rushes to the window to watch, fascinated by the machine's brute force approach to the problem of snow. Within an hour of the plough's passage, the street begins to come alive. People emerge from houses tentatively at first, testing the ploughed surface. Cars are dug out from their white tombs. The Kowalskis appear on their front porch, waving across the street. Mr. Williams from 3 houses down walks past with his dog, both of them looking slightly dazed by the return to mobility. Cedar Mills is remembering how to be a town again. Mr. Henderson makes the first move to leave, standing up with visible reluctance and announcing they should probably head home, let you have your house back, and get their daughter into her own bed. The words are practical, but his tone suggests he'd just as soon stay. His wife nods agreement while looking around your living room as if memorising it. The Henderson girl, showing remarkable emotional intelligence for a 7-year-old, solemnly shakes your hand and thanks you for letting them visit. Their departure triggers a cascade. Mrs. Chen needs to check on her store. Betty should really see about her own house and make sure the pipes didn't freeze. Mr. Johnson's daughter has left 3 increasingly worried messages. Only Mr. Patterson seems in no hurry, settling deeper into the armchair as if planning to stay permanently, though eventually even he acknowledges the need to return to his own life. The goodbyes are more prolonged than anyone intended. Hugs are exchanged and promises are made to visit soon and to do this again sometime. Though everyone understands that this was unrepeatable, a product of specific circumstances that can't be recreated by intention. Mrs. Chen presses something into your hand as she leaves, a small jade charm she claims brings good luck. Betty hugs you tight enough to suggest she's holding on to more than just a neighbour who helped her through a hard day. By early afternoon, your house is empty again. The sudden silence feels profound after 2 days of constant human noise. You walk through rooms that still show signs of occupation, a forgotten scarf, an indentation in a cushion, a water glass someone left on the coffee table. The guest bed needs stripping, the bathroom needs cleaning, dishes remain in the sink. The physical evidence of community requires attention, but before you start the work of restoration, you pour yourself a cup of coffee and sit in your living room, just looking at the space. The snowman in your front yard is already listing slightly in the afternoon sun. The puzzle on your dining table is perhaps a quarter finished. Mrs. Chen and Betty made good progress on the border. The house smells like coffee and people and the lingering ghost of a roasted turkey. It smells like life. You think about the past 3 days, how spectacularly they diverge from your plans. The carefully organised Thanksgiving dinner that became an impromptu feast for neighbours. The quiet holiday you'd anticipated that transformed into 2 days of unexpected companionship. The empty house that filled itself with people and noise and warmth. None of it was what you wanted, but all of it was what you needed. The afternoon passes in domestic activity. You strip beds and wash sheets, clean bathrooms and vacuum floors. You return your house to its usual order, erasing the physical traces of your extended gathering. But you can't erase the memory of it, the sound of multiple conversations layering over each other, the Henderson girls' laughter, Mr. Johnson's stories, and Betty's gradual emergence from grief into something more stable. These things have soaked into the walls somehow, becoming part of the house's history. Your sister calls in the late afternoon, and you tell her everything. How the storm stranded you, how neighbours became house guests, and how your lonely Thanksgiving became something entirely different. She listens with increasing amazement, occasionally interrupting with questions or exclamations. When you finish, she's quiet for a moment before saying, "That's the best Thanksgiving story I've heard in years, maybe ever." You realise she's right. It is a good story. More than that, it was a good experience, difficult and inconvenient and completely unplanned, but good in ways that the smooth execution of your original plan never could have been. You learned something about yourself these past few days, about your capacity for flexibility, and about how much you'd been isolating yourself under the guise of independence. You learned that your house could hold more life than you'd been allowing it to contain. The evening finds you alone again, truly alone for the first time since Wednesday evening. You make yourself a small dinner, soup because there's still plenty, and a slice of bread. You eat at the kitchen table instead of the dining room, and the quiet feels different than it has in months. Not oppressive or sad, just peaceful. The solitude is a choice now rather than a default state. You call your nephew's mother, your sister-in-law, and tell her about the storm, about the gathering, and about how you thought of him throughout the holiday. She shares his latest letter, which arrived Friday, describing some jungle island where the temperatures are sweltering and the food is terrible, but he's safe and thinking of home. You both take comfort in the word safe, even while understanding how fragile and temporary such safety might be. Before bed, you stand at your front window looking out at Maple Street under its covering of snow. The ploughs come through twice more, pushing the accumulation into smaller mountains at the corners. Tyre tracks mark the street's surface, evidence of normal life resuming. But the yards remain untouched white expanses, and the trees still wear their winter decoration. The storm's effects will linger for days, maybe weeks, in the shaded areas where the sun can't reach. You think about Monday, when your routine will fully reassert itself. The grocery shopping, the library visit, and the ordinary tasks that fill your days. Part of you looks forward to that return to normal, but part of you, a larger part than you would have guessed, mourns the end of this strange suspended time when your house was full and your life was briefly less singular. From somewhere down the street you hear laughter, children playing in the snow probably, taking advantage of their unexpected vacation from school. The sound carries clearly in the cold air, a reminder that life continues, that other people are living their own versions of returning to normal. Tomorrow the mill will reopen. On Monday the stores will be back in business. Tuesday will feel almost like any other Tuesday, the storm already becoming a memory, the details beginning to blur. But you'll remember this Thanksgiving. You'll remember the panic of waking to unexpected snow, the adjustment of plans and the gradual gathering of neighbours into something like family. You'll remember Mrs. Chen's worrying, and Betty's resilience, and the Henderson girls' pure delight in the snow. You'll remember Mr. Johnson's stories, and Mr. Patterson's helpfulness, and the way your house felt when it was full of life. Most of all, you'll remember that you're not as alone as you sometimes feel. That Cedar Mills is more than just the place you live. It's a community of people who show up for each other when circumstances require it. That your neighbours know where you keep your good brandy, and how you take your coffee and what makes you laugh. That connection doesn't require perfect planning or ideal circumstances. Sometimes it just requires a historic snowstorm and the willingness to open your door. Winter settles into Cedar Mills with the kind of authority that late November snow brings. The Thanksgiving storm becomes the benchmark against which all other storms are measured. Not as bad as that Thanksgiving storm, people say, or almost as much snow as we got that Thanksgiving in 42. The specific details fade for most people, becoming generalised into a story. The year the town froze, the holiday when nobody could go anywhere, and that crazy storm right after Pearl Harbor's first anniversary. But you remember the specifics. You remember them through December, when Betty stops by once a week for coffee and conversation, when the Henderson girl draws you pictures of snowmen that you stick to your refrigerator with magnets. You remember them at Christmas, when Mrs. Chen brings you homemade dumplings and Mr. Johnson invites you to his daughter's house for dinner, because you shouldn't be alone on Christmas after being such a saint on Thanksgiving. You remember the texture of those 3 days, not just the events, but the feeling of them, the particular quality of time when the normal rules were suspended, the way your house sounded when it was full of voices, the comfort of waking to know you weren't alone, that other people were breathing in adjacent rooms, the strange intimacy of sharing space with near strangers who became something more through simple proximity and shared circumstance. January brings your nephew home on unexpected leave, and you tell him the whole story over turkey sandwiches. You've never completely stopped making turkey sandwiches since that Thanksgiving, always keeping some in the freezer. He listens with the kind of attention that suggests he understands something about the experience you can't quite articulate. "Sounds like my unit," he says finally. A bunch of guys who didn't know each other thrown together by circumstances, figuring out how to be a family of sorts. It's not the same as home, but it's something. You think about that comparison for days afterward. How crisis creates community. How being stuck together, literally in your case, figuratively in his, forces a kind of connection that comfortable circumstances never require. How the storm gave you something you didn't know you needed. Proof that you could open your life to others, that your carefully maintained independence wasn't the only way to live. By February, the snow from Thanksgiving has long since melted. Though other storms have added their own accumulation, life has returned to its normal patterns, work and errands and the small routines that structure days. But something fundamental has shifted. You accept more invitations now. You invite more people over. Your house, which you kept so carefully private for 2 years, opens its doors more readily. Not constantly. You still value your solitude, but enough to remember that you're part of something larger than yourself. Betty gets a job at the mill, taking the place of a man who was drafted. She stops by to tell you about it on her way home from her first shift, her face glowing with tired pride. "I'm actually good at it," she says, surprised at herself. "Better than I thought I'd be." You're not surprised. You saw her find her strength during those snowed-in days and watched her discover resources she didn't know she had. The war is teaching everyone unexpected lessons about their own capabilities. Spring arrives eventually, the way it always does, turning the world green and soft. The last traces of the Thanksgiving storm finally disappear. The persistent ice in shaded corners, the dirty snow piled in parking lots. You're working in your garden one afternoon in April when the Henderson girl appears, bigger somehow, though it's only been 4 months. She's brought you dandelions picked from her own yard, presented with the solemnity of someone offering roses. You invite her in for lemonade and cookies, and she sits at your kitchen table chattering about school and friends and the tadpoles in the pond at the end of town. Before she leaves, she asks, with the casual curiosity of children, if you remember that time when it snowed so much they stayed at your house. You tell her yes, you remember. You'll always remember. The Thanksgiving of 1943 approaches, and you make plans early. You're hosting again, but this time with full knowledge and intention. Your sister and brother and their families will come, as they were supposed to last year. But you've also invited Mrs. Chen and Betty and the Hendersons and Mr. Johnson. Maybe Mr. Patterson if he's free. Your dining table will actually need all 7 settings this time, possibly more. The night before Thanksgiving, you walk through your house preparing, setting the table, checking your supplies and making lists. The rituals are the same as they were a year ago, but you're different. You move through the tasks with less anxiety and more confidence. You're not just going through the motions of hosting a holiday. You're creating space for people you care about, people who've become genuinely important to you over the past year. You think about the woman you were last Thanksgiving, organised and isolated, prepared and lonely, going through the motions of celebration while missing the point of it. You think about how the storms stripped away your careful plans and forced you into something messier and more real. How the worst-case scenario, your carefully planned dinner disrupted, your house invaded by neighbours, your solitude shattered, became the best thing that could have happened. That night you dream about snow. Not threatening or scary, just present, falling steadily, quietly, transforming the world into something new. In the dream, you're watching from your window as people gather outside, drawn to your house like it's sending out some signal. They're cold and you let them in. They're hungry and you feed them. They need shelter and you provide it. The dream has the quality of myth, of something archetypal and ancient. When you wake, you remember the feeling of it more than the details, the satisfaction of having something to give, the joy of being useful, and the rightness of opening your door. Thanksgiving 1943 unfolds with the smoothness you'd hoped for the year before. Everyone arrives on time, the turkey cooks perfectly. The conversations flow easily, punctuated by laughter and the comfortable silences of people who know each other well. Your nephew is there, still stationed in the States, training for something nobody talks about. And watching him joke with the Henderson girl while helping Mrs. Chen carry dishes makes something in your chest feel warm and full. At some point during dinner, talk turns to last year's storm. Everyone has their own version of events, their own details they remember. The Henderson girl insists the snow was as tall as Daddy, which is an exaggeration, but not by much. Mr. Patterson describes digging out your driveway with the reverence of someone recounting an epic quest. Mrs. Chen mentions her worry about the store, though she admits it was fine when she finally got back to it. Betty, who's gained confidence along with her job at the mill, raises her glass. Water, not wine, but it doesn't matter. To unexpected blessings, she says, and everyone understands she's talking about more than just the meal. She's talking about the storm, about the way crisis revealed connection, and about how the worst Thanksgiving became the best one. Everyone echoes the toast, and you feel tears prick your eyes though you're smiling. Later, after everyone has left and you're cleaning up, you find yourself standing at the kitchen window in the exact spot you stood a year ago. The weather outside is clear and cold, with no snow in the forecast. Everything is going according to plan, and yet you feel a small pang for last year's chaos, for the way the storm forced you out of your comfortable isolation into something wider and more generous. You realise the storm gave you more than just a memorable Thanksgiving. It gave you a different way of being in the world. It taught you that perfect plans are less important than perfect presents. That opening your door, literally and metaphorically, makes your life bigger rather than smaller. That the things you think you want aren't always the things you actually need. The phone rings as you're wiping down the counters, your sister calling to thank you again and to tell you what a wonderful day it was. You talk for a while about family and food and the small details that make holidays matter. Before hanging up, she says, "You know, I was so disappointed last year when we couldn't make it, but I think that storm might have been exactly what you needed." You agree because it's true. The storm was exactly what you needed, even though you didn't know you needed anything. Years later, after the war ends, after your nephew comes home, after Betty's husband returns and they have children of their own, you'll still remember the Thanksgiving when the storm stopped time. You'll remember it not as a disaster, but as a gift. Not as a disruption, but as a revelation. You'll tell the story to anyone who'll listen, embellishing the details slightly with each telling the way all good stories evolve over time. But the heart of it will remain true. How nature intervened in your carefully ordered life and forced you into connection. How a town frozen in place became a community held together. How your empty house filled with people who needed shelter, and how you discovered you needed them just as much. How the worst weather created the best memories. How sometimes the things that seem terrible in the moment become the things you're most grateful for in retrospect. The Thanksgiving storm of 1942 becomes part of Cedar Mill's mythology, part of your personal history, and part of the tapestry of small-town life during wartime. But more than that, it becomes a touchstone, a reminder that flexibility matters more than planning, that people matter more than perfection, and that opening yourself to the unexpected can lead to the most meaningful experiences of all. And on cold November nights for the rest of your life, when snow begins to fall and the wind picks up and the world outside your window starts to disappear under white accumulation, you'll remember You'll remember the sound of voices filling your house, the taste of turkey shared with neighbours, the Henderson girls' laughter, Betty's tears giving way to resilience, and Mrs. Chen's worried humming in your kitchen. You'll remember that you're not alone, that you're part of something larger, that your life touches other lives in ways that matter. You'll remember, and you'll be grateful. Grateful for the storm that stopped your world. Grateful for the neighbours who became family. Grateful for the lesson learned slowly over 3 snowed-in days, that the best things in life are rarely the things you plan, that community happens in crisis, and that an open door can change everything. The snow falls in your memory, soft and steady and infinite, covering the world in white and possibility. And somewhere deep inside, you're still standing at that window on Thanksgiving morning 1942, watching the impossible accumulation, and not yet knowing how it will transform everything. Still planning your meal for 7, not knowing it will feed 10. Still thinking you're alone, not knowing you're about to discover you never really were. The storm taught you. The snow showed you. The frozen town gave you the gift of connection wrapped in inconvenience, of community disguised as crisis. And every Thanksgiving afterward, whether snowy or clear, cold or mild, you carry that gift with you. The knowledge that your life is bigger than you knew, that your capacity for opening and sharing and connecting is wider than you imagined, and that sometimes the best moments are the ones you never could have planned. The memory remains, persistent as snow in shaded corners, present as the changing seasons. The Thanksgiving winter storm that froze an entire town, and in doing so, thawed a frozen heart. Your heart. A heart you didn't even know needed thawing until the snow came down and the world stopped, and the door opened and the people came in and everything changed. And you carry that change forward, year after year, storm after storm, Thanksgiving after Thanksgiving, carrying it like a gift, like a secret, like a story worth telling. The story of when the snow fell and the world stopped and life, real life, messy and unexpected and beautiful, finally began. Zeus did not become the ruler of Olympus by chance. His story began in the womb of Rhea, a titaness straining under the brutal reign of her consort, Kronos. Driven by a grim prophecy that one of his offspring would dethrone him, Kronos swallowed each child at birth, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon fell victim to his paranoid appetite. His cunning seemed absolute, his hold on the cosmos unshakable. Yet Rhea, mourning the loss of her children, devised a hidden plan to save her newborn. She gave birth to Zeus on the Isle of Crete, far from Kronos' suspicious gaze. In a desperate ruse, she wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and offered it to Kronos, who devoured it without question. Thus, Zeus spent his infancy in a secret cave on Crete, nurtured by nymphs and guarded by warriors, who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. This upbringing was less about comfort and more about survival. The boy learned watchfulness, forging a sharp mind that weighed every possibility. Unlike many later tales, no glimmering cradle or immediate worship surrounded him. His environment was damp stone and echoing darkness. He heard the nymphs' whispered fears of Kronos discovering them, fueling a quiet resolve in the boy. Each day, he fed on the milk of the goat Amalthea, an extraordinary creature fated for the stars, and gained a robust constitution that belied his infant form. As he grew into adolescence, Rhea revealed his true lineage. Zeus discovered the horrifying truth. 5 siblings languished within Kronos' belly, each a captive soul in the gloom. It was then that he vowed to free them, a vow that shaped his destiny. Under the counsel of the earth herself, Gaia, Zeus secured an emetic potion to force Kronos to disgorge the swallowed gods. But accomplishing that required cunning steps. He first infiltrated Kronos' domain in disguise, playing the role of a new cupbearer. Kronos, ironically, found amusement in this young figure who served him nectar and listened to his boasts of invincibility. During a feast, Zeus slipped the potion into Kronos' cup. The effect was violent and immediate. In a torrent of convulsions, Kronos retched out the 5 imprisoned siblings. Fully grown and burning with resentment, they emerged into the light. That moment sparked the beginning of the Titanomachy, the epical war between the Titans and the newly freed Olympians. At Kronos' side stood the Elder Titans, ancient and formidable, controlling primal forces that predated mortal memory. Zeus rallied his siblings, Poseidon and Hades among them, along with allies such as the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. These monstrous beings, once locked in Tartarus by Kronos' cruelty, joined the rebellion in gratitude for their release. For years, the cosmos rattled with thunderclaps and quaking earth. Seas raged under Poseidon's fury, and the underworld itself trembled whenever Hades unleashed his gloom upon enemy lines. Zeus, forging lightning bolts gifted by the Cyclopes, hurled searing arcs that blinded and scorched Titan armies. The war wore on, each world refusing to yield. Legends say that mountains were sundered, rivers reversed course, and the sky wept flame. Kronos led Titan legions with unwavering rage, but cracks formed in the Titan ranks. Some disliked Kronos' brutal rule or resented their father Uranos' old curses. In a final cataclysmic confrontation, the Olympians cornered Kronos and his staunchest supporters. With a thunderbolt's final strike, Kronos collapsed, dethroned by his son. Zeus, battered and bloodied, recognized that simply winning the war solved little unless he established a new cosmic order. He hurled the defeated Titans into Tartarus' depths, appointing the Hecatoncheires as eternal wardens. Victorious, Zeus and his siblings ascended to Mount Olympus, staking claim to governance of the world. Yet even amid applause from gods and lesser divinities, Zeus sensed complexities looming. Freed from Titan oppression, the cosmos demanded guidance. The mortals, fragile as they were, looked for stability. The gods themselves harboured aspirations for power. No single lightning bolt could ensure harmony. In this nascent age, the newly minted king of the gods recognised that to preserve what the Titanomachy had won, he must balance generosity with a steely grasp of authority. Thus began the era in which Zeus reigned from Olympus, forging the Pantheon's laws. He allocated domains to each sibling, Poseidon for seas, Hades for the underworld, and Hera for marriage and childbirth. The cosmos found structure in these new boundaries. Even so, the seeds of conflict with other forces, giants, monstrous creatures, and the ambitions of lesser gods were sown. Zeus, though crowned by thunder, knew that an eternal vigilance was the price of cosmic peace. The boy once raised in a hidden cave now stood at the pinnacle, gazing down from cloud-wreathed peaks, a king determined to shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. After toppling Kronos, Zeus faced the challenge of consolidating his authority among gods who still carried vestiges of Titan-born chaos. Though he had proven his might on the battlefield, the daily governance of a cosmos demanded more than raw power. He established a council on Mount Olympus, seating his siblings, children, and chosen allies around a grand marble table. Each voice carried weight, but Zeus's final word guided decisions. This sense of a divine senate introduced a measure of collaboration unseen in the old Titan regime. Where Kronos had ruled by fear, Zeus championed debates and occasionally yielded to majority sentiment, though only if it didn't undermine his vision of order. One early test came when the giants, monstrous children of Gaia, rose to avenge the Titans. Convinced the Olympians had gone too far in sealing Kronos' brood within Tartarus, Gaia incited these giants to assault Olympus. The giants boasted colossal strength and cunning, leaving only a mortal could kill them. Alarmed, Zeus recognized he needed mortal aid. He enlisted Heracles, a heroic demigod, forging a crucial alliance between human endeavour and godly might. In a ferocious battle remembered as the Gigantomachy, thunderbolts clashed with monstrous clubs, and Heracles' arrows found their marks. Together, gods and heroes repelled the giants, reaffirming Olympus' ascendancy. The moral lesson resounded. Zeus's rule thrived not merely from isolation, but from forging ties across mortal and immortal lines, yet there was no glorious unity. Hera, Zeus's sister wife, realized her consort's roving eye threatened stability. Indeed, Zeus's mortal and divine liaison sowed jealousy across the pantheon. Whether disguised as a swan or showering gold to woo mortal queens, he fathered children of extraordinary might: Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Perseus, and more. Each child's birth complicated family politics. Hera's wrath, fueled by heartbreak, erupted in cunning retribution, punishing the mothers or offspring, though rarely able to harm Zeus directly. Her storms of anger introduced strife among gods, leading to cunning ploys and alliances in the shadows of Olympus. However, even while they quarrelled, Zeus and Hera recognized they formed the bedrock of the pantheon's stability, forging an uneasy equilibrium that shaped centuries of myth. An underexplored dimension of Zeus's rule lies in his transformation from a rebellious son to a paternal figure vigilant of cosmic laws. He introduced the concept of xenia, sacred hospitality, enforcing it through strict punishments for those who violated guests' rights. This emphasis on moral codes extended to mortals, weaving a sense that the divine realm supervised human ethics. Tales of Zeus's disguises typically underscore how he tested mortals' generosity or honesty. Those who welcomed strangers received blessings, those who scorned or harmed travellers risked incurring his lightning. Over time, these moral fables spread across city-states, prompting worshippers to build temples and shrines dedicated to Zeus, not just for his thunder, but for his role as guardian of justice and oath-keeping. Olympus itself grew more structured. Hestia tended the communal hearth, forging a sense of family among gods. Bridging the gap between divine blessings and mortal survival, Demeter kept watch over harvests. The younger gods displayed diverse powers: Apollo's oracles, Artemis's wild hunts, and Athena's wisdom forging cities. While each deity cherished autonomy, the final arbiter of quarrels remained Zeus. A single harsh glance from the cloud-gatherer could quell dissent. This did not mean oppression, it was more like a father controlling fractious children. He settled disputes between Poseidon and Athena, resolved matters of mortal punishment, and occasionally granted immortality to heroes. The pantheon's fluid interplay reveals how effectively Zeus balanced freedoms with constraints. During these stable centuries, mortals experienced an era of relative calm. While plagues or local wars still erupted, cosmic-scale cataclysms were rarer. Mortals praised Zeus in festivals, offering sacrifices of bulls or rams. Priests interpreted omens from flights of eagles or cracks of thunder. The oracles, especially at Dodona, delivered cryptic pronouncements said to come from the father of gods himself. Kings or city councils might consult these oracles before crucial battles or founding new colonies, trusting that the invisible hand of Zeus guided the larger fate. This synergy between mortal devotion and divine oversight reinforced Zeus's station. Faith in his paternal guardianship reigned across the Greek world, from the Ionian seas to the mountains of Thessaly. Yet calm never lasts forever. Among the gods, smaller feuds brewed. Ares lusted for conflict, teasing the boundaries of the peace Olympus claimed. Aphrodite's manipulations of desire caused scandal among gods and mortals alike. Even the wise Athena often found herself at odds with her father's impulsive judgments. In a realm of immortals, boredom sometimes drove them to meddle in mortal affairs, forging ephemeral alliances or starting petty vendettas. Although each incident seemed trivial compared to the Titan Wars, they risked eroding trust. Zeus recognized that to sustain cosmic equilibrium, he must remain vigilant. So while banquets on Olympus roared with laughter, the king's stormy eyes always scanned the horizon, prepared to quell any spark that might ignite fresh chaos. Zeus's relationships with mortals, while often described as casual or lustful, carried deeper political significance within the Greek cosmos. Ancient city-states boasted genealogies tracing their founders back to a union with Zeus, solidifying local claims of divine favour. In Arcadia, the mythic king Lycaon tested Zeus's authority by offering him a grisly feast of human flesh, hoping to prove the god's ignorance or gullibility. Outraged, Zeus unleashed a deluge that drowned much of the land, an echo of older flood myths. Lycaon himself was transformed into a wolf. This unsettling incident demonstrated the boundaries. One can amuse the father of gods, but straying into sacrilege invites retributive storms and floods. One frequently overlooked tale recounts Zeus's fleeting connection with the mortal Alcmene, mother to Heracles. Most people are familiar with the general details. Zeus assumed the identity of Alcmene's husband, fathered the future hero, and so on. But lesser known is how meticulously he orchestrated that union. employing illusions and a night stretched unnaturally long. The reason? He intended Heracles to be the champions who would eventually protect gods and men from re-emerging titan or giant threats. The goal wasn't mere lust, it was a pragmatic investment in a demigod, bridging mortal tenacity and divine lineage. Heracles' subsequent feats validated the cosmic insurance plan. That Heracles eventually joined Olympus as an immortal was proof that Zeus's paternal ties could transcend typical mortal boundaries. Zeus's interactions with powerful female figures formed another dimension of his storied existence. Métis, the tightness of clever counsel, was at one point his confidant, but a prophecy said her child would surpass its father. Fearing a recurrence of Cronus' predicament, Zeus consumed Métis in its entirety. Yet from within him, her counsel remained, culminating in Athena's birth from his head. Some interpret the event as an allegory. Wisdom must dwell within leadership, inseparable but not overshadowing the paternal seat of power. Meanwhile, with Themis, the embodiment of divine law, he fathered the Horae and the Moirae, guardians of cosmic order and fate. Such couplings underscored that the paternal authority of Zeus encompassed fundamental principles: wisdom, justice, and order, enabling a balanced realm where not even gods might easily defy destiny. Though revered as the supreme god, Zeus was not immune to drama among lesser immortals. For instance, the cunning firebringer Prometheus defied him by gifting humanity with knowledge. Incensed by mortal empowerment, Zeus bound Prometheus to a crag, subjecting him to perpetual torment by an eagle devouring his regenerating liver. While severe, this punishment revealed Zeus's stance on disobedience. The father of gods championed progress under divine sanction, but unapproved leaps in mortal capacity threatened to upend the cosmic hierarchy. Over epochs, empathy for Prometheus grew, prompting some deities to question if the punishment overshadowed the offence. Yet Zeus remained resolute. Seeing it as a cautionary tale, the Olympian order could not endure if rebellious acts by demigods or lesser gods chipped away at the established order. In daily worship across the Greek world, temples to Zeus soared from hilltops. Olympia's temple, for instance, hosted the famed statue by Phidias. Pilgrims journeyed to these sanctuaries bearing sacrifices, hoping for rains to bless harvests or for oracles to confirm success in commerce or warfare. The intangible link between worshipper and deity manifested in fleeting signs: a thunderclap at dawn, an eagle overhead, a branch of oak leaves stirring with no wind. Interpreted as endorsement or warning, such omens guided civic decisions. This interplay reinforced the sense that Zeus's watchful eye overshadowed every domain of Greek life, from wedding vows to boundary treaties. Even criminals invoked him in oaths to prove innocence, ironically tempting a thunderbolt if they dared lie. Gods sometimes attempted minor insurrections during internal disputes. One legend claims Poseidon, Hera, and Athena conspired to bind Zeus in chains to curb his tyranny. The 100-handed Briareus rescued him at the last moment, freeing the enraged father, who then swiftly put the conspirators in their place without dethroning them. It underscored an enduring theme. Olympus might chafe under Zeus's authority, but no viable alternative emerged. The intangible fear of unleashed chaos, should Zeus fall, overshadowed any dissatisfaction. The pantheon learned to cope with or exploit the status quo, weaving smaller rivalries around the solid core of Zeus's monarchy. By fostering alliances with mortal heroes, forging beneficial unions with other deities, and demonstrating unwavering might when tested, Zeus's dominion seemed unassailable. On the surface, he was the smiling father of the heavens, bestowing blessings. Beneath, he was a vigilant sentinel, ready to subdue any threat with the storm's unrelenting power. This blend of paternal care and raw retribution shaped an abiding equilibrium in the cosmos. Yet as centuries turned, new philosophies, like the rise of rational inquiry in Athens, would question the literal portrayal of gods. Still, as long as thunder rumbled over Greek mountains, hearts recalled the might of Zeus, the regal orchestrator of storms and destinies. As classical Greek civilization expanded, local variations of Zeus worship evolved, each adding nuance to his nature. In Dodona, the oldest oracle in Greece, priests interpreted Zeus's will through the rustling of oak leaves, a mysterious whisper that believers swore held truth. Here, the deity appeared as a somber figure of wisdom and prophecy, bridging primal earth energies. Meanwhile, in Olympia, site of the Pan-Hellenic Games, Zeus reigned as the pinnacle of athletic virtue and unity among warring city-states. Athletes dedicated their triumphs to him, seeking divine favour for pure competition. The famous statue of Zeus at Olympia, towering in ivory and gold, drew pilgrims from distant lands, embodying the god's benevolent majesty. Even as these diverse cults thrived, pockets of intellectual challenge emerged. Philosophers like Xenophon's, or the later Stoics, questioned the morality of a god who, in myths, engaged in trickery or seduction. Did the cosmic ruler truly lower himself to these mortal vices, or were such stories symbolic? The more rational a city-state became, the more old myths met with allegorical reinterpretations. Some insisted that Zeus was but a personification of natural law or the cosmic mind, and the scandalous episodes were poetical flares. Others clung to literal faith, offering an unwavering vow. If a thunderbolt could rend a giant ash tree, no mortal intellect should downplay the father of gods. When Alexander the Great's conquests spread Greek culture across Egypt, Persia and parts of India, new fusions arose. Egyptians equated Zeus with Ammon, forging the syncretic deity Zeus-Ammon. Even Alexander visited the oracle of Siwa in the Libyan desert, seeking confirmation of his semi-divine paternity. Legends flourish that the oracle addressed him as son of Zeus-Ammon, fueling his claim to destiny. This cross-pollination indicated that Zeus's persona could adapt beyond the Aegean, integrating foreign traits to sustain cosmic supremacy. People in far-flung Hellenistic realms recognized his lightning symbol, linking it to local storm gods, forging a mosaic of worship that stretched from the Nile to the Indus. Within Greek heartlands, political upheavals saw city-states overshadowed by Macedonian and later Roman dominion. Under Roman rule, Zeus found an equivalent in Jupiter. Mythic cycles intermingled, with Roman temples adopting Greek iconography. Even as the old city-state system faded, the name of Zeus endured. Philosophers in the Roman era, like the Stoics, advanced a universal interpretation of the god as the supreme cosmic reason. They taught that the Zeus principle guided all nature, from the swirl of galaxies to the growth of vines. This intellectually charged view smoothed contradictions in older myths, positing that comedic or tragic stories about Zeus's escapades were mere allegories for universal truths. Yet not all worshippers cared for philosophical nuances. Festivals continued, with communal sacrifices and vibrant processions. Dramas performed in amphitheatres retold epic sagas of titan wars or comedic spoofs of Zeus's transformations. Even Romans travelling to Greek sanctuaries could sense the abiding aura of an ancient presence. Pilgrims bearing offerings to the shrines still believed wholeheartedly that a bolt from the sky signalled Zeus's judgment. Peasants at harvest time prayed for gentle rains rather than hail, trusting the Sky Father's goodwill. Indeed, the link between daily life, rainfall, storms, the fertility of fields, and the overarching force of Zeus underpinned stable devotion. However, as centuries progressed, the unstoppable wave of Christianity swept across the Mediterranean. The early Christian apologists targeted pagan pantheons, citing moral tales of Zeus's adulteries or wrath as evidence of polytheism's corruption. In an evolving empire that embraced monotheism, Olympian shrines lost official support, their clergy overshadowed by bishops. By the 4th century CE, Emperor Theodosius's edicts effectively banned public pagan rites. Once dedicated to Zeus, temples fell scent, repurposed as storerooms or churches, or left in ruin. The cultural tapestry that once placed Zeus at its apex unravelled, replaced by a new theological framework. Despite this institutional decline, the memory of Zeus never fully vanished. Philosophical manuscripts survived in monastic libraries. Rural folk in remote highlands still whispered of thunder as the old father's voice. Renaissance scholars rediscovered classical texts, resurrecting the image of Zeus in art and literature. Painters like Raphael or later neoclassical artists depicted him enthroned with an eagle by his side, celebrating the mythic grandeur of antiquity. Enlightenment thinkers, who pioneered modern science, referenced lightning rods that subdued Zeus's thunder, thereby paradoxically redefining his realm through rational explanations. Today, the narrative of Zeus stands as a symbolic testament to how societies conceive ultimate authority. He encapsulates the interplay of power and justice, paternal care and fearsome punishment, spiritual significance and political utility. Tales of him remain vital in popular culture, from modern retellings of Greek myths in novels, films, and games to the echoes of thunder associated with unstoppable cosmic force. Scholarly inquiries reveal a figure who morphed from a local father of the sky to a global emblem of mythology, bridging Greek, Hellenistic, Roman, and even later cultural spheres. Observing how a figure so primal adapted to evolving civilizations underscores the elasticity of myth. If one listens carefully during a thunderstorm, one might recall that ancient awe for the Skyfather, flickering in the electric arcs overhead. Zeus's role as a father figure in Greek myth extends beyond genealogical ties. The ancient Greeks often portrayed him intervening in moral dilemmas, defending the social order and meting out justice to mortals and gods alike. One lesser-known tale underscores his capacity for empathy. When Salmoneus, a mortal king, boasted he could equal Zeus by mimicking thunder with bronze chariots. Zeus first let him indulge the farce before unleashing a thunderbolt to expose his arrogance. Yet, once the city's people cowered in fear, records hint that Zeus sent favourable rains the following season, as if to ensure that misguided worshippers didn't starve from their king's hubris. This story, overshadowed by more famous myths, reveals a paternal dimension, punishing blasphemy but sparing the innocent from famine. Likewise, the story of King Lycurgus, who spurned Dionysus and scorned the new wine rites, ended with Zeus confining Lycurgus to a cave in a labyrinthine punishment. Many retell only the punishment's horror. A nearly lost variant suggests that afterwards, Zeus made the farmland around that kingdom flourish unexpectedly, implying that the paternal god softened the blow for ordinary people who were not involved in their ruler's arrogance. Such glimpses, though overshadowed, highlight the tension between wrath and compassion in Zeus's cosmic guardianship. Another dimension of Zeus's paternal persona is his willingness to champion synergy among various gods. Indeed, after the Titanomachy, the pantheon was rife with strong-willed deities such as Poseidon, Artemis, and Aphrodite, each with distinct realms and temperaments. It was under Zeus's oversight that they collectively shaped mortal existence. Rains from Zeus, seas from Poseidon, hunts from Artemis, love from Aphrodite, harvests from Demeter, and so on. The father's role wasn't micromanagement but balancing these powers so none overshadowed the broader cosmic order. That said, friction remained inevitable. Witness Poseidon's quarrels with Athena over patronage of Athens, or Aphrodite's mischief stirring conflicts among mortals. Each time, Zeus either calmly arbitrated or thundered a final verdict if reason failed. Zeus's paternal role extended to dispensing fates. While the Moirai, fates, had the ultimate say on mortal lifespans, Zeus sometimes intervened. For beloved heroes, like Sarpedon in the Trojan War, he felt fatherly sorrow, yet recognized that interfering with fate upset the moral and cosmic fabric. The Iliad captures a poignant moment where Zeus contemplates saving Sarpedon, but relents, reflecting an internal conflict, paternal love clashing with the demands of cosmic law. This acceptance of the greater tapestry underlines how Zeus didn't interpret absolute rule as license to break fundamental rules. Contrarily, lesser gods at times twisted mortal destinies for personal vendettas, but for the father of gods, the big picture overshadowed personal yearnings. Meanwhile, mortal worship evolved, with each polis weaving unique local epithets for Zeus. In Athens, he became Zeus Eleutherios, champion of freedom, after battles with tyranny. In Argos, they hailed him as Zeus Larissaios, a protector of farmland. Shepherd communities in Arcadian highlands revered him as Zeus Lycaios, associated with ancient wolfish rites. Thus, the universal father splintered into myriad local faces, each reflecting a slice of daily existence: grain harvest, communal festivals, protective watch over frontiers. Over centuries, these local cults interlinked, preserving an overarching unity within the Greek worldview. One god, many facets, bridging city-state diversity with a sense of shared Hellenic identity. Though paternal benevolence forms a large part of his mythic identity, the Greek tradition never let that overshadow his capacity for cunning. Even after enthronement, Zeus used guile if it served cosmic stability. One anecdote recalls how he tricked the giant Typhon by feigning defeat, luring the monstrous foe into a complacent moment before unleashing a surprise thunderbolt that pinned Typhon beneath Mount Etna. This sly approach reaffirmed that while direct brute force was an option, cunning often staved off prolonged conflict. In a cyclical cosmos prone to rebellion, the father needed more than just a thunderbolt's blast. Cunning ensured foes fell swiftly before they multiplied. Among the pantheon, Hermes admired such cunning. It's said Hermes often joked that he inherited his trickery from the father of gods. Indeed, Hermes' earliest feats, stealing Apollo's cattle, paralleled Zeus's own youthful escapades dethroning Kronos. The father recognised a reflection of his own early rebellious spirit in Hermes, forging a fond bond. This father-child dynamic added comedic undertones to Olympus's gatherings, with Hermes pulling pranks and Zeus looking on half amused, half stern, mindful that chaos had boundaries. Even in the comedic realm, paternal guidance shaped the lines gods dared not cross. Thus the father of gods stands as a figure who never let go of cunning, preserving cosmic order through thunder, but also harnessing paternal wisdom to rectify potential storms before they escalated. This paternal persona was not static. It adapted across centuries and local customs, from punisher of hubris to sponsor of civic festivals, from cunning conspirator to moral anchor. If the Greek cosmos had a pillar, it was Zeus, father, judge, and caretaker, weaving an evolving patchwork of myths that recognized the complexity of divine authority. While the classical Greek world revered Zeus, the Hellenistic and Roman eras reframed his legacy for broader imperial audiences. Under the Hellenistic kingdoms, after Alexander's conquests, Zeus frequently merged with local gods, Zeus Ammon in Egypt, Baal Shamin in the Levant, allowing different cultures to claim an aspect of the mighty father. This fusion introduced exotic iconography, temple reliefs showing Zeus with ram horns or Greek inscriptions praising a composite deity bridging Greek and native traditions. It was a practical strategy, smoothing the governance of diverse realms by anchoring them under a universal cosmic father. In Rome, as mentioned, Zeus was equated to Jupiter. The Roman appropriation was not a mere rename. It recontextualized him within a martial, legalistic culture. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter the best and greatest, presided over the capital's temple, overshadowing Roman civic life. Roman generals, before campaigns, sacrificed to Jupiter for victory, mirroring the old Greek pattern but with more structured state rituals. Roman aristocrats told stories of Jupiter's paternal oversight, mixing it with Roman virtues of gravitas and pietas. The synergy was so tight that by the time the empire spanned from Britain to Mesopotamia, the name Jupiter replaced Zeus in official contexts, though Greek enclaves still whispered the original name in devotions. The fatherly aura persisted, bridging an empire of colossal cultural variety. However, in the centuries after Christ's birth, as Christianity spread, worship of the old pantheon eroded. The Christian critique of pagan gods, labelling them either fantasies or demonic illusions, gained official favour once emperors like Constantine pivoted to the new faith. By Theodosius's reign in the late 4th century CE, overt worship of Zeus, or Jupiter, was banned in the Roman realm. Temples were repurposed or abandoned, and oracles were spiritualized. Only in rural pockets, where peasants clung to old ways, did faint echoes of thunder-based superstition linger. And as Christian theology matured, the paternal figure of the Christian god overshadowed Old Father Zeus in the public sphere. Ancient myths slid into legend, sustaining itself primarily in poetic retellings or among scholars preserving classical texts. Remarkably, the medieval Islamic world helped preserve Greek knowledge. Arabic translations of philosophers who referenced Zeus allowed some trace of the old theologies to survive academically, albeit overshadowed by monotheistic frameworks. Then the European Renaissance resurrected classical Greek and Roman sources. Artists like Michelangelo or Titian depicted Zeus, or Jupiter, with powerful imagery, lightning in hand, regal posture, applied more as an artistic motif than a subject of worship. The father of gods became an emblem of classical antiquity's grandeur, fueling the imagination of sculptors, poets, and dramatists. Tapestries displayed the Titanomachy as an allegory for good governance triumphing over tyranny, or reason besting chaos. The Enlightenment intellectuals, grappling with rationalist skepticism, saw in Zeus an anthropomorphic concept, one that earlier cultures used to explain natural phenomena, like lightning and storms. Philosophers like Voltaire or Diderot occasionally cited him in satirical jabs, highlighting the contradictions in pagan religion. Yet ironically, the notion of a father god punishing hubris or rewarding virtue found echoes in an Enlightenment moral thought, only now couched in secular concepts of justice or universal law. Meanwhile, hidden among esoteric circles, a mystical fascination with ancient pantheons persisted, forging secret societies that revered old deities as archetypes of cosmic forces. In that environment, Zeus was studied less for worship and more as a symbolic template for leadership or paternal authority. By the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeologists rediscovered the physical traces of Zeus's worship, the scattered columns of the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, the Doric remains at Nemea, and the ravaged altars on Crete where legend said he was born. Scholarly works meticulously catalogued myths, comparing them with parallels from other Indo-European traditions. They found that father-ski motifs recurred across cultures, suggesting a Proto-Indo-European root of sky fathers. Zeus thus became a testament to how deeply humanity has craved a paternal guardian to quell nature's fury and social discord. Modern pop culture frames Zeus in myriad ways. Hollywood depicts him as a bearded giant hurling thunder, wrestling with moral ambiguities, or comedic hijinks. Video games harness his iconography for immersive mythical worlds, letting players channel lightning as they battle monstrous foes. Children's books distill him to a wise or sometimes comedic father figure, ignoring the complexities of old Greek tradition. Even New Age spiritual movements interpret him as an archetype of masculine power, balancing energies of creation and destruction. This cultural elasticity underscores that, while formal worship ended centuries ago, the archetype of Zeus remains culturally potent. At its core, the Father of Gods stands as a reflection of primal forces, thunder, sky, paternal law, and the evolution of society's relationship to authority, tradition, and cosmic wonder, from Titan battles to philosophical allegories, from Roman imperial rites to 21st century entertainment. Zeus's saga endures as one of the grand narratives bridging the archaic to the modern. Once a living deity in the eyes of countless worshippers, the man with the thunderbolt now stands at the intersection of myth, history, and cultural memory, embodying the timeless dialogue between divine power and human aspiration. In reflecting on Zeus's story, spanning from secret infancy on Crete to the apex of the Olympian pantheon and eventually morphing through centuries of reinterpretation, we confront the essence of myth-making. If gods mirror human longings and anxieties, Zeus exemplifies this principle supremely. He is the father who both punishes and protects, the conqueror who fosters cunning alliances rather than mere brute subjugation, and the divine presence bridging primal storms with moral codes. By exploring the lesser-known threads, like how cunning sometimes outshone lightning blasts, how politics shaped mortal alliances, and how paternal warmth sometimes tempered cosmic judgments, we see a figure woven from complexities far beyond cliché. Part of Zeus's perennial grip on the human imagination arises from his contradictory facets. He is simultaneously a figure of absolute might, brandishing thunder in rebellious battles, and a moral guide championing hospitality or punishing oathbreakers. In a sense, he is the sky incarnate, luminous and generous in calm weather, ferocious and destructive in storms. The Greeks harnessed that duality in their everyday worship, never letting themselves wholly trust or doubt his paternal watch. Devotees recognized that under certain circumstances, the kindly father might unleash havoc if cosmic order was threatened. Nor is Zeus static. The earliest archaic poems, like Hesiod's Theogony, stressed his monstrous battles with the Titans, crowning him as champion of cosmic stability. Over time, dramatists wove comedic or tragic angles. Aristophanes might lampoon the father of gods in comedic riffs, while Sophocles or Aeschylus probed the tension between divine edicts and mortal free will. The expansion of Greek culture under Alexander the Great repositioned Zeus as a universal father bridging cultural divides. The Roman era conflated him with Jupiter, adding layers of bureaucratic or legal nuance. Then Christianity relegated him to the realm of pagan memory. Each chapter redefines him, yet the core remains: father, thunder, cosmic law. Such transformation testifies to the power of myth to adapt with civilizations. The Greek pantheon no longer draws the devout worship of old, but its narratives remain potent frameworks for how people see leadership, rebellion, loyalty, or the interplay between fate and free choice. In times of moral crisis, the references to Zeus's unyielding stance on oath-breaking or hospitality might surface in academic or literary discourse. In times of scientific marvel, the lightning once considered his direct manifestation becomes a symbol of electricity's harnessing, highlighting how even rational society can't fully discard the poetic resonance of thunder as the voice of a mightier presence. Modern authors, particularly fantasy novelists, resurrect Zeus in new guises. They blend Greek tradition with modern moral queries, sometimes recasting him as a flawed father figure grappling with immortality's weight. Others draw attention to lesser-known details, such as the placement of the mother goat Amalthea among the stars, which sheds light on an obscure constellation myth. The line between reverence and critique becomes blurred in those retellings. We see a father who might care deeply but is trapped by cosmic demands, forced to impose harsh sentences on rebellious deities. This fosters empathy for a deity who, ironically, once seemed the apex of unstoppable power. In today's world, that complexity resonates. Life's experiences, career arcs, family responsibilities, moral tangles mirror aspects of Zeus's paternal guardianship. We appreciate the nuance that leadership and paternal roles aren't about infallibility, they're about balancing multiple tensions with unwavering determination. The hidden corners of Zeus's myths remind us that even the mightiest face personal heartbreak, like losing children or confronting sibling betrayal, and that progress often arises from forging alliances or employing cunning, not raw might alone. Zeus's domain extends beyond his immediate mythic narrative. He influences art from classical sculptures that once towered in temple precincts to modern digital renditions in gaming worlds. He influences language with phrases like "under the aegis," referencing his protective shield, or Olympian, connoting majestic supremacy. Even in outer space, star names and cosmic structures evoke the Greek pantheon, a subtle nod that the father of gods endures in astronomers' catalogues. This intangible presence underscores that while formal worship ceased, cultural memory found new avenues to keep his thunder echoing across time. Thus, the final reflection on Zeus is one of metamorphosis. Born in secrecy to overthrow tyranny, he orchestrated a new pantheon that shaped Greek religion for centuries. Over thousands of years, he adapted to shifting societal mores, from a local goat-nurtured child to a universal father spanning empires. He weathered philosophical reinterpretations, Roman assimilation, Christian condemnation, and modern revival in culture and academia. In the swirl of these transformations, one thread remains consistent: the fundamental idea that the cosmos demands a paternal figure to unify the swirl of chaotic forces, binding them into something at least partially benevolent, at times frightening, and always vital to existence. That is the continuing legacy of Zeus, king of the gods, weaving thunder, fatherhood, cunning, and cosmic order into an everlasting tapestry of myth. Before we meet our remarkable lady, you need to understand the world she rode into. Medieval Wales wasn't just rolling green hills and dramatic coastlines, though it certainly had those. It was a place where stories mattered as much as food, where poets held social rank just below kings, and where the past and present existed in a kind of permanent conversation with each other. The stories about Rhiannon come from a collection called The Mabinogion, which is essentially Wales's greatest hits of medieval tales. These weren't written down until somewhere around the 11th to 13th centuries, but the stories themselves are far older. They'd been passed down orally for so long that their origins disappeared into the mists of prehistory, like watching someone walk into fog until you can't tell if they're still there or have become part of the weather. Think of the Mabinogion as a medieval playlist that someone finally got around to transcribing. Bards had been performing these tales at feasts and festivals for generations, each storyteller adding their own flourishes while keeping the essential melodies intact. By the time scribes wrote them down in manuscripts like the White Book of Riddoch and the Red Book of Hergest, these stories had been refined by countless retellings into something approaching perfection. Rhiannon's tale appears in the first branch of the Mabinogi and it opens in a place called Dyfed, which was a real kingdom in southwest Wales. The ruler was a man named Pwyll, whose name means sense or wisdom, though as you'll see, he didn't always live up to his name. He was what medieval Welsh society considered an ideal lord. Generous with his warriors, brave in battle, and reasonably fair in his judgments. Not perfect, but decent enough that people didn't actively plot his overthrow, which in medieval terms counted as a success. Now, medieval Welsh society had some interesting quirks that are worth knowing before we continue. Unlike many medieval cultures where women were essentially property with fewer rights than livestock, Welsh law gave women surprising autonomy. They could own property, initiate divorce, and receive compensation if wronged. This legal framework helps explain why Rhiannon's story, while certainly dramatic, never treats her as a passive object to be moved around by male characters. The Welsh also had a complex relationship with the otherworld, which they called Andabwen. This wasn't heaven or hell in the Christian sense, though by the time these stories were written down, Christian monks were doing the transcribing and occasionally tried to make things fit their world view. Annan was more like a parallel realm that existed alongside the everyday world, separated by boundaries that were sometimes as solid as stone walls and sometimes as permeable as breath. People from Annan could visit the mortal world, and occasionally, mortals ventured into their realm, usually by accident or invitation rather than intentional tourism. The otherworld folk weren't quite gods and weren't quite fairies. They were something in between. Powerful beings who operated by their own rules and occasionally took interest in human affairs, for reasons that range from love to boredom to purposes mortals could never quite fathom. Understanding this context helps you appreciate what happens when Rhiannon appears in the story. She's not arriving in a world that would find her presence impossible or even particularly shocking. Wales had a long tradition of powerful women in mythology. Goddesses like Ceridwen, the fierce Branwen, and the wise Arianrhod. A woman with supernatural connections riding a magical horse? That was unusual enough to be noteworthy, but familiar enough to fit into the existing pattern of how the world worked. The landscape itself played a role in these stories. Wales is a country of dramatic geography. Mountains that seem to touch clouds, valleys that hold on to morning mist like secrets, and coastlines where the sea appears to be constantly trying to have a conversation with the land. In this kind of landscape, it's easy to believe that the world contains layers, that what you see isn't necessarily all there is. Pwyll ruled from a place called Arbeth, which had a special feature, a magical mound called Gorsedd Arbeth. This wasn't just any hill, it was one of those liminal spaces where the boundary between worlds grew thin. The tradition said that anyone who sat on this mound would experience one of two things. They would receive blows and wounds, or they would witness a marvel. It was basically ancient Wales's version of a cosmic slot machine, except instead of losing money, you might lose consciousness, or gain a story worth telling for the rest of your life. This is where Pwyll chose to sit one day, and this is where our story truly begins. Imagine you're Pwyll, a reasonably successful medieval Welsh lord having a fairly ordinary day by your standards. You've handled some administrative matters, possibly settled a dispute about cattle theft or boundary stones, and now you're looking for a bit of entertainment. You remember that magical mound near your court, the one that promises either injury or wonder, and you think, why not? What's life without a little supernatural gambling? So Pwyll climbs up Gorsedd Arbeth with a few of his men, because medieval lords rarely went anywhere alone, partly for protection, and partly because witnessing was important. If something marvellous happened and nobody saw it, did it even count? They settle onto the mound, probably making themselves comfortable because magic doesn't run on a schedule, and they wait, and then she appears. The story describes her simply at first, a woman dressed in gold brocade, riding a white horse along them, rode below the mound, but there's something about the way she moves. The horse's gait is steady and unhurried, as smooth as if it's gliding rather than walking. She's travelling the road that runs past Arbeth, and there's nothing obviously magical about the scene except for this quality of deliberate grace, like watching someone who knows they're being watched and doesn't mind at all. Wyll's immediate reaction is curiosity mixed with attraction, which will become something of a pattern for him. He asks one of his men to go down and find out who she is. Simple enough, right? Just a quick jog down the hill, catch up with the lady and ask her name and business. Except here's where things get interesting. The servant hurries down the mound and tries to catch up with the rider. The horse is still moving at that same steady, unhurried pace. It looks like it's barely moving faster than a walk. but no matter how fast the man runs, he can't close the distance. It's like one of those dreams where you're trying to reach something and your legs work fine, but you're somehow not getting any closer. The servant returns, probably winded and confused, and reports his failure. Pwyll, displaying the kind of logic that makes sense if you don't think about it too hard, decides the problem was that his man was on foot. He sends another servant, this time on horseback. Surely a horse can catch another horse, especially when the target appears to be moving at such a leisurely pace. But the same thing happens. The rider urges his horse faster, then faster still, eventually pushing the animal to a full gallop. The white horse ahead maintains that same smooth, unhurried gait, and the distance between them never changes. It's not that the white horse is running away, it's more that the normal rules of speed and distance have stopped applying. The pursuer is running as fast as possible while making no progress, like someone on a treadmill watching scenery scroll past. This continues for 3 days. 3 days of Pwyll watching this woman ride past on her white horse, 3 days of sending increasingly desperate pursuers after her, and 3 days of experiencing the kind of frustration that makes you question your understanding of how the physical world works. Now, you might be wondering why Pwyll didn't just try talking to her from the mound, or why he didn't think there might be something supernatural about a woman who can't be caught. But medieval Welsh stories often work on a kind of fairy tale logic, where the obvious solution only becomes visible once everyone has exhausted all the complicated alternatives. On the 3rd day, Pwyll finally does the sensible thing. He saddles up his own horse, the best one he has naturally, and positions himself on the mound to wait. When the lady appears again, riding at that same maddeningly steady pace, Pwyll doesn't order someone else to pursue her. He doesn't try to race after her, instead he calls out, just a simple request. Would she please stop because he needs to speak with her? And she does, immediately. Just stops, turns, and waits for him to approach. The horse that couldn't be caught by the fastest riders in his kingdom stops the instant he asks politely. When Pwyll reaches her, she lifts her veil, and he sees her face fully for the first time. The text describes her as the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. But more than that, there's something about her presence that confirms what Pwyll must have already suspected. This is no ordinary mortal woman. Her first words to him are probably not what he expected. She tells him it would have been better for his horse if he'd simply asked earlier, rather than putting his men and their mounts through 3 days of impossible pursuit. There's a gentle rebuke in this, but also humour. She's been waiting for him to figure out the obvious, and she's not particularly impressed that it took him 3 days. Then comes the revelation that changes everything. She tells him her name is Rhiannon, and she's been riding past his mound deliberately, hoping to catch his attention. In fact, she's been promised in marriage to someone she doesn't want, and she's come here specifically because she wants Pwyll instead. Let that sink in for a moment. This otherworldly woman, who could clearly go anywhere she wants at speeds that defy normal physics, has been riding past Pwyll's territory for 3 days, waiting for him to notice her. She's engineered this entire encounter, making herself just impossible enough to catch that he'd be intrigued, but stopping the moment he asked directly because she wanted him to choose to engage with her as a person, rather than a prize to be captured. It's one of medieval literature's great meet-cutes, if you think about it. A supernatural being courting a mortal lord by making him work for the privilege of talking to her, then revealing that she's been hoping he'd show interest all. Pwyll's reaction to Rhiannon's declaration is worth examining because it tells you something about his character. He doesn't panic, doesn't question his sanity, and doesn't demand proof that she's telling the truth. Instead, he essentially says yes, he'd be honoured to marry her, and also he has no idea how to make that happen, given that she's apparently from another realm and already promised to someone else. It's a remarkably honest response. Most medieval heroes would bluster about their prowess or make grand declarations. Pwyll admits he's out of his depth and asks for guidance, which turns out to be exactly the right approach when dealing with supernatural beings who value straightforwardness. Rhiannon, in turn, shows the kind of practical thinking that will characterise her throughout the story. She doesn't expect Pwyll to storm the otherworld or fight for her hand in single combat. Instead, she explains that she's been promised to a man named Gwall through trickery and pressure from her family. But she doesn't want him. She wants Pwyll, and she has a plan. The plan is delightfully specific. A year from now, there will be a feast in her father's court, ostensibly celebrating her impending marriage to Gwall. Pwyll should attend this feast with 100 knights, but keep them waiting outside. He should enter alone, disguised as a beggar, carrying a small bag that Rhiannon will give him. Then, at the crucial moment, he should ask Wallace for a single favour, just enough food to fill the bag. The bag, she explains, is magical. It can never be filled by ordinary means. No matter how much food is put into it, there will always be room for more. The only way to fill it is for a wealthy man to step into it and declare that enough has been given. When Wallace inevitably does this, because he'll want to appear generous and be done with this strange beggar's request, Wallace should trap him in the bag, and his knights should rush in. It's a plan that requires patience, disguise, and a willingness to look foolish in front of an otherworldly court. It also requires trust. Will has to believe that Rhiannon is telling him the truth and that her magical bag will work as promised. Will agrees to all of this. He takes the bag Rhiannon offers, promises to appear at the feast in a year's time, and then, showing unusual restraint for a medieval hero, doesn't try to kiss her or seal the bargain with anything beyond his word. They part ways, and Rhiannon rides off on her white horse at that same unhurried pace, while Will returns to his court to spend a year thinking about the extraordinary woman he's promised to marry. That year must have felt long. Imagine trying to focus on the daily business of ruling a kingdom, while knowing that in 12 months you'll be attempting to trick an otherworldly noble at his own engagement party using a magical bag that supposedly never fills. You'd probably find yourself double-checking that the bag was still there, wondering if you'd imagined the whole encounter, and practicing what you'd say when you showed up dressed as a beggar. But Will keeps his word. When the year passes, he gathers his 100 best knights and rides to the location Rhiannon specified. He finds her father's court exactly where she said it would be, because otherworldly beings don't give false directions, and positions his men outside as instructed. Then comes the hard part, transforming himself from a lord into a convincing beggar. Will puts on ragged clothes, probably rubs some dirt on his face, and adopts the posture of someone asking for charity rather than commanding it. It's a complete inversion of his normal role, and doing it voluntarily requires a kind of humility that many medieval nobles lacked. He enters the hall during the feast, and the scene must have been spectacular. Otherworldly courts in Welsh mythology aren't quite like mortal ones. They're brighter, richer, and more beautiful in ways that are slightly unsettling because they're too perfect. The food never runs out, the musicians never miss a note, and everyone is just attractive enough to make you wonder if you're underdressed for the occasion. Will sees Rhiannon seated at the high table between her father and Wallace, who presumably thinks this is his wedding feast and is probably feeling pretty pleased with himself. Rhiannon sees Will too, though she gives no sign of recognition. She's playing her part perfectly, waiting for him to play his. Will approaches the high table and makes his request with appropriate deference. He's just a poor wanderer asking for a little charity. Just enough food to fill this small bag he's carrying. Surely such a grand feast can spare something for a hungry traveller. The request seems modest, even generous to refuse. Rhiannon's father, displaying the hospitality that otherworldly nobles pride themselves on, agrees immediately. Wallace, not wanting to appear less generous than his future father-in-law, endorses this charity enthusiastically. Servants begin filling the bag. They put in bread, meat, fruit and delicacies from the feast table. The bag swallows it all without appearing any fuller. More food goes in. Still nothing. The servants look confused, then concerned, then slightly panicked as they keep filling this impossible bag while the beggar stands patiently waiting. Finally, Wallace, probably more irritated than generous by this point, asks what it would take to fill the bag. Will, following Rhiannon's script exactly, explains that the bag can only be satisfied when a true nobleman steps into it and declares that enough has been given. And Wallace, perhaps wanting to end this strange spectacle, perhaps pushed by pride, steps into the bag. The moment his feet touch the bottom, Will pulls the bag closed and ties it shut. He whistles and his 100 knights pour into the hall. What follows is sometimes called badger in the bag. The knights take turns hitting the bag with sticks while Wallace, trapped inside, protests vigorously. It's violence with a cartoonish quality, more humiliation than actual harm, and it serves its purpose. Wallace eventually agrees to give up his claim on Rhiannon in exchange for being released, swearing oaths that he won't seek revenge. Rhiannon's father, faced with a situation that has clearly moved beyond his control, accepts the new arrangement. And just like that, through a combination of magical assistance, careful planning, and a willingness to look foolish, Will wins his bride. Will and Rhiannon's wedding must have been an event worth witnessing. a mortal lord marrying a woman from Andubian, with guests from both worlds presumably in attendance. The text doesn't give us many details, but you can imagine the mixture of Welsh nobility trying to maintain proper feast protocol, while otherworldly guests did things that probably made the mortal attendees question their understanding of physics and etiquette. What the text does emphasise is Rhiannon's extraordinary generosity. As the feast progresses, she gives gifts to everyone who asks for them. In medieval Welsh culture, generosity was one of the highest virtues, especially for nobility. A good lord or lady was expected to give freely, and the quality of your reputation often depended on how open-handed you were. Rhiannon takes this to supernatural levels. She doesn't just give gifts, she gives perfect gifts, the kind that somehow match exactly what each person needs or wants. It's generosity that goes beyond mere wealth and enters the realm of almost magical understanding of human desire. The text tells us that no one leaves the feast disappointed or refused, which in medieval terms is basically saying she achieved the impossible. After the wedding, Rhiannon returns with Pwyll to Dyfed, and they begin their life together. Here's where the story does something interesting. Instead of immediately plunging into crisis, it gives them time, a full year of apparent happiness, where Rhiannon proves herself to be everything Pwyll's court could want in a lady. She's generous with Pwyll's subjects, continuing the pattern of gift-giving she displayed at the wedding. She's wise in her counsel, helping Pwyll make decisions about governance and justice. She integrates herself into mortal society while maintaining an otherworldly grace that makes her memorable. The text suggests that people genuinely love her, not out of fear or obligation, but because she treats them with a combination of dignity and kindness that transcends her supernatural origins. This is important to understand because of what comes next. When disaster strikes, it won't be because Rhiannon was a poor wife or lady. It won't be because she failed to earn her place in Pwyll's court. The tragedy that's coming isn't a result of her inadequacy. It's a result of forces beyond her control and accusations that say more about human nature than about her character. But for now, for 1 year, everything is perfect. Pwyll has his otherworldly bride, Rhiannon has escaped an unwanted marriage, and Dyfed has a lady whose generosity and wisdom benefit everyone. It's a brief shining moment before the story takes its darker turn. You might find yourself wishing the story could stay in this space. Just let them be happy. Let the magical woman and her mortal husband live out their days in peace. But stories like life rarely work that way. The peace we're experiencing is the calm that makes the coming storm meaningful. As you settle deeper into your blanket, remember this year of happiness. Hold it in your mind like a pleasant dream, because Rhiannon will need you to remember it. When people start making accusations and demanding punishments, you'll need to remember that there was a time when everyone loved her, when no one questioned her place in Pwyll's court, when she was the perfect lady whose generosity knew no bounds. That memory will matter more than you might think. After that year of happiness, Rhiannon becomes pregnant. This is cause for celebration in any medieval court, but especially in Dyfed. An heir means continuity, stability, and the promise that the kingdom will pass to the next generation without conflict. Pwyll and Rhiannon's child will bridge two worlds, mortal and otherworldly, and that's an exciting prospect. The pregnancy proceeds normally, and when the time comes, Rhiannon gives birth to a son. The text emphasises this detail. A healthy boy, crying lustily, perfect in every way. Midwives attend her, as was customary for noble births, and 6 women are assigned to watch over mother and child during the crucial first night. This is where you need to understand another aspect of medieval belief. The time immediately after birth was considered dangerous, a liminal period when both mother and child were vulnerable to supernatural forces. That's why 6 women were assigned to keep watch. This wasn't casual babysitting, it was serious protective duty. Their job was to stay awake all night, ensuring nothing happened to the child. They fail at this job in the most dramatic way possible. Sometime during the night, all 6 women fall asleep. Not one at a time, not in the natural way people get drowsy on a long watch, but simultaneously, as if some supernatural force has simply turned off their consciousness like switching off a light. When they wake up, probably in the grey hour before dawn, they face every guardian's nightmare. The baby is gone. Just gone. No sign of violence, no indication of how someone could have entered the room, taken the child and left without disturbing anyone. The cradle is empty, and 6 women who are supposed to be watching suddenly realise they've lost the heir to Dyfed and the child of a woman from Unwind. Their first emotion is probably terror. In medieval Wales, losing a noble child through negligence could result in severe punishment, possibly execution. 6 women, all of whom fell asleep on duty, all of whom have no explanation for what happened. They're facing disgrace at best, death at worst. So they make a decision that will define the rest of Rhiannon's story. Instead of telling the truth and accepting their punishment, they decide to blame Rhiannon. The plan they devise is horrific. They take puppies, the text specifies puppies, young dogs from the court, and kill them. They smear the blood on Rhiannon's face and hands while she sleeps, exhausted from childbirth. They scatter bones around her bed. Then, when she wakes, they tell everyone that Rhiannon has killed and eaten her own child. It's an accusation of the most unnatural crime imaginable, a mother murdering and consuming her newborn. It plays on deep fears about the boundary between human and animal, about maternal instinct perverted into something monstrous. It also plays on existing prejudices about Rhiannon's otherworldly nature. She's not quite like other women, so perhaps she's capable of things other women would never do. When Rhiannon wakes to find herself covered in blood, surrounded by bones, and accused by 6 witnesses of infanticide and cannibalism, she denies it. Absolutely. She knows what happened, or rather she knows what didn't happen. She didn't kill her child. She doesn't know where he is, but she knows with complete certainty that she didn't harm him. But she's facing 6 women who all tell the same story. Physical evidence that seems to support their account, and a court full of people who are shocked, horrified, and looking for someone to blame for this tragedy. Will finds himself in an impossible situation. On one hand, he knows Rhiannon, has lived with her for over a year, and has seen her generosity and kindness. On the other hand, he has 6 witnesses, physical evidence, and a missing child. His nobles are demanding that he put Rhiannon aside, divorce her, and possibly execute her for this unnatural crime. To his credit, Pwyll refuses to divorce her. Despite the pressure, despite the evidence, despite how much easier it would be to simply cut his losses and find another wife, he won't abandon her. It's one of the few moments where Pwyll fully lives up to his name, showing the wisdom and loyalty that presumably made him a good lord in the first place. But he can't completely shield Rhiannon from consequences. The court demands some form of punishment, some acknowledgement that something terrible has happened and someone must answer for it. A compromise is reached, though it's a compromise that will test Rhiannon in ways that might be worse than execution. The punishment they devise for Rhiannon is specific and deliberately humiliating. For 7 years she must sit by the mounting block at the entrance to Pwyll's court. Every person who arrives she must tell them her story, that she killed her own child. She must offer to carry them on her back like a horse, transporting them from the gate to the court. Think about what this means. Rhiannon, the lady who rode the white horse that couldn't be caught, is being reduced to a beast of burden herself. The woman who gave generous gifts to everyone is now forced to offer her own body as transport. The wife of the lord must sit at the gate like a criminal, confessing to a crime she didn't commit over and over to every visitor who arrives. It's punishment as perpetual performance, humiliation as daily routine, and it's designed to continue for 7 years, long enough that most people would break, would confess to anything just to make it stop, and would lose themselves in the repetition of shame. But here's what makes Rhiannon remarkable. She endures it, day after day, season after season, year after year, she sits at that gate. When visitors arrive, she tells them the story of her supposed crime in a steady voice. When they look at her with horror or pity or disgust, she meets their eyes. When some accept her offer to carry them, and the text suggests many do, either out of cruelty or curiosity, she bears their weight without complaint. The text doesn't dwell on these 7 years in detail, but let's think about what they must have been. Like, 7 years is long enough that children grow from infancy to childhood, long enough that seasons become just another form of measurement, and long enough that the person you were at the beginning might seem like a stranger by the end. Rhiannon endures Welsh weather, rain that comes sideways, wind that cuts through clothing, summer heat that makes stones too hot to touch, and winter cold that settles into bones. She endures the stares of people who think they are looking at a monster. She endures the weight of travellers on her back, the stone of the mounting block beneath her, and the endless repetition of her own story told as a confession. And through it all, she maintains something essential about herself. She doesn't become bitter or broken. She doesn't lash out at the women who lied about her or demand that Pwyll investigate further. She simply endures with a kind of quiet dignity that suggests she knows the truth even if no one else believes her. This is where Rhiannon transforms from a supernatural woman choosing her own destiny into something else. A figure of endurance, patience and strength that goes beyond magic or otherworldly power. Anyone can be powerful when they have advantages. Rhiannon is showing what remains when all advantages are stripped away. Medieval audiences would have recognised what was happening here. The patient wife wrongly accused was a common motif in their literature, but Rhiannon's version has a particular quality. She's not waiting passively to be rescued. She's actively surviving, choosing each day to continue, to maintain her dignity in circumstances designed to destroy it. The 7 years are also biblically significant. A complete cycle, a time of trial and testing. Jacob worked 7 years for Rachel. The Israelites circled Jericho for 7 days. 7 years suggests both endurance and eventual completion, suffering, and the promise of change. But the text doesn't ask us to simply skip over these years to get to the resolution. By mentioning the 7-year span, it's asking us to sit with Rhiannon's suffering, to understand that her vindication, when it comes, is earned through patience that most people couldn't sustain. As you lie in the comfort of your bed, warm and safe, think about sitting at a gate for 7 years. Think about telling the same humiliating story to strangers day after day. Think about maintaining your sense of self when everything around you insists you're something monstrous. Rhiannon does this. She survives her punishment with her essential self intact. And while she sits at that gate, in another part of the kingdom, her son is growing up. On the same night that Rhiannon's child disappeared, something strange happened at the home of a nobleman named Tiernan Twrfliant. Tiernan had a beautiful mare that gave birth every May Eve, but mysteriously the foal always vanished before morning. Year after year the mare would deliver a perfect foal, and year after year it would disappear without a trace. This particular May Eve, the same night Rhiannon gave birth, Tiernan decided he'd had enough of this pattern. He determined to stay awake all night in the stable, armed and ready, to discover what was taking his foals. So while 6 women were falling into supernatural sleep in Pwyll's court, Tiernan was forcing himself to stay awake in his stable, watching his mare labour. The foal was born, a magnificent colt, even by the mare's high standards. Tiernan admired it for a moment, probably feeling protective and determined that this time, finally, he'd save one of these foals. Then, exactly at midnight, something reached through the window. The text describes it as a claw or arm of enormous size. Grabbing for the newborn foal, Tiernan, without hesitation, drew his sword and struck at it, severing the arm at the elbow. Whatever creature it belonged to screamed and vanished into the night. Tiernan rushed outside to pursue it, sword ready, prepared to fight whatever monster had been stealing his foals for years. But he found nothing, just darkness and the sound of something fleeing into the distance. When he returned to the stable, frustrated at losing his quarry, he discovered something that stopped him in his tracks. On his doorstep, wrapped in fine cloth, was a baby boy. Now Tiernan was a practical man, not given to flights of fancy, but even he could put together the timeline. The same night, a mysterious creature and a missing child wrapped in noble cloth appeared at exactly the moment he was fighting off something supernatural. He brought the child inside to his wife, and they made a decision that speaks to their character. They would raise the boy as their own. Tiernan's wife had wanted children but had none, so she welcomed this mysterious infant with genuine love. They named him Gry Walt Urin, Gry of the golden hair, because his hair was as bright as polished metal. They told people he was hers, a late blessing, and no one questioned it because medieval record-keeping wasn't exactly stringent, especially in rural nobility. And then something remarkable happened. Gry grew, not at a normal rate, but at a speed that was supernatural yet somehow natural. By the end of his first year he had the development of a 3-year-old. By the end of his second year he was like a child of 6. He was bright, healthy, strong, and remarkably good with horses, especially with the colt that had been born the same night he appeared. Tiernan and his wife raised Gry with love, teaching him the skills appropriate to a young nobleman: riding, hunting, courtesy, and the management of a household. The boy thrived in their care, growing not just in size but also in capability and character. He was everything parents could hope for: kind, brave, intelligent, and loyal. But as Gry grew older, His resemblance to someone became impossible to ignore. Visitors to Rhiannon's court started remarking on it. The boy looked remarkably like Pwyll, the Lord of Dyfed. Not just a passing resemblance, but the kind of similarity that suggests a blood relationship. Rhiannon began hearing stories about Pwyll's court, how the Lady Rhiannon had supposedly killed her child, and how she'd been sitting at the gate for years, now confessing to the crime and offering to carry visitors like a horse. The timeline matched, the appearance matched, and that mysterious creature that had tried to steal the foal the same night, a noble child, disappeared. Rhiannon faced a difficult choice. He and his wife loved Gree as their own son. The boy called them mother and father and had known no other family. They'd raised him through infancy and childhood, celebrated his accomplishments, and cared for him when he was sick. In every way that mattered emotionally, he was their child. But Rhiannon was also a man of honour, and the honour of the situation was clear. This was almost certainly Pwyll and Rhiannon's son. A woman was suffering endless punishment for a crime she didn't commit. A kingdom was without its rightful heir, and Rhiannon was keeping them all in ignorance, however unintentionally it had begun. The decision he made shows real nobility of character. He chose to do the right thing even though it cost him dearly. He told his wife what he suspected, and together they decided to take Gree to Pwyll's court and reveal the truth. Imagine that conversation with Gree, trying to explain to a child who's maybe 3 or 4 years old but older in development that the parents he's known all his life aren't his birth parents, that he's actually the son of a lord and a lady from Unwind, and that his real mother has been suffering because he disappeared. How do you make that make sense to a child? But Gree, showing the wisdom that would characterize him throughout his life, seemed to understand. Or perhaps he didn't fully understand, but trusted the people who'd raised him enough to accept what they said. Either way, he agreed to go with Rhiannon to Pwyll's court. The journey there must have been bittersweet. Rhiannon knew he was doing the right thing, but every mile brought him closer to losing the child he'd raised. His wife had stayed behind, perhaps unable to bear the actual moment of separation. Gree rode beside him, probably quiet, processing what was about to happen. And at the end of their journey, sitting at the gate as she had for nearly 7 years, was Rhiannon. Picture the moment when Rhiannon and Gree arrive at Pwyll's court. Rhiannon is at her usual position by the mounting block, probably wearing clothes that have seen better days, her face bearing the marks of 7 years of exposure to weather and hardship. She looks up as they approach, ready to tell her story once more, ready to offer to carry them if they'll accept. But something happens before she can speak. Rhiannon looks at her, really looks at her, and sees not the monster the stories describe, but a woman who has endured something almost beyond human capacity. And Gree, who has never seen his mother before, stares at her with the kind of recognition that goes deeper than memory. Something in the blood, perhaps, or in the soul. Rhiannon tells Rhiannon they've come to see Lord Pwyll, and he gently refuses her. Offer to carry them. There's a kindness in his voice that Rhiannon probably hasn't heard in years from strangers. They proceed to the court, where Pwyll receives them with the hospitality due to a noble visitor. Rhiannon doesn't waste time with small talk or elaborate preambles. He tells Pwyll the entire story. The mare that lost foals every May Eve, the creature that reached through the window, the child found on his doorstep, Gree's remarkable growth, and his unmistakable resemblance to Pwyll. He presents the boy, now perhaps 4 years old, but with the development of someone much older, and lets the physical evidence speak for itself. Pwyll looks at Gree and sees himself. The resemblance is undeniable. The same features, the same colouring, the same bearing. This is his son, the child who disappeared 7 years ago, returned as mysteriously as he vanished. The court erupts in exclamations, questions, and wonder, but Pwyll's first thought is for Rhiannon. He immediately sends for her, bringing her in from the gate where she's spent 7 years. When she enters the hall, she's probably expecting another humiliation, another performance of her supposed crime. Instead, she sees her son. The text doesn't dwell on the emotional details of their reunion, but you can imagine it. 7 years of separation, 7 years of punishment for a crime she didn't commit, and 7 years of not knowing if her child was alive or dead. And now here he stands, healthy and whole, raised with love by people who chose to do the right thing at great personal cost. Rhiannon's reaction is described with a simple phrase that carries enormous weight. She experiences great joy. After 7 years of sitting at a gate, confessing to infanticide, bearing travellers on her back like a beast of burden, joy. Not anger at her false accusers, not bitterness about lost years, not demands for revenge. Joy at her son's return. The court, faced with undeniable proof of Rhiannon's innocence, must now reckon with what they've done. 6 women lied about her. Countless people believed those lies. Rhiannon was punished for 7 years while the real culprit, whatever supernatural creature tried to steal both a foal and a child that night, went unpunished. But here's where Rhiannon shows something remarkable. She doesn't demand that the 6 women be executed or even severely punished. The text doesn't record her calling for revenge or justice against those who wronged her. Instead, she focuses on what matters. Her son is returned, her name is cleared, and she's free from the punishment that has defined her life for 7 years. There's a brief discussion about what to name the boy. He's been Gree to the family that raised him, but Rhiannon looks at him and says a word that captures everything: Pryderi. The name means care, or worry, and it refers to the anxiety she's suffered, the worry that defined her years of punishment. It's both a memorial to suffering and a transformation of that suffering into something meaningful, a name for her son that acknowledges what they've been through. And remarkably, the name sticks. The boy who is Gree becomes Pryderi, carrying in his very name the story of his mother's ordeal and survival. Tiernan and his wife could have kept Pryderi. They could have stayed silent, let the boy remain theirs, and allowed Rhiannon to continue her punishment. No one would have known, but they chose truth and honour over comfort and love, which is one of the hardest choices anyone can make. Will, recognising this extraordinary sacrifice, doesn't simply thank Tiernan and send him home. He offers Tiernan and his wife a place in his court, grants them lands and honours, and establishes a relationship where Pryderi can maintain connection with the people who raised him. It's a solution that honours everyone's role in the child's survival. The fostering relationship between Tiernan's family and Puil's court becomes one of deep mutual respect. Pryderi grows up knowing his birth parents and his foster parents, loved by both, benefiting from the wisdom and care of multiple families. In this way, the trauma of his disappearance transforms into something rich and complex, a web of relationships that might never have existed without the initial tragedy. Rhiannon's vindication should have meant the end of her story in the first branch, but there's more to unpack about what happens after the truth comes out. Medieval Welsh stories rarely waste time on lengthy emotional processing. They move from one event to the next with the efficiency of people who understood that listeners wanted action and resolution. But we can pause here and think about what the aftermath must have been like. For 7 years, Rhiannon sat at that gate. 7 years of daily humiliation, of telling her story over and over to strangers, of being treated as something less than human. That kind of experience changes a person. It has to. The question is how. Some people would emerge from such an ordeal broken, bitter, and consumed by anger at those who wronged them. Others might become hard, closed off, and unable to trust or feel joy again. Rhiannon seems to have done neither. She emerges with her essential self intact, still generous, still dignified, still capable of joy when her son returns. This suggests something important about her character. Rhiannon's strength isn't just supernatural power or otherworldly knowledge. It's a kind of internal resilience that allows her to endure suffering without letting it define her. She knows who she is, and 7 years of being told she's a monster doesn't change that fundamental self-knowledge. Think about the 6 women who accused her. The text doesn't tell us what happened to them after the truth came out, but they must have faced some consequences. At minimum, they faced public shame for their lies. More likely, they faced legal or social punishment for their false accusation. But here's what's interesting. The story doesn't give them names. They remain anonymous, a collective rather than individuals. This literary choice does something subtle. It makes them representatives of a pattern rather than specific villains. They're what happens when fear overwhelms integrity, when self-preservation leads to the destruction of someone innocent. Their lie worked because it was believable. Rhiannon was otherworldly, different, and not quite like other women. When something inexplicable happened, it was easy to blame the person who was already outside normal categories. The 6 women didn't have to work hard to make people believe them. They just had to tap into existing prejudices and fears. This pattern appears throughout history. When something goes wrong, communities look for someone to blame, and they often choose whoever is already marked as different. Rhiannon's story is medieval and magical, but this dynamic is depressingly familiar across cultures and centuries. Her vindication doesn't just clear her name, it challenges the community's willingness to believe the worst about someone based on their otherness. The people of Defed have to reckon with the fact that they condemned an innocent woman, that their lady whom they had loved during that first perfect year was exactly who she appeared to be, and that their willingness to believe otherwise said more about them than about her. Will, too, must live with his choices. He refused to divorce Rhiannon, which shows loyalty, but he also allowed her punishment to continue for 7 years. He could have investigated more thoroughly, could have questioned the 6 women more aggressively, and could have considered whether the evidence really supported their story. Instead, he chose a middle path that kept Rhiannon as his wife, but subjected her to ongoing humiliation. Was this wisdom or cowardice? The text doesn't judge, but you can make your own assessment. Will was caught between his personal knowledge of Rhiannon's character and the political pressure from his nobles, between loyalty to his wife and duty to his kingdom. He chose a compromise, and Rhiannon paid the price for 7 years. Their relationship after her vindication must have been complex. They're reunited, their son is returned, but 7 years of injustice stand between them. The text suggests they continue as husband and wife, ruling Dyfe together, but it doesn't claim everything returns to exactly how it was before. How could it? You can't go through something like Rhiannon's ordeal and return unchanged. You can't watch your wife suffer for 7 years and not carry some guilt. The question is whether they find a way to build something new from what remains, or whether the past always stands between them like a ghost. Pryderi, meanwhile, grows up with the knowledge of what his mother endured for him. He knows that his birth caused her suffering, that his disappearance led to her punishment, and that 6 women lied about her because of him. This is a heavy burden for a child to carry, even a child who grows at a supernatural rate and has wisdom beyond his years. But perhaps the knowledge also gives him something valuable, an understanding of his mother's strength, a model of how to endure injustice with dignity, and a lesson in the importance of truth even when lies are more convenient. These are the kinds of lessons that shape a person's character in fundamental ways. The story of Tiernan and his wife becomes a legend in its own right. The nobleman who raised a foundling with love, and then gave him back when honour required it. In a medieval culture that valued hospitality and honour, their actions represent the highest ideals. They loved without possessing, cared without demanding ownership, and chose truth even when it cost them dearly. As you lie there in the darkness, think about what it means to be vindicated after years of false accusation. The relief certainly, but also the strange adjustment of being believed again, of having your truth acknowledged after years of having it denied. Rhiannon has her name, her son, and her position restored, but she also has 7 years of memory that no vindication can erase. The question the story leaves hanging is whether justice delayed is truly justice at all, and whether any amount of restoration can truly compensate for years of suffering. Medieval audiences might have had clearer answers to these questions than we do, but the questions themselves remain uncomfortably relevant. Now that we've lived through Rhiannon's story from her first appearance to her vindication, it's worth stepping back and thinking about one of the tale's most persistent symbols, horses. Rhiannon first appears riding a white horse that moves at an impossible pace, unhurried yet uncatchable. This isn't just magical transportation, it's a statement about her nature. She can't be pursued and captured like a prize or a possession. She can only be approached through respect and direct communication, through asking rather than taking. The white horse itself carries symbolic weight throughout Celtic mythology. White animals generally signified otherworldly connection, creatures that existed in that liminal space between the mortal realm and Unwind. Rhiannon's horse is white, smooth-gaited and supernatural in its abilities, all markers of her own otherworldly nature. But then look at what happens during her punishment. Rhiannon, who rode the uncatchable horse, is reduced to being a horse herself. She offers to carry people on her back, performing the exact function that her white horse performed. Transportation from one place to another. It's a deliberate inversion of her original appearance, a humiliation that strikes at the core of who she was. The symbolism goes deeper when you consider the foal that was born the same night as Pryderi. Tiernan's mare had been losing foals every May Eve to a supernatural creature. The night Pryderi disappeared, Tiernan saved the foal by cutting off the creature's arm and found the baby on his doorstep. The connection between child and foal is explicit. They appear together, they grow up together, and Pryderi develops an exceptional bond with the horse. In some way, they're linked, both stolen by the same creature, both saved by Tiernan's intervention. The foal that should have been taken becomes Pryderi's special companion, a living reminder of the night they both survived. This pairing of human child and horse has roots deep in Celtic culture. Horses were sacred animals in many Celtic societies, associated with sovereignty, the land, and divine power. The bond between Pryderi and his horse suggests he carries both human and equine blessings, both mortal and otherworldly power. There's also something worth noting about the name Rhiannon itself. Scholars have connected it to an earlier Celtic goddess figure called Rigantona, meaning Great Queen or Divine Queen. This goddess was associated with horses, sovereignty, and the land itself. While the medieval Rhiannon is presented as a character in a story rather than a goddess in a myth, echoes of divine power remain. In Celtic tradition, queens and goddesses were often connected to the land they ruled. Their fertility, health, and justice affected the kingdom itself. Rhiannon's unjust punishment and suffering might represent not just personal tragedy, but a kind of cosmic disorder. The land's queen wrongly accused and humiliated while the kingdom's heir is missing. Her vindication, then, becomes more than just clearing her name. It's a restoration of proper order. The queen returned to her rightful position, the heir was revealed and acknowledged, and balance was restored between the otherworldly and mortal realms. The punishment of carrying people like a horse also inverts traditional power dynamics in interesting ways. In Celtic culture, horses were associated with nobility and sovereignty. To ride a horse was to demonstrate status and power. By being reduced to a horse herself, Rhiannon experiences a complete reversal of sovereignty, from queen to beast of burden. But here's what's remarkable. Even in this degraded position, Rhiannon maintains her dignity. She performs her punishment without resistance, but also without being broken by it. In some way, she proves that sovereignty isn't just about position or status. It's about an internal quality that can't be taken away even when everything external is stripped down. When she's vindicated and restored, she doesn't just return to her former position. She's transformed by her experience, carrying knowledge that only suffering can teach. She's been both the rider and the horse, both the queen and the humiliated prisoner. This complete experience of both extremes might actually make her more complete, more capable of understanding the full range of human experience. The white horse that couldn't be caught becomes a metaphor for Rhiannon herself. She couldn't be truly caught by Pwyll until she chose to stop. She couldn't be broken by 7 years of punishment because her essential self remained free, and she couldn't be defined by either her supernatural origins or her mortal suffering because she existed beyond simple categories. Pryderi's bond with the foal suggests he inherits this horse nature from his mother. He's comfortable moving between worlds, capable of supernatural growth but also very human in his attachments and loyalties. The child of a woman associated with horses naturally bonds with horses, carrying forward his mother's connection to these powerful symbols. As you drift towards sleep, imagine Rhiannon on that white horse, moving at her own pace, uncatchable by force, but responsive to respect. Imagine the years at the gate, carrying the weight of others while maintaining herself. Imagine the vindication, the return to her true nature, but carrying the memory of everything she endured. The horse connection isn't just decorative symbolism. It's the heart of who Rhiannon is. Free-moving, powerful, dignified, and ultimately ungovernable by anything except her own choices. The first branch of the Mabinogi ends with Rhiannon vindicated and Pryderi acknowledged. But that's not the end of her story in the larger cycle. Rhiannon appears again in the third branch, and what happens to her there adds another layer to our understanding of her character. By the time of the third branch, Pwyll has died, and Pryderi has inherited the lordship of Dyfed. Rhiannon is now a widow, no longer the otherworldly bride, but a mature woman who has lived through marriage, motherhood, false accusation, suffering, vindication, and loss. She's seen most of what life can offer, both wonderful and terrible. Pryderi decides his mother should remarry, and he arranges a marriage between Rhiannon and Manawydan, son of Leah. Manawydan is himself a figure of considerable importance, a man who has lost his own kingdom and is essentially an exile. He and Rhiannon are both people who have experienced displacement and who know what it means to fall from high status and endure suffering. Their marriage is described as harmonious and based on mutual respect. Two people who have both suffered, both endured, and both survived. They understand each other in ways that people who have only known comfort never could. It's a second-act romance, quieter than the dramatic courtship with Pwyll, but perhaps deeper for being rooted in shared experience rather than supernatural attraction. But peace doesn't last. While Rhiannon and Manawydan are with Pryderi and his wife, a magical mist descends on Dyfed. When it clears, everything living has vanished except for the four of them. The entire kingdom is empty. No people, no animals, just empty buildings and silent fields. They endure this desolation for a time, living off the land, hunting what wild game they can find. But eventually, Pryderi sees a mysterious fortress that wasn't there before. Against advice, he enters it and finds a beautiful golden bowl attached to chains. When he touches it, he becomes frozen, unable to speak or move. Rhiannon, hearing that her son is trapped, doesn't hesitate. She goes after him despite the warnings, despite knowing this is obviously a trap. When she finds Pryderi frozen and unable to speak, she touches him, and immediately becomes trapped as well. Then the fortress and both of them vanish, leaving Manawydan alone. This is Rhiannon's second great trial. Once again, she's trapped through no fault of her own. Once again, she's suffering because of circumstances beyond her control. But this time it's different. She's not falsely accused of a crime. She's actually enchanted, held prisoner in the otherworld. The text tells us that Rhiannon and Pryderi are taken to the otherworld, where they're forced to wear magical collars and perform degrading labour. Rhiannon, who was once forced to carry people like a horse, is now yoked like an ox, compelled to perform menial work in the realm she once came from freely. It's worth noting the pattern here. Rhiannon's trials consistently involve humiliation and degradation, being reduced from queen to beast of burden, being trapped and forced into labour. It's as if she's being tested to see if anything can break her essential dignity, can reduce her to something less than she is, and consistently she endures. The text doesn't dwell on her suffering in the otherworld, but it acknowledges that she and Pryderi are held there until Manawydan, through cleverness and persistence, wins their release. When she's finally freed, Rhiannon returns to the mortal world. Changed again? She's been a bride from Andion, a queen of Dyfed, a woman falsely accused, a vindicated mother, a widow, a remarried woman, and now a prisoner who has survived captivity in her own homeland. Each experience adds layers to who she is, building a character of remarkable complexity and depth. The third branch doesn't give us Rhiannon's emotional interiority during her captivity. Medieval Welsh storytelling wasn't particularly interested in detailed psychological exploration, but we can imagine what it meant for her to return to Annwn as a prisoner, rather than as a free woman choosing to leave, to be collared and yoked in the realm where she once rode that white horse with such grace and power. Humiliation as a pattern in Rhiannon's story seems almost deliberate, as if the universe is repeatedly testing her to see if she can be broken, reduced or made into something less than she is, and repeatedly she proves that her essential self remains intact regardless of external circumstances. This is perhaps Rhiannon's greatest quality, the ability to endure degradation without being degraded, to suffer humiliation without being humiliated in her own eyes. She knows who she is, and no amount of unjust punishment or magical captivity changes that fundamental self-knowledge. Her final appearance in the Mabinogi shows her restored once again, living with Manawydan and Pryderi, her trials behind her. The text gives her a happy ending, or at least a peaceful one, the reward for surviving everything that was thrown at her with dignity intact. As we approach the end of our time with Rhiannon, it's worth considering why her story has endured for over 1,000 years. What is it about this woman from Welsh mythology that continues to speak to people across centuries and cultures? Part of it is simply that Rhiannon is an exceptionally well-drawn character. Even in a medieval text that doesn't spend much time on psychological depth, she comes through as a complete person, someone with agency, dignity, complexity, and remarkable strength. She makes her own choices, endures suffering without being destroyed by it, and maintains herself through trials that would break most people. But I think there's something more specific about what Rhiannon represents. She embodies a particular kind of strength that's often overlooked in favour of more obvious forms of power. She doesn't win through physical force or magical combat. She wins through endurance, through maintaining her essential self in the face of everything that tries to break or change her. This is a kind of strength that resonates particularly with people who have experienced injustice, false accusation, or circumstances beyond their control. Rhiannon's story says that you can survive being wrongly blamed, that you can endure public humiliation, and that you can maintain your dignity even when everyone else treats you as if you have none. Her story also speaks to the experience of being an outsider. Rhiannon is literally from another world, and she never quite fits into mortal society despite her best efforts. When something goes wrong, she's blamed partly because she's different, because she doesn't quite belong. This is an experience that transcends medieval Wales. It's the experience of anyone who has been marked as other, who doesn't fit neatly into the categories their society has established. The vindication that eventually comes provides hope that truth can prevail even after long delays, that being wrongly accused doesn't have to mean permanent disgrace. But the 7 years of suffering before that vindication also acknowledge that justice is often slow, that being right doesn't protect you from punishment, and that endurance is sometimes all you have. Modern retellings and adaptations of Rhiannon's story tend to emphasize different aspects depending on what resonates with their particular moment. Some focus on her as a goddess figure, reclaiming the divine power that medieval Christianity tried to diminish. Others emphasize her strength as a woman surviving in a patriarchal society. Still others focus on her as a symbol of patience and endurance through unjust suffering. The folk rock band Fleetwood Mac famously wrote a song called Rhiannon that introduced her to millions of people who had never heard of the Mabinogi. Stevie Nicks' mystical lyrics transformed the medieval Welsh character into a symbol of feminine power and mystery for the 1970s, which then inspired countless women to name their daughters Rhiannon, creating a chain of influence that spans from medieval Wales to modern maternity wards. Modern paganism and neo-Celtic spirituality have claimed Rhiannon as a goddess, building practices and devotions around her that would probably puzzle medieval Welsh storytellers. But this reimagining speaks to something real. People continue to find in Rhiannon a figure who represents qualities they value and aspire to. Academic scholars study her as a window into pre-Christian Celtic religion, trying to reconstruct the goddess, figure she might have descended from. Feminist scholars examine her story for what it reveals about women's lives and experiences in medieval Wales. Literary scholars analyse the narrative structure and symbolic patterns in her tale. All of these interpretations have validity because Rhiannon is rich enough as a character to support multiple readings. She's not a simple figure with one obvious meaning. She's complex, contradictory in some ways, and capable of being understood from multiple angles. But perhaps what makes Rhiannon most enduring is simply that she's memorable. That image of the woman on the white horse moving at her own pace, uncatchable by force, it sticks in your imagination once you encounter it. The patience of sitting at a gate for 7 years, the joy of vindication, the strength to endure multiple trials without losing yourself. These are images and ideas that lodge in your mind and stay there. In a world that often celebrates flashy heroism and dramatic victories, Rhiannon offers something different. The quiet heroism of endurance, the victory of maintaining yourself when everything tries to break you down. That's a kind of strength that never goes out of style. Because every generation has people who need to hear that they can survive injustice, that being wronged doesn't mean being broken. As your breathing deepens and sleep comes closer, let's think about what we can take from Rhiannon's story into our own lives. What does this medieval Welsh tale about a woman from the other world have to teach us in our very different world? First, there's the lesson about patience. Rhiannon's trials weren't resolved quickly. She sat at that gate for 7 years before truth caught up with lies. In our world of instant communication and rapid news cycles, 7 years feels like an eternity. We expect justice quickly, vindication immediately, and truth to triumph in the next news cycle. Rhiannon's story reminds us that sometimes justice takes time. Truth doesn't always prevail immediately. Being in the right doesn't protect you from suffering in the short term. The question is whether you can maintain yourself during the waiting, whether you can endure without becoming what your accusers claim you are. This doesn't mean accepting injustice passively. Rhiannon endured her punishment, but she never admitted to the crime she didn't commit. She performed what was required of her while maintaining her own internal knowledge of the truth. There's a difference between endurance and capitulation, between patience and passive acceptance. Second, there's something important in Rhiannon's relationship with her otherworldly nature. She comes from Aenon, but she chooses to live in the mortal world. She has supernatural power, but she endures very human suffering. She could presumably have used magic to escape her punishment or to prove her innocence, but she doesn't. Instead, she experiences the consequences of living in the mortal world according to mortal rules. This suggests something about integration, about choosing to fully inhabit whatever world you find yourself in, rather than constantly retreating to the safety of being different or special. Rhiannon doesn't use her otherworldly status as an escape hatch from human consequences. She lives fully in the world she's chosen, even when that world treats her terribly. For those of us who sometimes feel like outsiders, who don't quite fit into the categories our society establishes, there's both challenge and comfort in this. The challenge is to fully engage with the world as it is, rather than retreating into the fantasy of being too special for ordinary problems. The comfort is that you can maintain your essential differentness while still participating fully in the world around you. Third, there's the lesson in how Rhiannon handles vindication. When the truth comes out, she doesn't demand revenge on the 6 women who lied about her. She doesn't rage about the 7 years she lost. She focuses on what matters. Her son is returned, the truth is known, and life can continue. This isn't about being weak or accepting injustice. It's about understanding what actually serves you once vindication comes. Sometimes the desire for revenge keeps you trapped in the past, tied to your suffering even after the external circumstances have changed. Rhiannon's ability to focus on joy rather than retribution suggests a kind of wisdom that knows the difference between justice and revenge. In our cancel culture moment, where public accusations and counter-accusations fly constantly, where everyone seems focused on punishing wrongdoing and demanding accountability, Rhiannon offers a different model. Not accountability-free, the truth does come out, she's vindicated, but focused on moving forward rather than dwelling in justified anger. Fourth, there's something in Rhiannon's multiple trials. She faces false accusation and imprisonment, she loses and regains her son, she's widowed and remarries, and out, and she's captured by the otherworld and freed again. Life keeps throwing things at her, and she keeps surviving, keeps maintaining herself, and keeps finding ways forward. This feels particularly relevant for those of us in middle age, the target audience for this bedtime story. By your 40s and 50s, you've likely been through some things. Maybe not magical imprisonment in the otherworld, but perhaps divorce, job loss, health crises, grief, betrayal, or any of the other trials that come with living a full life. Rhiannon's story suggests that surviving one trial doesn't exempt you from future ones. Life isn't a video game where you beat one level and move on to permanent safety, but it also shows that surviving each trial builds strength for the next one, that endurance is a skill that improves with practice, and that you can be tested multiple times and still maintain your essential self. Finally, there's the lesson in Rhiannon's choices. She chooses Pwyll over Gwal. She chooses to endure her punishment rather than abandon Dioed or use supernatural means to escape. She chooses to enter the mysterious fortress to save her son, even knowing it's a trap. She's not a passive victim of fate. She's someone who makes active choices and lives with their consequences. This agency is important. Even in circumstances that seem completely beyond her control, Rhiannon finds spaces where choice exists. She can't control being falsely accused, but she can control how she responds to punishment. She can't control the magical trap, but she can choose whether to enter it. In our own lives, we often face situations where we feel powerless. Rhiannon reminds us that even in the worst circumstances, small spaces of choice remain. How we inhabit those spaces and how we make the choices available to us shapes who we become. The moon is riding high over ancient Wales, casting silver light across the landscape where Rhiannon's story has been told for over 1,000 years. Somewhere in that landscape, in the space between what was and what might have been, a white horse moves at its own pace, unhurried and uncatchable. Rhiannon's story is complete, but in another sense, it continues. Every time someone tells it, she rides again. Every time someone finds strength in her example, she endures again. Every time someone chooses truth over convenience, maintains dignity in the face of humiliation, or survives injustice without being broken by it, her legacy lives on. You've spent this hour with a woman from another world who chose to live in this. One who faced trials that would have destroyed most people, and who maintained herself through everything life and legend could throw at her. You've walked with her from her first appearance on that white horse to her final vindication and beyond. As you drift towards sleep, let Rhiannon's strength be with you. Not the flashy strength of magic or power, but the deeper strength of endurance, of maintaining your essential self regardless of circumstances, of knowing who you are when everyone else is telling you you're something different. Let her patience be with you, the patience to endure when justice is slow, to wait for truth to catch up with lies, to survive the years at the gate knowing that vindication may come eventually, even if it doesn't come soon. Let her dignity be with you, the ability to perform humiliating tasks without being humiliated in your own eyes, to endure degradation without being degraded internally, and to know that what others say about you doesn't change the truth of who you are. Let her joy be with you, the capacity to celebrate when good things finally happen, to focus on what's found rather than what was lost, and to experience genuine happiness even after years of suffering. And let her agency be with you, the knowledge that even in the worst circumstances, choices remain available, that you can make decisions about how to respond if not about what happens to you, and that being trapped in external circumstances doesn't mean being trapped in your own mind. The white horse is still moving somewhere, between worlds, and Rhiannon is still riding it, patient and dignified and free. She's been riding for over 1,000 years, and she'll continue to ride as long as people tell her story, finding in it something that speaks to their own struggles and triumphs. Tomorrow, when you wake, you'll return to your ordinary world with its ordinary challenges, but you'll carry with you the memory of a woman who moved between worlds, who endured the unendurable, who maintained herself through trials that should have broken her, and who emerged with her essential self intact. That's not a bad companion to have as you navigate whatever trials your own life presents. Rhiannon rode between the mortal world and Unwind. You can ride between sleeping and waking, between the world of medieval legend and modern life, carrying her strength with you as you go. Sleep well, knowing that some stories are more than entertainment. They're maps for navigating the difficult terrain of being human, guides for surviving the trials we all face in one form or another. Rhiannon's story has guided people for over a millennium, and tonight it's guided you towards sleep with its lessons of strength, patience, and unbreakable dignity. The white horse moves on, unhurried and uncatchable, carrying the Lady of the White, horse through the centuries and into your dreams. May you meet her there, in that space between worlds, and may she teach you whatever you most need to learn. Rest now. The story is told, the lady is vindicated, the sun is restored, and truth has triumphed over lies. Tomorrow brings its own challenges, but tonight belongs to rest, to sleep, to the gentle space where ancient stories become part of who we are. Good night. May Rhiannon's strength be yours, her patience guide you, and her dignity sustain you through whatever gates you must sit at in your own life. You know how sometimes you look at historical paintings and wonder what people actually smelled like? Well, tonight you're going to find out, and trust me, it's not always pleasant. We're going to walk the cobblestone streets of Constantinople, peek into workshops where artisans created marvels that still make our jaws drop, and discover why Byzantine citizens had bathroom habits that would make a modern germaphobe weep with despair. It's dawn in the year 975 CE, and you're about to experience a day in the life of the most sophisticated city in the world, a place where East truly met West, where silk was worth its weight in gold, and where the emperor's morning bathroom routine was considered a matter of state importance. The first thing that would hit you as you opened your eyes in medieval Constantinople wouldn't be the sight of the magnificent Hagia Sophia's dome catching the morning light, though that was certainly impressive. No, it would be the smell. A complex bouquet of wood smoke, baking bread, horse manure, incense from a dozen different churches, and the unmistakable aroma of a city where 1 million people were doing their best to stay clean, with limited soap and even more limited privacy. You're lying on what passes for a bed in your modest apartment. And yes, apartment buildings existed in Constantinople, rising 4 and 5 stories high like ancient New York tenements. Your mattress is stuffed with straw that you really should have changed last month, but quality straw doesn't come cheap. The wealthy folks up the social ladder are sleeping on feathers, but you're making do, just like most people in this sprawling metropolis. As you stretch and yawn, you can already hear the city waking up around you. There's the clip-clop of horses' hooves on stone, the creak of wooden cartwheels that desperately need oil, and the distant sound of church bells beginning their morning symphony. Constantinople had more churches per square mile than anywhere else in the Christian world, and each one seemed determined to outbell the others in announcing the dawn. Your apartment, really just 2 small rooms, sits on the 3rd floor of a building that houses about 20 families. The ground floor is reserved for shops and workshops, because in Byzantine cities, you lived where you worked, and you worked where you lived. The smell of fresh bread wafts up from the baker's shop below, mixing with less pleasant odours from the fuller's, the workshop next door, where they're already hard at work cleaning cloth with what can only be described as industrial-strength urine. Yes, urine. It was the ammonia of the ancient world, and fullers collected it like liquid gold. You swing your legs over the side of your bed and immediately feel the cold of the wooden floor through your thin shoes. Central heating is still about 800 years in the future, so your morning routine starts with shivering and trying to coax some life back into the embers in your small brazier. Fire is both your best friend and your greatest fear in this wooden-framed, tightly packed city. Everyone's heard stories of entire neighbourhoods going up in flames faster than you could say Byzantine bureaucracy. The water in your ceramic basin has a thin layer of ice on top. It's November, and Constantinople's winters are nothing to joke about. You break through the ice and splash the shockingly cold water on your face, which wakes you up better than any amount of caffeine ever could. Coffee won't reach Europe for several more centuries, so your morning pick-me-up consists of bread, perhaps some watered-down wine, because the water isn't always trustworthy, and the sheer excitement of trying to make it through another day in one of history's most vibrant cities. As you pull on your tunic, a simple, practical garment that's seen better days but still has some life in it, you can hear your neighbours beginning their own morning routines. There's the family next door arguing about whose turn it is to fetch water from the public fountain down the street. The woman upstairs is already at her loom, the steady thwack, thwack, thwack of her weaving providing a rhythmic soundtrack to the morning. And somewhere below, a small child is crying, probably because they've just discovered that breakfast is going to be yesterday's bread again. You're not rich, let's be honest, you're nowhere close to rich, but you're not desperately poor either. You're what we might call middle class, though that term wouldn't be invented for several centuries. You work as a craftsman, perhaps making leather goods or working metal, and you earn enough to afford your own apartment, some decent clothes, and food that isn't just bread and water. You might even own a book or two, which makes you practically an intellectual by medieval standards. Now comes the daily challenge of breakfast, and this is where Byzantine life gets interesting in ways that might surprise you. You see, the Byzantines had some rather peculiar ideas about when and what people should eat. The official Christian position was that really devout people should fast until noon every day, eating only one main meal. Of course, this rule was about as universally followed as speed limits on a highway, which is to say, honoured more in the breach than in the observance. Your breakfast is simple but satisfying. You have bread, not the fluffy white stuff we're used to, but a dense, dark loaf that could probably double as a weapon if necessary. This bread is your constant companion throughout the day. Byzantines ate bread with everything, dipped it in everything, and used it as plates when they ran out of actual plates. It was the smartphone of the medieval world, ubiquitous, essential, and impossible to imagine life without. With your bread, you might have some olive oil for dipping, perhaps a handful of olives themselves, and if you're feeling fancy, a small piece of cheese. The cheese is hard and salty, designed to last weeks without spoiling in your unrefrigerated apartment. Fresh milk is almost impossible to come by unless you happen to live next door to someone who keeps goats, and even then, you'd better drink it fast before it turns into something resembling cottage cheese with attitude. If you're lucky enough to have some wine left from yesterday, you'll mix it with water. Not because you're trying to be moderate, but because undiluted wine is considered barbaric. The Byzantines inherited this custom from the ancient Greeks and Romans, and they took it seriously. Drinking straight wine was something that barbarians did, right up there with wearing pants instead of proper tunics, and speaking languages that didn't sound like music. As you eat, you're mentally preparing for the day ahead. Your workshop waits, along with the customers who will try to haggle down your prices, the guild officials who will inspect your work to make sure you're not cutting corners, and the tax collectors who seem to appear with the same regularity as sunrise and twice as much enthusiasm. Byzantine bureaucracy was legendary in its complexity and thoroughness. They had forms for forms, and tax categories that would make a modern accountant weep with frustration. The sound of the city grows louder as more people venture onto the streets. You can hear merchants setting up their stalls, their voices already rising in the sing-song cadences of salesmanship that sound remarkably similar to modern market vendors. Fresh fish, caught this morning, translation, caught sometime this week and still mostly edible. Silk from the Orient, translation, probably silk, definitely expensive, origin negotiable. Your neighbours are emerging from their apartments now, each beginning their own version of the Byzantine daily dance. The woman from upstairs nods as she passes your door, carrying her water jugs toward the public fountain. She's dressed in a long tunic with a cloak wrapped around her shoulders, her hair covered with a scarf as modesty demands. Her husband follows a few minutes later, heading toward his job at one of the silk workshops that make Constantinople famous throughout the known world. When you finally step outside, you're immediately immersed in sensory overload that makes modern city life seem peaceful by comparison. Constantinople in its heyday was home to somewhere between 400,000 and 1 million people. Historians argue about the exact number, but everyone agrees it was enormous by medieval standards. All those people are packed into a space smaller than modern Manhattan, and they're all trying to make a living, raise their families, and get through their daily routines without getting trampled, robbed, or inadvertently involved in one of the political riots that break out with the regularity of thunderstorms. The street you live on is typical of Constantinople's residential areas, narrow, paved with stone when the city treasury has money for repairs, and lined with buildings that seem to lean toward each other like old friends sharing secrets. The ground floor's house shops and workshops, their owners already busy with the day's work. There's the baker you smelled earlier, his oven producing a steady stream of loaves that will feed half the neighbourhood. Next door, a blacksmith is already heating his forge, the glow visible through his open doorway and the ring of hammer on anvil adding percussion to the morning symphony. The street itself is a river of humanity flowing in all directions. Merchants are leading pack animals loaded with goods from every corner of the known world. A train of mules passes by, loaded with silk that might have travelled the entire Silk Road from China. Behind them, a cart filled with amphorae of wine from Greece creaks along, the driver shouting at pedestrians to clear the way in language that would make a sailor blush. Water carriers move through the crowd with large ceramic vessels balanced on their shoulders or loaded onto donkeys. Clean water is precious in a city this size, and the public fountains, fed by massive aqueducts that are marvels of engineering, are always busy. You can see people lined up at the fountain at the end of your street chatting with neighbours while they wait their turn. The fountain is more than just a water source. It's a social hub, the place where news spreads, gossip flourishes, and marriages are sometimes arranged between families who meet while their children splash in the overflow. As you walk toward your workshop, you navigate around piles of refuse that won't be collected until the city's sanitation workers make their rounds later in the day. Medieval cities had waste management systems, but they were primitive by modern standards. Most people simply threw their garbage out their windows, aiming for the street rather than their neighbours' heads, though accuracy wasn't always guaranteed. The lucky ones had access to public latrines, while others made do with chamber pots that were emptied into designated areas outside the city walls. The smell of cooking food mingles with less pleasant odours, horse manure, rotting vegetables, and the distinctive aroma of the tanners' workshops, where animal hides are processed, using methods that haven't changed much since ancient times. Tanning requires urine, oak bark, and animal fat, combined in proportions that create a stench capable of stopping conversations 3 blocks away. Tanners always set up shop downwind of residential areas, which tells you something about medieval city planning priorities. Your workshop sits on a side street that specialises in metalworking. This isn't coincidence. Byzantine cities were organised by trade, with similar craftsmen clustering together like modern business districts. It made sense economically and socially. You shared techniques, borrowed tools, and competed for customers while maintaining the kind of professional camaraderie that comes from facing the same challenges every day. The guild system governs every aspect of your working life, and it's both a blessing and a bureaucratic nightmare. Your guild sets quality standards, regulates prices, controls who can enter the trade, and provides a social safety net for members who fall on hard times. It also tells you exactly how many apprentices you can have, what hours you can work, where you can set up shop, and probably what you should eat for lunch if they could get away with it. Today you're working on a commission from one of the city's wealthy merchants, a set of bronze fittings for a shipping vessel. Bronze work requires skill, patience, and the ability to work near a forge that turns your workshop into a sauna even in winter. You heat the metal until it glows like a small piece of the sun, then shape it with hammers and tools that your grandfather probably used and that your grandson might inherit someday. Your apprentice arrives shortly after you do, a boy of maybe 14 who's been with you for 2 years now. He's past the stage of being completely useless and has progressed to being only occasionally useless, which represents significant improvement. He tends the fire, organises tools, and practices the basic techniques that will eventually make him a craftsman in his own right. The apprentice system works well. It provides skilled workers for the future, while giving young men a path out of poverty and into respectable trades. The work is steady and satisfying in a way that's hard to explain to people who've never created something beautiful and functional with their own hands. Each piece of bronze you shape will outlast you by centuries. Some of your work might end up in churches, where it will be touched by thousands of worshippers. Other pieces will travel on ships to distant ports, carrying a small piece of Constantinople to places you'll never see. As the morning progresses, customers begin arriving. There's the ship captain who needs repairs to his vessel's fittings before his next voyage to Alexandria. He's a weathered man with hands like leather and stories that grow more fantastic with each telling. Today he's describing a storm off the coast of Cyprus that was apparently sent by Poseidon himself. Judging by his dramatic gestures and increasingly creative profanity, a wealthy woman arrives with her servant, looking for decorative bronze work for her mansion. She's dressed in silk so fine it seems to move like liquid, and her jewellery probably costs more than you'll earn in 5 years. But she pays well and doesn't argue about prices, so you treat her with the respect due to valued customers everywhere. She wants something unique, something that will impress her friends at dinner parties, where the wine flows like water and the gossip is more valuable than gold. By noon, the sun has warmed the stones of the street, and the city has reached its daily crescendo of activity. This is when Constantinople truly comes alive, when the morning's tentative commerce explodes into the full-throated roar of one of the world's great trading centres. The main boulevards are packed with people from every corner of the known world. Merchants from Venice and Genoa, traders from Russia carrying furs and amber, spice dealers from India and Ceylon, and diplomats from kingdoms so distant their names sound like poetry. You take a break from your work to venture out for the day's main meal. Lunch as we know it doesn't really exist. Byzantines eat their big meal in the early afternoon, after the morning's work is done, but while there's still plenty of daylight left. You head toward one of the tavernas that cater to working people like yourself, places where the food is simple, filling, and reasonably priced. The taverna you choose sits near the Hippodrome, that enormous arena where Constantinople's citizens gather for chariot races, political demonstrations, and the occasional riot. The Hippodrome is quiet now, but you can see vendors setting up for tonight's races, arranging their wares and preparing for the crowds that will pack the arena. Chariot racing is more than entertainment in Constantinople. It's a passion that divides the city into competing factions with the fervour of modern sports fans. Inside the taverna, the air is thick with the smell of cooking food and animated conversation. The proprietor, a stout man with arms like tree trunks, greets regular customers by name and somehow remembers exactly how everyone likes their food prepared. Today's offerings are written on a wooden board in letters large enough to be seen through the smoky interior. Lamb stew with vegetables, fish caught in the Bosphorus this morning, bread that's still warm from the oven, and wine from vineyards outside the city walls. You choose the fish. Fresh seafood is one of Constantinople's great advantages. The city sits where 2 continents meet, surrounded by water that provides an endless supply of fish, shellfish, and other seafood that makes its way to tables throughout the city. The fish is grilled over charcoal and seasoned with herbs that grow wild on the hills outside Constantinople. It's simple food prepared well, the kind of meal that sustains working people and keeps them coming back. While you eat, you listen to the conversations swirling around you. At the next table, 2 merchants are arguing about trade routes to the Black Sea, their voices rising as they debate whether overland or sea transport offers better profits. Behind you, a group of artisans from the silk workshops are complaining about new regulations from their guild, regulations that apparently make no sense and were obviously written by people who have never actually worked with silk in their lives. The taverna serves as an unofficial news centre where information spreads faster than wildfire. Today's hot topic is a rumour that the emperor is planning new taxes on imported goods, news that has merchants calculating profit margins and ordinary citizens wondering how much more expensive everything is about to become. Someone mentions that there's trouble brewing with the Bulgarians again, which draws knowing nods from veterans who remember previous conflicts with Constantinople's northern neighbours. After your meal, you return to work refreshed and ready for the afternoon's challenges. This is typically the most productive part of the day for craftsmen. You're well fed, the light is good, and you've had time to plan your approach to whatever project demands attention. The bronze fittings are taking shape nicely under your experienced hands, each piece fitting perfectly with its neighbours in the complex assembly that will help keep a trading vessel seaworthy. Your apprentice has returned from his own meal and is eager to continue learning. Today you're teaching him the delicate art of finishing work. the patient filing, polishing and adjusting that transforms rough bronze into pieces worthy of a merchant's ship. It's tedious work that requires attention to detail and steady hands, qualities that separate true craftsmen from mere labourers. The afternoon brings a steady stream of visitors to your workshop. There's the guild inspector, a thin man with sharp eyes who examines your work for any deviation from established standards. The guild takes quality control seriously. Their reputation depends on maintaining standards that customers throughout the Mediterranean can trust. A single shoddy piece bearing the guild's mark could damage relationships that took decades to build. A fellow craftsman stops by to borrow a specialised tool, and you spend a few minutes discussing techniques and sharing professional gossip. He tells you about a new method for creating decorative patterns in bronze that he learned from a visiting artisan from Damascus. In return, you share a tip about heat treatment that produces a particularly attractive finish. This kind of professional exchange is how techniques spread and improve over the centuries. Late in the afternoon, you receive an unexpected commission from a church official who needs repairs to bronze fixtures in one of Constantinople's smaller churches. Church work is prestigious and pays well, but it also comes with the pressure of creating something worthy of divine service. The official examines some of your previous work and nods approvingly before describing what he needs. Replacements for decorative elements that were damaged when part of the church roof collapsed during a recent storm. As the sun begins its descent toward the western hills, you start thinking about closing up shop for the day. But first, there are tools to clean and organise, materials to secure against theft, and plans to make for tomorrow's work. Your workshop is more than just a place of business. It's your professional identity, the space where your skills transform raw materials into useful and beautiful objects. The transition from afternoon to evening in Constantinople is a daily spectacle that never gets old. As the sun angles lower in the western sky, it transforms the city's white marble buildings into golden jewels that catch and reflect light in constantly changing patterns. The great dome of Hagia Sophia seems to glow from within, while the waters of the Golden Horn turn the colour of the molten bronze, a sight that makes even the most jaded residents pause in their daily routines. You secure your workshop and begin the walk home through streets that are taking on their evening character. The urgent pace of midday commerce gives way to something more relaxed and social. People have time to chat with neighbours, children play in the spaces between buildings, and the taverners begin preparing for their evening customers. The smell of cooking food drifts from windows and doorways, a mixture of roasting meat, baking bread, and the herbs and spices that make Byzantine cuisine distinctive. Street vendors appear with goods targeted at the evening crowd, hot food for people walking home from work, oil for lamps that will soon be needed as darkness falls, and small luxuries that make the end of a working day feel special. A man with a portable brazier is roasting chestnuts that fill the air with their distinctive aroma. A woman sells honey cakes from a basket balanced expertly on her head, her voice calling out their virtues in the rhythmic chant that street vendors have probably used since cities were invented. As you walk, you notice the subtle changes that mark the approach of evening. Shutters are being pulled closed on ground floor shops as merchants secure their wares against theft. Public fountains become gathering places where people linger to chat while filling their evening water supplies. Churches begin preparing for Vespers, their bells calling the faithful to evening prayers with the same insistence they showed at dawn. The residential streets take on a cosy atmosphere as families gather for their evening meal. Through open windows you can see women preparing food, while children help with simple tasks or play with toys carved from wood or fashioned from scraps of cloth. Men return from workshops and markets, their faces showing the satisfaction of honest work completed and the anticipation of home-cooked food and family conversation. Your own evening meal awaits, and it's the social highlight of the day. If you're unmarried, you might join other craftsmen at one of the neighbourhood tavernas, where the food is hearty, the wine flows freely, and the conversation ranges from professional gossip to philosophy. If you have a family, the evening meal is a time for connection, for sharing the day's experiences, and for maintaining the bonds that hold households together. Tonight's meal reflects the abundance and diversity that make Constantinople a culinary crossroads. There's fresh bread, of course. No Byzantine meal is complete without it. The bread is accompanied by olive oil that was pressed from trees growing on Greek hillsides, oil so pure and flavourful it seems to capture sunshine in liquid form. There are olives themselves, some small and black, others large and green, each variety offering its own distinct flavour. The main course might be fish stew made with the day's catch from the Bosphorus, seasoned with herbs and vegetables that grow in the gardens outside the city walls. Or perhaps lamb that was raised on the Anatolian plains and butchered this morning, prepared with the spices that flow through Constantinople's markets from India, Persia and Arabia. The variety of available ingredients is staggering compared to what people in Western Europe can obtain. Constantinople sits at the crossroads of trade routes that bring flavours from 3 continents to a single marketplace. Wine accompanies the meal, mixed with water according to proper custom. The wine might come from vineyards in Greece, Macedonia, or even from vines that grow on the hills surrounding Constantinople itself. It's served in cups that range from simple pottery to elaborate metalwork, depending on the household's wealth and the formality of the occasion. Conversation during the meal covers the day's events, neighbourhood gossip, and topics of broader interest. People discuss the quality of this year's harvest, the latest news from the imperial court, and the prospects for trade with distant lands. Politics inevitably enters the conversation. Byzantines are passionate about politics the way others are passionate about sports, and everyone has opinions about the emperor's policies, the competence of his advisors, and the empire's relationships with neighbours both friendly and hostile. As the meal progresses and the wine takes effect, the conversation becomes more animated and wide-ranging. Philosophy enters the discussion, along with theology, literature, and the kind of speculative thinking that emerges when people have enough leisure time to consider questions beyond immediate survival. This is one of the great advantages of living in Constantinople. The city's wealth and sophistication provide space for intellectual pursuits that would be impossible in smaller, poorer communities. As darkness settles over Constantinople, the city doesn't go to sleep. It transforms. Oil lamps begin flickering to life in windows and doorways, creating pools of warm light that push back the darkness. The wealthy neighbourhoods are better lit than the poor ones, but even modest areas maintain enough illumination to allow limited nighttime activity. Public areas like major streets and markets have torches or larger oil lamps that burn through the night, maintained by the city authorities as a public service. The night brings its own sounds and rhythms. Church bells mark the hours with their bronze voices, calling the faithful to night prayers and providing a temporal framework that helps people navigate the darkness. Night watchmen begin their rounds, their footsteps echoing off stone walls as they patrol neighbourhoods and marketplaces. Their calls of "all's well" or warnings of fire or thieves become part of the nighttime soundscape. Tavernas that cater to the evening crowd come alive with music, conversation, and the kind of social interaction that helps people unwind from the day's labours. Musicians with lyres, flutes, and drums provide entertainment, performing traditional songs alongside newer compositions that reflect the cultural mixing that makes Constantinople unique. The music blends Greek melodies with influences from the Arab world, Persia, and the Slavic lands to the north. For those who can afford it, the evening offers sophisticated entertainment. Wealthy households host dinner parties where guests enjoy elaborate meals, while discussing literature, philosophy, and politics. These gatherings might feature professional entertainers, musicians, storytellers, or even scholars who can discourse eloquently on subjects ranging from theology to mathematics. The conversation at such gatherings is both intellectual and social, serving to reinforce relationships within Constantinople's elite, while providing forums for the exchange of ideas. The night also has its dangers and its less respectable activities. Constantinople after dark can be dangerous for the unwary. Thieves operate in poorly lit areas, drunken arguments can escalate into violence, and the city's maze-like street layout provides plenty of places for criminals to disappear. Most respectable citizens avoid unnecessary travel after dark, and those who must venture out often travel in groups or hire guards. As the evening deepens into night, Constantinople gradually settles into quieter rhythms. The last customers leave the tavernas, craftsmen extinguish their workshop fires, and families gather around their own hearths for the final activities of the day. This is the time for intimate conversation, for reading if you're literate and can afford books, or for the simple pleasure of sitting quietly while reflecting on the day's events. In your apartment, you prepare for sleep with the same practical rituals that people have followed for millennia. Oil lamps are extinguished one by one, leaving perhaps a single light burning for safety. The brazier that provided warmth during the day is banked carefully. Fire is too precious to waste, but also too dangerous to leave unattended. Windows are shuttered against the night air and potential thieves, though in summer they might be left partially open for ventilation. Your bed awaits, with its straw mattress and wool blankets that provide warmth against the November chill. The blankets are heavy and practical rather than luxurious, but they're clean and sufficient for comfort. A chamber pot sits nearby for nighttime necessities. Indoor plumbing exists in Constantinople, but it's limited to public buildings and the homes of the very wealthy. As you settle into bed, the sounds of the city continue outside your shuttered windows, but they're muted now, transformed into the nighttime symphony of urban life. Distant church bells mark the passage of time, night watchmen call their reassurances, and occasionally you might hear the rumble of a late cart carrying goods through the streets, or the voices of people walking home from evening entertainments. The darkness that surrounds you is different from modern darkness, deeper and more complete, broken only by occasional flickers of artificial light. There's no electric glow on the horizon, no constant hum of machinery, no digital displays marking time in glowing numbers. The night is truly dark, making the stars above Constantinople shine with intensity that city dwellers today rarely experience. Sleep in the Byzantine world comes with its own rhythms and challenges. Without artificial lighting, people naturally follow patterns more closely aligned with sunrise and sunset. They tend to sleep longer in winter when days are short, and wake earlier in summer when dawn arrives with the birds. Your sleep might be interrupted by the night watch calling the hours, by church bells marking midnight prayers, or by the sounds of your neighbours dealing with crying children or sick family members. Dreams come easily in this world where the boundary between the spiritual and material seems thinner than in modern times. Byzantines take dreams seriously. They're considered messages from God, warnings of future events, or communications from deceased relatives. A particularly vivid dream might influence important decisions or send someone to consult with a priest about its meaning. The dream world is as real and significant as waking life, perhaps more so. The night passes quietly, marked by the subtle sounds that indicate a city at rest but never completely asleep. Guard dogs bark occasionally at real or imagined threats. A baby cries in a neighbouring apartment, quickly soothed by a mother's lullaby. Somewhere in the distance, a drunk staggers home singing a song that might be romantic or patriotic or simply incomprehensible. As morning approaches, the city begins its gradual awakening. Church bells start their dawn chorus earlier now, calling the faithful to morning prayers. Bakers fire up their ovens to begin the day's bread production, filling the air with the smell of yeast and flour transforming into sustenance. Water carriers begin their rounds, and the clip-clop of hooves announces the arrival of farmers bringing fresh produce from the countryside. You stir in your bed as familiar sounds signal the beginning of another day. The cycle is about to begin again. The same routines, the same challenges, the same small pleasures that make up daily life in the greatest city of the medieval world. But each day also brings its own possibilities, its own small adventures, its own opportunities to create something beautiful or useful or meaningful. This is how life unfolds in Constantinople, day after day, season after season, year after year. The rhythms are ancient and comforting, connecting you to generations of people who have followed similar patterns of work and rest, creation and community. Your grandfather lived this way, and your grandchildren will likely continue these same essential patterns long after you're gone. There's something deeply satisfying about this continuity, this sense of being part of something larger and more enduring than individual lives. Your work contributes to the city's prosperity. Your taxes support the empire's administration. Your participation in community life helps maintain the social fabric that holds everything together. You're not just surviving, you're contributing to one of history's greatest civilizations. The Byzantine Empire will endure for centuries after your lifetime, maintaining traditions and innovations that influence the entire medieval world. The techniques you use in your workshop will be passed down through generations of craftsmen. The goods you create will outlast your memory, carrying your skills into a future you'll never see. The community you help sustain will continue to thrive, adapt, and evolve long after individual lives have ended. Yet for all its grandeur and historical significance, daily life in Constantinople comes down to the same fundamental human experiences that people have always shared. The satisfaction of work well done, the pleasure of sharing meals with family and friends, the comfort of familiar routines, and the hope that tomorrow will bring its own small improvements and opportunities. As you drift off to sleep in your modest apartment, surrounded by the quiet sounds of a city at rest, you're part of something magnificent, a civilization that bridges east and west, ancient and modern, the practical and the sublime. Constantinople in its golden age represents humanity at its most creative and ambitious, a place where different cultures meet and mingle to create something entirely new. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the distant sound of church bells marking midnight, their bronze voices carrying across the sleeping city like a blessing. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but tonight all is well in the Queen of Cities. The great empire sleeps peacefully under its canopy of stars, secure in its strength and confident in its future. And in this moment, drifting between waking and sleeping in a civilization that would influence the world for 1,000 years, you're exactly where you belong, part of the magnificent, complicated, endlessly fascinating tapestry of human experience that we call daily life in Byzantium. The bells fade into silence, the city settles into deeper rest, and another day in the life of the Byzantine Empire draws to its gentle close. Tomorrow the cycle will begin again, as it has for centuries, as it will for centuries more, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of ordinary people who built something extraordinary with their daily labours and their shared hopes for the future. Sleep well, citizen of Constantinople. Your city endures, your work matters, and your life, however modest it might seem, is part of something truly magnificent. The empire rests peacefully tonight, sustained by the efforts of people like you, protected by walls built by hands like yours, and enriched by the daily miracle of human creativity and community that makes civilization possible. The end. Rest well, dear listener. Until tomorrow's journey through time, may your dreams be filled with the sounds of ancient bells and the satisfaction of work well done in humanity's greatest adventure, the simple, extraordinary experience of being alive in history. Imagine New England in late February 1717, back when Boston was still a collection of wooden buildings huddled around a harbour, and the entire population of Massachusetts numbered fewer people than a modern suburban shopping mall on a Saturday afternoon. You're living in a world lit by candles and warmed by fireplaces, where your entertainment options consist of reading the same books you've read 20 times, doing needlework until your fingers cramp, or staring out the window and wondering if spring will ever arrive. Colonial New Englanders had a complicated relationship with winter. On one hand, they'd chosen to live in a place where winter lasted roughly from October to May, so clearly they weren't entirely opposed to cold weather. On the other hand, their diaries and letters from this period read like extended complaints to a landlord who refuses to fix the heating. Winter was something you endured, prepared for obsessively, and then complained about with the satisfaction of someone who's earned the right to grumble. By late February 1717, most New Englanders thought they'd already survived the worst of winter. February in colonial times was what we'd call late winter. The snow was old and crusty, the firewood pile was getting concerningly low, and everyone was starting to think longingly about mud season, which tells you something about how tired they were of snow. Children had already had months of what passed for snow days, though in their case it meant more chores rather than sleeping in and hot chocolate. The typical colonial household in 1717 was preparing for early spring with the optimism of people who really should have known better. You'd be checking your seed stores, planning your garden, and perhaps doing some early maple sugaring if the weather cooperated. Your house, and let's be honest about colonial architecture, was essentially a wooden box with a fireplace, some small windows that let in drafts more effectively than light, and enough gaps in the walls that you could almost see your breath indoors on particularly cold mornings. Daily life revolved around staying warm and fed, which took approximately all your waking hours. Your morning began before dawn, when someone had to revive the banked fire from the night before, a process that involved poking at barely glowing coals and praying they'd cooperate. Water had to be fetched from the well, assuming it wasn't frozen solid. Breakfast needed cooking, animals needed tending, and all of this happened in the dark because the sun had the courtesy to arrive fashionably late in winter. Women spent their days in an endless cycle of cooking, spinning, weaving, sewing, and trying to keep children from either burning themselves on the fireplace or dying of boredom. Men worked outside when weather permitted, doing repairs, chopping wood, and checking on livestock that had the good sense to look miserable about the whole situation. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, spent a significant portion of their day simply trying to stay warm enough to function. The landscape itself in late February was what we might charitably call tired. Snow that had fallen in December was now grey and crusty, pockmarked with soot from chimneys and various other evidence of human habitation that we won't detail before bedtime. The forests were skeletal black lines against grey skies, and the ocean was a cold, dark presence that occasionally reminded everyone of its existence by freezing at the edges. But there was a rhythm to this life that modern people might find almost appealing in its simplicity. You knew what needed doing because it was the same thing that needed doing yesterday and would need doing tomorrow. Your neighbours were facing identical challenges, which created a sense of community born from shared suffering. When the sun set, which happened depressingly early, you gathered around the fire with your family and whoever else was staying the night, and you made the best of it. Late February weather in New England has always been unpredictable, a meteorological coin flip between maybe spring is coming and, surprise, here's more winter. Colonists watched the sky with the intensity of people whose lives depended on weather prediction, which they did. A storm could mean being trapped indoors for days, unable to work, unable to travel, and possibly running dangerously low on supplies. The barns and outbuildings were stocked with hay for the animals, though by late February those supplies were running low, and the hay that remained was probably not the highest quality. Cows, horses, oxen, pigs and chickens all depended on human care to survive the winter, and all complained about their circumstances in their own ways. The chickens probably had the most to complain about, actually, since they'd stopped laying eggs weeks ago and were just eating resources while providing nothing but the occasional egg that felt like winning the lottery. Your root cellar would be carefully organised with the remaining stores of preserved food, apples getting softer by the day, root vegetables beginning to sprout, barrels of salted meat, crocks of butter preserved under salt, and whatever else you'd managed to preserve from last year's harvest. Every meal required a calculation. Is this worth using now, or should we save it for later? How much later? What if spring doesn't come for another 6 weeks? The social fabric of colonial New England was tight-knit by necessity. Your nearest neighbour might be a quarter-mile away, but you knew their business almost as well as your own, because survival often depended on cooperation. If someone's barn caught fire, everyone came to help. If a family ran short of food, neighbours shared what they could. If someone got sick or injured, the community rallied around them because there was no other option. Religious life provided structure and community in ways that modern people might find either comforting or suffocating, depending on their perspective. Sunday meeting at the church was mandatory, both legally and socially. You sat in an unheated building for hours listening to sermons that were theologically complex and often focused on sin and redemption, with an intensity that made Game of Thrones seem light-hearted. But church was also where you saw everyone, heard news from other towns, and felt part of something larger than your individual struggle to stay alive through winter. Children in 1717 had childhoods that would seem impossibly harsh by modern standards. They worked from the time they could walk, learned to read using the Bible and whatever few books the family owned, and had responsibilities that included genuinely dangerous tasks like managing fires and handling large animals. But they were still children. They played when they could, created games from nothing, and found joy in simple pleasures like a successful sled ride or the discovery of icicles in interesting shapes. The elderly held a respected position in colonial society, partly because surviving to old age was an achievement in itself. If you made it to 60 or 70, you'd survive diseases, accidents, harsh weather, and periodic conflicts with indigenous peoples or other colonial powers. Your experience and knowledge were valuable resources, and you were often consulted on everything from weather prediction to medical treatment, whether or not you actually knew what you were talking about. As February 1717 progressed toward its end, New Englanders had no idea they were standing at the edge of one of the most remarkable weather events in American history. They went about their routines, complained about the cold with the dedication of people who took complaining seriously, and looked forward to March with the hope that it might bring slightly less terrible weather. The sky that late February showed no particular warning signs that we know of. Colonial weather prediction was based on folklore, careful observation of animal behaviour, and a general sense of what the sky looked like before trouble arrived. If your bones ached more than usual, rain or snow was probably coming. If the chickens acted strange, though defining strange for chickens is admittedly difficult, weather might be changing. If the sunset looked particularly vivid, make sure you had extra firewood handy. But nothing in anyone's experience prepared them for what was about to happen. New Englanders were tough and resourceful, and had survived plenty of harsh winters. They'd seen big snowstorms before. They thought they knew what winter could throw at them. They were about to discover they'd been underestimating winter's ambitions. Picture yourself in your colonial home on February 27th, 1717. You wake before dawn, as usual, to coax the fire back to life. The house is cold enough that you can see your breath, which is so normal you barely notice anymore. You pull on your warmest clothes, and in colonial times this meant layers of wool, linen and leather that made you look like a medieval knight made of fabric, and begin the day's endless round of chores. But something feels different this morning. The air has that peculiar weight it gets before a significant storm, a pressure that makes your ears feel slightly odd and gives the world a muted quality. The wind, which has been a constant companion all winter, has gone still in a way that feels less peaceful and more like nature holding its breath. By midday, the first flakes begin to fall. Nothing dramatic initially, just a gentle dusting that looks almost pretty against the grey sky. You've seen this hundreds of times before. Snow in February is about as surprising as finding out water is wet. You note it, make sure you have enough firewood close to the house, and continue with your day. But the snow doesn't stop. Hour after hour, it continues with a steadiness that begins to seem almost purposeful. By evening, you've got several inches of fresh accumulation, and the snow is still falling with no sign of letting up. You bank the fire carefully before bed, make sure everyone is under enough blankets, and think that tomorrow you'll need to do some shoveling. When you wake the next morning, your first clue that something unusual is happening comes from the quality of light in the house. It's too bright for dawn, a strange diffused glow that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. When you finally manage to open your door, and this takes effort pushing against resistance that shouldn't be there, you discover why. The snow has piled against your door in drifts that reach past your knees. The world outside has been transformed into an alien landscape of white, where familiar shapes have become strange, rounded lumps, and the horizon has disappeared into a curtain of falling snow. The storm that started yesterday hasn't stopped. If anything, it's intensified. This is the beginning of what contemporary accounts would call the Great Snow of 1717, though people living through it probably had other, less polite names for it. What New Englanders couldn't have known was that they were experiencing something meteorologically extraordinary. A series of 4 massive storms that would arrive in waves over the next 3 weeks, each adding to accumulations that were already unprecedented. The snow fell with a relentlessness that began to feel almost personal. Not in violent gusts and dramatic blizzard conditions, though there were certainly periods of that, but with a steady, implacable determination. It was as if the sky had decided that New England needed a really thorough covering and wasn't going to stop until the job was done properly. You can imagine the progression of reactions among colonial families. Day 1. Well, this is a significant snowfall. Day 2. This is quite unusual. Day 3. This is becoming concerning. Day 4. This is absolutely unprecedented and possibly the end of the world. Day 5. If I have to spend one more day trapped in this house with these people, I'm going to lose my mind. The practical challenges began immediately. Your daily routine, which was already demanding, suddenly required 3 times as much effort. Every trip to the barn to feed animals meant wading through snow that reached your thighs, then higher, then eventually to your chest. Paths that you shoveled one day were filled in by the next morning. The livestock, trapped in their shelters, needed constant attention to prevent them from panicking or worse, freezing. Firewood, which you'd carefully stacked within easy reach of the house, became buried under drifts. Digging it out was exhausting work in the best of times. Doing it while snow continued to fall and wind created drifts that seemed to appear out of nowhere was like some kind of very cold, very tiring meditation on futility. Yet it had to be done, because without fire your family would freeze. The mathematics of survival became starkly simple: dig or die. The psychological impact of being trapped indoors during an endless snowstorm is something modern people with heated homes, electricity and streaming services can barely imagine. You're confined to a space roughly the size of a modern living room and kitchen combined, with your entire family, with no entertainment beyond conversation, handwork and staring at the fire. The walls seem to close in. Small irritations become major grievances. That thing your spouse does when they chew, which you've tolerated for years, suddenly becomes unbearable. Children, bless them, handled confinement with all the grace and patience that children have possessed throughout human history, which is to say, none at all. They were restless, bored, fighting with siblings, and asking approximately every 10 minutes when they could go outside. Parents responded with the timeless patience of people who were also losing their minds, but had to pretend they weren't because civilization depended on maintaining standards. The storms came in waves, each separated by just enough time for people to think maybe it was over, only to watch the sky darken again and the snow resume. Contemporary accounts describe the snow as coming in 4 great storms over the course of about 3 weeks, but the distinction between separate storms probably felt academic when you were living through what seemed like one continuous siege by winter. Between storms, the sun might break through, illuminating a transformed landscape. Everything familiar had been reshaped by snow into strange flowing forms. Fences disappeared entirely under drifts. Trees bent under the weight of snow until their branches touched the ground, creating natural tunnels. Houses all but vanished, with only their chimneys protruding above the white expanse like stone fingers reaching for the sky. The drifts were what made this snowfall truly extraordinary. Wind had sculpted the snow into formations that defied logic, 10 feet deep in some places, bare ground in others, and waves and curves that looked like a frozen ocean. You could walk across the top of some drifts while sinking to your armpits in others just a few feet away. The surface would sometimes support your weight and sometimes not, and there was no reliable way to tell which would happen until you tested it. Animals suffered terribly during these storms. Cows trapped in barns needed constant care to prevent them from overheating in their confined space, while simultaneously ensuring they didn't freeze. Chickens stopped laying entirely and seemed personally affronted by the weather, as if someone had promised them spring and then welched on the deal. Horses and oxen, usually stoic about weather, showed clear signs of distress at being confined for days on end. Wild animals fared even worse. Deer, trapped by snow too deep to navigate, either starved or became easy prey for wolves and other predators that could travel on top of the crusted snow. Birds that hadn't migrated found food scarce and shelter hard to come by. The forest went silent in a way that was eerie. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals, just the whisper of falling snow and the occasional crack of a branch breaking under accumulated weight. The harbour in Boston froze solid, something that happened occasionally but always felt ominous. Ships were trapped in ice, their masts visible above the white expanse like a bare forest. The ice was thick enough to walk on, though only the foolhardy or desperate tried it. The ocean, that vast presence that defined so much of New England life, temporarily became just another snowfield. Food stores that had seemed adequate in January began to look alarmingly insufficient by mid-March. You were burning through firewood faster than planned because you needed to keep the fire going constantly. Animals were eating hay at their normal rate, but the hay was getting harder to reach. Every meal required careful calculation, and families began to worry about what would happen if the snow didn't stop soon. Yet there was also a strange beauty to it all. On clear nights between storms, the moonlight on endless snow created a luminescence that turned the world into something magical. The silence was profound. No wagon wheels on roads, no church bells carrying from distant towns, just a hush so complete it almost rang in your ears. The stars seemed brighter somehow, as if the snow reflected light back to the sky. Some people found the experience almost meditative, forced as they were to slow down and exist in the immediate moment. There were no trips to town, no visits with neighbours, and no church meetings. Life contracted to the essentials: keep the fire burning, feed your family, care for your animals, and wait. In a world normally filled with constant labour and social obligations, this enforced pause had an odd appeal, at least for the first week or so. But as the snow continued, as drifts grew higher and supplies grew lower, as the novelty wore off and the reality of the situation set in, that initial sense of wonder gave way to something closer to anxiety. This wasn't just a big snowstorm anymore. This was something different, something that was rewriting what New Englanders thought possible. The snow had been falling for over 2 weeks. The drifts in some places were measuring 15, 18, or even 20 feet deep. Houses were buried to their second stories, and the snow was still falling. By the time March arrived, New England had been transformed into an alien landscape that bore little resemblance to the world colonists had known. Imagine stepping out your door, assuming you could open it, and finding yourself standing on top of what used to be your roof. This wasn't an exaggeration for many families. The snow had piled so high that second-story windows were at ground level, and chimneys required constant attention to prevent them from being completely buried. Daily life had become a series of adaptations to absurd circumstances. You didn't walk anywhere, you tunneled. Families created networks of passages through the snow connecting their houses to barns, wells, and wood piles. These tunnels were engineering projects worthy of miners, requiring constant maintenance as snow shifted and settled. Some colonists described their tunnels collapsing while they were in them, leading to panicked digging and a newfound appreciation for open spaces. The tunnels created a strange new architecture of necessity. You descend from your door into a passage whose walls were compressed snow, dimly lit by whatever sunlight penetrated from above. The tunnel would branch, one direction to the barn, another to the well, and a third to the woodpile. Walking through these passages felt like being a very cold mole, and the disorientation of being surrounded by snow on all sides took some getting used to. Feeding animals became an expedition. You'd suit up in every piece of warm clothing you owned, grab whatever tools you needed, light a lantern, and descend into your tunnel system. The trip to the barn that normally took 30 seconds now took 15 minutes. Once there, you'd need to deal with animals that were restless from confinement, nervous from the strange muffled quality of sound through snow, and generally unhappy about their circumstances. Getting water was perhaps the most challenging daily task. Wells that weren't buried had to be accessed through tunnels, and hauling water back through narrow passages while trying not to spill was an exercise in patience and balance. Some families resorted to melting snow, which sounds simple until you realise how much snow you need to melt to get a usable amount of water, and how much firewood that requires, and how your firewood supplies are already stretched thin. Food preparation became creative out of necessity. Your variety had been limited before the storms. Now it was approaching monotonous. Root vegetables, salted meat, dried beans, and perhaps some preserved fruit if you were lucky. Every meal was a variation on the theme of things that can be boiled or roasted near the fire. The bright spot was that at least you didn't have to worry about food spoiling. You could just stick it in a snowbank, which was basically a giant natural freezer that covered everything you owned. Children's education, such as it was, continued sporadically. Parents who could read would work with their children on basic literacy and arithmetic, using the Bible, almanacs, and whatever other books the family owned. But concentration was difficult when everyone was cold, irritable, and worried about their increasingly precarious situation. Lessons often devolved into storytelling, which at least passed the time and didn't require anyone to sit still and focus. The psychological strain of prolonged confinement manifested in various ways. Some people became withdrawn and quiet, staring into the fire for hours. Others became manic in their activity, finding endless small tasks to occupy themselves. Family dynamics that had been stable for years suddenly became fraught. The colonial period didn't have therapists or self-help books, so people just had to cope using prayer, alcohol, or sheer stubbornness. Interestingly, the forced isolation seemed to reduce religious attendance anxieties. Getting to church was physically impossible for most families, which meant missing services without any guilt. The Puritan ministers, who usually took a dim view of absence, were presumably too busy dealing with their own snow-related problems to worry much about who wasn't showing up. It was possibly the first time in colonial New England history that you could skip church without social consequences. Neighbours who could see each other's chimneys through the snow, often the only indication that other humans were nearby, developed signalling systems. Smoke patterns could convey basic information. We're okay, we need help, and does anyone have any spare candles because we're running out, and staring into darkness for 12 hours a night is making us strange. These smoke signals were probably not terribly sophisticated, but they provided reassurance that you weren't completely alone in the White Wilderness. The mail, such as it existed in 1717, completely stopped. There were no postal workers brave or foolish enough to attempt delivery through 20-foot snowdrifts. This meant that communities became isolated not just physically, but also informationally. You had no idea what was happening in the next town, let alone in Boston or other major settlements. For all you knew, you were the only people left alive, and the rest of New England had been consumed by snow. Animals developed their own coping strategies. Chickens trapped in coops established new pecking orders based on who could commandeer the warmest spots. Cows adapted to their confinement with bovine stoicism, though their milk production dropped significantly. Horses seemed to understand the gravity of the situation and became unusually cooperative, perhaps sensing that everyone needed to work together to survive. The few people who attempted travel during this period left accounts that sound like expeditions to the Arctic. One man described walking to his neighbour's house, a journey of perhaps a quarter mile that took him 3 hours. He had to navigate drifts, break through crusted snow, backtrack when he encountered impassable barriers, and generally experience an adventure worthy of a polar explorer. His neighbour, apparently surprised to see anyone, greeted him like he'd returned from a voyage to the moon. Some enterprising colonists discovered that the hard-packed surface of the drifts could support considerable weight if approached correctly. You could walk on top of snow that in other spots would swallow you completely. This led to a strange new form of travel where you'd move cautiously across the surface, testing each step, moving like someone walking on thin ice because, in essence, you were. The technique required practice, patience, and acceptance that you'd occasionally fall through and need to be pulled out. The soundscape of life under the drifts was distinctive. Normal outdoor sounds were muffled by the snow, creating an eerie quiet broken only by the occasional crack of breaking branches, the muffled lowing of cattle, or the scrape of shovels as people fought to maintain their tunnel systems. Inside homes, every sound seemed amplified, the pop of the fire, the creak of floorboards, and the breathing of family members. Some people found the quiet soothing, others found it oppressive. Lighting became a precious commodity. Candles, which were already expensive and time-consuming to make, burned down steadily while the snow showed no signs of stopping. Families rationed light carefully, often going to bed shortly after sunset to conserve candles for when they were truly necessary. Evenings were spent in semi-darkness, with perhaps one candle or the firelight to see by, creating shadows that danced on walls and made familiar rooms seem strange. The creativity of desperate people manifested in unexpected ways. Some families organised indoor festivals to maintain morale, singing, storytelling, crafts, anything to break the monotony. Children created elaborate games using household objects. Adults told stories from memory, embellishing with each retelling until they became local legends. One family reportedly performed an entire week's worth of evening entertainments using nothing but shadow puppets and ingenuity. Health concerns added another layer of anxiety. If someone got sick or injured during the snowstorm, there was no way to fetch a doctor, no way to get help from neighbours, and no options except to deal with it yourself using whatever folk remedies and herbal knowledge you possessed. Every cough made parents nervous. Every complaint of feeling unwell triggered calculations about supplies of medicinal herbs and whether the situation might become serious. Surprisingly, the death rate during the Great Snow, at least among humans, was relatively low. New Englanders were tough, resourceful, and experienced in dealing with harsh conditions. They knew how to ration food, maintain heat efficiently, and keep themselves occupied during long periods of confinement. The bigger casualties were livestock, particularly those in less sturdy shelters or with inadequate food stores. As March progressed and the snow finally stopped falling, colonists began to reckon with the full extent of what had happened. The accumulation in most places measured between 10 and 20 feet, with drifts in exposed areas reaching 25 feet or more. Houses were buried. Roads had ceased to exist as recognisable features. The landscape looked like someone had taken a giant white blanket and just dropped it over everything, smoothing out all the familiar contours into alien curves and slopes. The silence when the snow stopped was somehow more profound than the silence during the storms. For weeks there had been at least the soft whisper of falling flakes and the occasional gust of wind. Now there was nothing. The world held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Birds that had survived began to tentatively explore, their calls sounding impossibly loud in the stillness. The sun emerged from behind clouds, making the snow surface sparkle so brightly it hurt to look at directly. When the snow finally stopped falling in mid-March, New Englanders faced a new problem. They were living under approximately 20 feet of frozen water that showed no immediate interest in going anywhere. Spring in New England typically involves a gradual thaw, with melting during the day and refreezing at night, a slow transition from winter to mud season. But the Great Snow wasn't interested in following typical patterns. The sheer volume of snow created its own microclimate. Even as temperatures rose above freezing during the day, the vast mass of snow stayed cold, reflecting sunlight and keeping air temperatures lower than they might otherwise be. It was like living inside a massive ice cube that was very slowly warming from the outside in. The process of melting this much snow would take weeks, possibly months, and would create its own set of challenges. Initial attempts at clearing paths were almost comically futile. You'd shovel for hours, creating a narrow passage that represented significant effort and exhaustion, only to realise you'd made a barely visible dent in drifts that stretched in every direction. It was like trying to empty a lake with a teacup. Some colonists gave up on clearing entirely and just focused on maintaining their tunnel systems, figuring the snow would melt eventually and there was no point in fighting it. But isolation was becoming a serious problem. Communities had been cut off from each other for over 3 weeks. Food supplies were running critically low. Firewood that had seemed adequate in February was nearly exhausted. People needed to reconnect, needed to trade goods, and needed to know if the rest of the world still existed. This necessity drove remarkable efforts to create pathways through the snow. The solution that emerged was essentially a combination of tunnelling and tramping. Groups of men would work together to create packed-down trails, walking the same path repeatedly until it was compressed enough to support regular traffic. It was exhausting work. Imagine hiking through deep snow for hours while carrying tools. But gradually, slowly, paths began to connect neighbouring farms and eventually link to main roads. These early pathways were more like trenches than roads. You'd walk along the bottom of a corridor whose walls were snow, sometimes 15 feet high on either side, unable to see anything but the sky above and the path ahead. It was disorienting and slightly claustrophobic, but it was better than complete isolation. Travellers met in these trenches with the relief of survivors finding other humans after a disaster, exchanging news and supplies and reassurances that they weren't alone. Boston, being a port city with more resources and manpower, organised more systematic clearing efforts. Teams of workers attacked the snow with a determination born of economic necessity. The city's commerce depended on ship traffic. and ships couldn't move while the harbour was frozen and streets were impassable. The work was brutal, shoveling snow all day in conditions that ranged from barely tolerable to actively hostile. But wages were good by colonial standards, and desperation made many willing to take on the task. The clearing efforts in Boston created mountains of snow that had to go somewhere. Without modern snow removal equipment, the only option was to pile it up. These artificial hills of ploughed snow grew taller than buildings, creating a strange new cityscape where snow mountains loomed over streets. Children found these mountains irresistible for sledding, despite parental warnings about the dangers. Some of these snow piles would remain visible well into summer, slowly shrinking but stubbornly refusing to disappear entirely. Rural areas relied more on nature to do the work. As temperatures gradually warmed, the snow began to settle and compress under its own weight. Paths that had been impassable slowly became navigable as the surface hardened and lowered. It was still difficult travel. You'd sink to your knees or thighs with regularity, but it was at least possible to move around your property and reach nearby neighbours. The livestock situation was becoming critical. Animals that had survived this long-needed fresh air, exercise and grazing as soon as possible. But releasing them into deep snow risked losing them in drifts or having them injure themselves trying to navigate impossible terrain. Farmers had to create enclosed areas near barns, where snow was compressed enough for animals to move safely. Horses and oxen were particularly valuable and received the most careful attention, while chickens were basically left to fend for themselves, which they did with their usual combination of luck and spite. As communication resumed, people discovered that the Great Snow had affected all of New England with varying degrees of severity. Some coastal areas had received less accumulation, while inland regions and higher elevations were buried even deeper than most places. Stories began to circulate, tales of whole houses being lost until spring, of travellers who perished attempting to cross impossible distances, of creative solutions to unprecedented problems. One story that made the rounds involved a family whose chimney became so packed with snow that smoke couldn't escape. Rather than suffocate, they carefully extinguished their fire and spent several days in bitter cold while working to clear the chimney from inside. When they finally succeeded and relit the fire, the sudden draft nearly blew the roof off. The family survived, the house survived, and they became local celebrities for their ordeal. Another account described a man who'd been visiting neighbours when the worst of the storms hit. Unable to return home, he was trapped for nearly 3 weeks. His wife, assuming he'd taken shelter somewhere, wasn't particularly worried until he finally made it back, half-starved and with a beard that had grown wild. She reportedly greeted him with relief, then immediately put him to work on clearing their paths, because priorities. The gradual reconnection of communities brought news both good and troubling. The death toll, while lower than might be expected given the severity of the storms, was still significant. Mostly elderly people who couldn't handle the cold, a few travellers caught between destinations, and some children who wandered from safety. Livestock losses were substantial. Estimates suggested that hundreds of cattle, sheep, and other animals had died from cold, starvation, or injuries sustained in panicked attempts to escape their shelters. But there was also remarkable news of resilience and survival. Families who had been certain they wouldn't make it through had found ways to endure. Communities that had seemed on the brink of crisis discovered they had more resources and creativity than they'd realised. The shared experience of surviving something unprecedented created bonds between neighbours that would last for generations. Religious leaders interpreted the Great Snow according to their theological frameworks. Some saw it as divine punishment for colonial sins, though there was considerable debate about which specific sins had angered God enough to warrant 20 feet of snow. Others viewed it as a test of faith, a trial that would strengthen the community's relationship with the divine. A few practical-minded ministers suggested it was simply weather, and perhaps they should focus on helping each other rather than debating its spiritual significance. As March gave way to April, the pace of melting accelerated. Warmer temperatures and longer days finally began to make a visible dent in the snow accumulation. Roofs emerged from under their white burden. Fences reappeared. Trees that had been bent double slowly straightened as their load of snow melted. The landscape began to remember its original shape, though it would be weeks before it fully returned to normal. The melting created its own set of problems. All that snow had to go somewhere, and where it went was everywhere. Rivers and streams swelled to flood stage. Roads turned into muddy rivers. Basements flooded. The spring runoff, typically a manageable annual event, became a deluge that overwhelmed normal drainage and created temporary lakes in low-lying areas. It was like watching winter turn directly into a very wet, very muddy version of spring, skipping all the pleasant parts. But with the melting came hope. Every day the world looked a little more familiar. Every day travel became a little easier. Every day brought them closer to the farming season, when they could begin to recover from winter's assault. Gardens could be planned, animals could graze, and normal life could resume. The first flowers to emerge, crocuses and snowdrops ironically, became objects of celebration disproportionate to their size or beauty. After months of nothing but white and grey and brown, the sight of actual colour in the landscape felt like a miracle. Children brought handfuls of early flowers to their mothers, who placed them in whatever containers could hold water, treating them like precious treasures. Birds returned in force, and their songs seemed louder and more enthusiastic than anyone remembered. Or perhaps it was just that after weeks of muffled silence under snow, any sound felt remarkable. The geese flying overhead in their V formations, the robins hunting for worms in newly exposed soil, the hawks circling above looking for prey, all of it signalled that the world was returning to its normal rhythms. As spring truly arrived, and life returned to something approaching normal, New Englanders began to reckon with what the great snow had done to their world. The physical impacts were obvious: damaged buildings, lost livestock, and depleted supplies. But the psychological and social impacts would resonate for much longer. The Great Snow became the defining event against which all other weather was measured for generations. Grandparents would tell their grandchildren about the winter when the snow reached the second-story windows, and the children would roll their eyes the way children always do when elderly relatives start talking about how much harder things were in their day. Except in this case, the elderly relatives were actually telling the truth, even if they embellished the details with each retelling. Diaries and letters from 1717 provide glimpses into how people processed their experience. Cotton Mather, the famous Puritan minister, wrote extensively about the storms, interpreting them through a religious lens while also providing detailed meteorological observations. His accounts describe snow depths, drift patterns, and the challenges of daily life with the precision of someone who understood this was historically significant. Other written records are more personal and immediate. One woman wrote about the strange intimacy of being confined with her family for weeks, how they learned things about each other that years of normal life had never revealed. Another described the terror of hearing the roof creak under the weight of snow, wondering if each creak might be the one that preceded collapse. A farmer catalogued his livestock losses with the resignation of someone who understood that survival sometimes meant accepting things you couldn't control. The economic impact of the Great Snow rippled through New England for months. Spring planting was delayed, which meant smaller harvests in the fall. Lost livestock had to be replaced, a significant expense for families whose margins were already thin. Buildings needed repairs. Gardens that had been carefully established over years were damaged or destroyed and needed to be started from scratch. The snow had essentially reset progress for many families, forcing them to rebuild what had been lost. But there were unexpected benefits as well. The deep snowpack meant exceptional water availability through the summer. Wells that sometimes ran low stayed full. Streams that occasionally dried up kept flowing. The moisture in the soil produced crops that, despite the late start, grew with unusual vigour. Nature, having delivered an unprecedented winter, apparently decided to compensate with an uncommonly productive growing season. The shared experience of surviving the Great Snow created social bonds that transcended previous divisions. Disputes between neighbours seemed petty in light of what everyone had endured together. Communities that had been fractious found new unity. People who had survived the same ordeal developed a kinship that came from understanding what it meant to face nature at its most imposing and come through the other side. Children who lived through the Great Snow would carry its memory for the rest of their lives. For them, it became the dividing line between before and after, the event that marked their transition from childhood innocence to an understanding that the world could be both beautiful and dangerous. Some would develop a lifelong wariness of winter, always preparing more than necessary, always worried that another such storm might arrive. Others would remember it with a strange nostalgia, recalling the adventure and excitement of living through something extraordinary. The physical evidence of the Great Snow lasted surprisingly long. Those massive piles of ploughed snow in Boston melted slowly through the summer, creating muddy pools that became unofficial swimming holes for children and nuisances for everyone else. Some snow remained in deep, shaded valleys well into June, stubborn patches of winter refusing to admit that spring had won. Trees that had been damaged by the weight of snow bore scars visible for years afterward. Bent trunks, missing branches, and growth patterns that marked where they'd been broken and healed. Architecture changed subtly in response to the Great Snow. New buildings were constructed with steeper roofs to shed snow more effectively. Barns were reinforced with additional supports. Storage buildings were designed with better access during high snow conditions. These weren't dramatic changes, but they reflected a recalibration of what New Englanders understood winter could do. They'd been reminded that nature could exceed their expectations, and they adjusted their plans accordingly. The Great Snow entered folklore almost immediately. Stories began to circulate that probably had some basis in truth, but grew more elaborate with each telling. Tales of people walking over houses without realizing they were there. Accounts of deer being found frozen in standing positions, preserved in ice like statues. Stories of tunnels collapsing and miraculous rescues, of supplies running out just as a thaw allowed resupply, of providential interventions that saved families from disaster. Some stories focused on human ingenuity and creativity under pressure. The man who fashioned snowshoes from barrel staves and managed to walk across drifts that swallowed everyone else. The family that rationed their food so carefully they ended the ordeal with supplies to spare. The woman who kept her family's spirits up through the darkest days with nothing but stories and songs. These tales celebrated the resilience and resourcefulness that had allowed the community to survive. Other stories had a darker tone, acknowledging the losses and the moments of despair. The traveller was found frozen halfway between settlements, his final thoughts unknown. The elderly couple who simply didn't have the strength to endure another month of cold and hardship. The animals that died despite their owners' best efforts. These stories served as reminders that survival had come at a cost, and that luck played as much a role as preparation or strength. The Great Snow also entered religious discourse in ways that reflected the theological debates of the era. Some ministers used it as evidence of divine displeasure, pointing to specific sins they believed had triggered God's judgment. Others saw it as a test that the community had passed, evidence of their faith and righteousness. Still others argued it was simply weather, remarkable but natural, and that attributing moral significance to meteorology was perhaps missing the point. These debates probably mattered less to the average colonist than the practical question of whether their chickens would start laying again. Scientific observation in the early 18th century was informal and often mixed with folklore, but the Great Snow prompted some genuine attempts to understand what had happened. People compared experiences, trying to establish patterns in snowfall and drift formation. They noticed that certain areas consistently received more or less snow, that wind patterns created predictable drift locations, and that temperature fluctuations influenced snow quality. This informal meteorology wouldn't impress modern scientists, but it represented colonists trying to make sense of their world through observation and reason. The Great Snow's legacy extended beyond New England. News of the extraordinary winter spread to other colonies, and eventually to England, where it was received with a mixture of sympathy and scepticism. English readers, accustomed to milder winters, struggled to imagine 20 feet of snow. Some assumed the accounts were exaggerated. Surely the colonists were embellishing for effect. This scepticism frustrated New Englanders, who knew exactly how extraordinary their experience had been and resented having it questioned by people who'd never seen snow that deep. In the decades that followed, the Great Snow became a benchmark. Other harsh winters were compared to it and found wanting. Bad, but not 1717 bad, became a common refrain. The event established a ceiling for what winter could do, a worst-case scenario that seemed unlikely to be repeated. And indeed, while New England has experienced many harsh winters since 1717, none have quite matched that remarkable season when the sky opened and didn't close for nearly a month. As you sit here in your climate-controlled comfort, perhaps with a warm drink and a soft blanket, it's worth reflecting on what the Great Snow can teach us about resilience, community, and the human relationship with nature. We're separated from those colonial New Englanders by over 3 centuries, countless technological advances, and such dramatic changes in daily life that they'd barely recognise our world. Yet their experience speaks to something timeless about how people cope with circumstances beyond their control. The colonists of 1717 didn't have weather forecasting, climate control, instant communication, or any of the technologies we consider essential for dealing with harsh weather. What they had was knowledge passed down through generations, strong community bonds, a remarkable tolerance for discomfort, and an understanding that survival sometimes meant simply enduring. When faced with unprecedented circumstances, they adapted, improvised, and supported each other through the crisis. There's something almost enviable about the simplicity of their challenges. Not enviable in the sense that we'd want to experience what they did, spending weeks trapped in a cold house with inadequate food, while buried under 20 feet of snow sounds terrible no matter how you frame it, but enviable in its directness. The problems were clear: stay warm, stay fed, keep animals alive, and wait for spring. The solutions, while difficult, were equally clear. There was no ambiguity about what needed doing. Modern life rarely offers such clarity. Our challenges are often abstract, long-term, and difficult to define precisely. Climate change, economic uncertainty, social division, these are the storms we face now, and they don't have the simple directness of too much snow. We can't tunnel through them or wait for them to melt. The colonists who survived the Great Snow had the advantage of knowing their ordeal had a definite endpoint. Eventually spring would arrive and the snow would melt. They just had to last until then, but perhaps we can learn something from how they approached their crisis. They didn't waste energy complaining about the injustice of their situation, or debating whether the snow was really that deep, or speculating about whether better leadership could have prevented it. They accepted the reality they faced and focused on what they could control: their own actions, their family's welfare, and their neighbours' needs. There's wisdom in that acceptance, in choosing to work with reality rather than arguing with it. The community bonds strengthened by the Great Snow offer another lesson. Modern society often prioritises individual achievement and self-sufficiency in ways that colonial New Englanders would find both bizarre and dangerous. They understood that survival depended on community, on neighbours helping each other, and on sharing resources and knowledge and labour. The Great Snow reinforced these bonds by making their importance undeniable. You survived not just through your own efforts, but through the web of relationships that connected you to others. We've built a world where such interdependence is less visible. Your heat comes from distant power plants or gas lines. Your food comes from industrial farms hundreds or thousands of miles away. Your water arrives through underground pipes from treatment facilities you've never seen. This system is remarkably efficient, but it obscures the reality that we're just as dependent on others as those colonial families were. We've just outsourced that dependence to systems so large and complex that we forget they're there until they fail. The Great Snow also reminds us of nature's power and indifference. The storms didn't care about human plans or needs or survival. They weren't punishment or tests or lessons. They were weather, operating according to atmospheric physics that has no concern for whether humans find the results convenient. Colonial New Englanders understood this at a visceral level that modern people often don't. They lived much closer to nature's raw power and had fewer buffers between themselves and its effects. Our technology has given us unprecedented ability to predict, prepare for and protect ourselves from natural events. We have weather satellites, climate models, building codes, emergency services, and infrastructure designed to handle extreme conditions. These are real advantages that save countless lives. But they can also create an illusion of control that doesn't match reality. Nature retains the ability to overwhelm our preparations as hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and yes, occasionally severe winter storms continue to demonstrate. There's also something to be said about the pace of life the Great Snow enforced. For weeks, colonists had nothing to do but exist with their families, maintain basic necessities, and wait. No rushing to appointments, no checking devices, no consuming media, no busy work that creates the illusion of productivity. Just being in the most fundamental sense. Many people who've experienced similar forced slowing, whether through illness, isolation, or circumstance, report that while difficult, it provided unexpected insights and a recalibration of priorities. The stories that emerge from the Great Snow highlight humanity's need to make meaning from experience. People didn't just survive the storms, they needed to understand them, to fit them into narratives that made sense of their world. Some narratives were religious, others practical, and still others focused on human heroism or failure. What matters isn't which interpretation was correct, but that creating these stories helped people process their experience and pass its lessons to future generations. In our own era of rapid change and uncertainty, we're creating similar stories to make sense of our experiences. We argue about their meaning, their implications, and their lessons. Like those colonial New Englanders, we're trying to understand events that exceed our previous frameworks for comprehension. Their arguments about whether the Great Snow was divine judgment or natural weather mirror are debates about current challenges. We're all just trying to make sense of things that don't fit comfortably into our existing understanding. The Great Snow's eventual end offers perhaps the most important lesson. Hard times do end. Spring did arrive. The snow did melt. Life did return to normal, or at least to a new normal shaped by the experience. For people in the midst of crisis, this can be hard to believe. When you're trapped under 20 feet of snow with dwindling supplies and no certain end date, it's difficult to maintain faith that better days are coming. But they came anyway, as they generally do. This isn't empty optimism or toxic positivity. It's simply an observation based on history. Humans are remarkably good at surviving difficult circumstances, adapting to new realities, and rebuilding after disasters. We've done it countless times, in countless places, facing challenges that seemed insurmountable until they were surmounted. The colonists who survived the Great Snow didn't have any special abilities we lack. They were ordinary people who found themselves in extraordinary circumstances and did what needed doing until the circumstances changed. As we come to the end of our journey through that remarkable winter, it's time to settle deeper into your comfortable spot and let the story find its resting place in your mind. The Great Snow of 1717 happened over 3 centuries ago, but its lessons remain as relevant as fresh snowfall. Those colonial families, living through week after week of isolation and uncertainty, probably didn't feel particularly heroic. They felt cold, tired, worried, and thoroughly sick of being trapped indoors with the same people eating the same food and having the same conversations. Heroism, like most important human qualities, is usually just ordinary people doing what needs doing without much thought about how it looks to others or history. The physical evidence of the Great Snow has long since melted away. The drifts that seemed permanent proved as temporary as all snow eventually must be. The damage was repaired, the losses mourned and moved past, and the extraordinary slowly absorbed into ordinary life's continuing flow. What remains are the stories, passed down and reshaped with each generation, and the quiet knowledge that humans can endure remarkably difficult circumstances when necessary. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep in your warm bed, you might spare a thought for those colonial families huddled around their fires, waiting for a winter that seemed endless to finally release its grip. They made it through, spring arrived, life continued. The snow, despite its overwhelming presence, was ultimately just weather, and weather always changes eventually. There's comfort in that persistence, in the knowledge that difficult times pass and seasons change, and life finds ways to continue. The Great Snow was exceptional, but what's truly remarkable is how people lived through it, not through any special magic or supernatural intervention, but through the ordinary magic of human resilience, community support, and simple, stubborn refusal to give up. Sleep well, knowing that whatever storms we face in our own lives, spring does eventually arrive. The snow does melt. The world does return to green and growth and warmth. And the stories we tell about how we survived become part of the continuous human narrative that stretches from those colonial families to us, and from us to whoever will listen to these tales in centuries to come. The Great Snow of 1717 is waiting for you in dreams, if you want to visit. All that white silence, all that forced stillness, all those small human moments of survival and community and endurance. But you're experiencing it from the warm side of history, which is exactly where you should be. Rest easy. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, bringing whatever weather it brings. And if you wake to find snow outside your own window, you can smile knowing it probably won't reach the second story. Probably. Imagine yourself sitting in a cosy chair by a crackling fire, ready to hear about a man who never meant to be Scotland's greatest folk hero. William Wallace didn't come into the world with a crown on his head, or a plan for the battlefield in his hand. He was born around 1270 as the second son of a minor Scottish noble. This meant that he was going to live a quiet life that history tends to forget. You might picture young William growing up in Renfrewshire and getting into the usual kinds of trouble that boys do, like climbing trees he shouldn't, tracking mud through, his mother's clean hall, and learning to swing a sword that was still too heavy for his skinny arms. Malcolm Wallace, his father, owned some land around Elderslie. It was enough to make them respectable, but not enough to make them rich. It's like being the family that lives on a quiet street but has the nicest house. It's not like living in a castle, but it's nice. It wasn't William's birth or his money that set him apart. It was the time he was born. He was born and raised in Scotland during a time when things were really bad. King Alexander III died in 1286, leaving behind a mess that would make today's family inheritance fights seem like polite dinner conversations. The Scottish nobles were fighting over who should be the next king, like kids fighting over the last piece of cake. But this cake was a whole kingdom. Edward I of England came along. He was as subtle as a sledgehammer and as patient as a hungry cat watching a mouse hole. Edward saw the political chaos in Scotland and thought, "This looks like a great chance to add another kingdom to my collection." In 1296, when William was probably in his mid-20s and more interested in taking care of his family's land than in politics, Edward decided to invade Scotland with the same excitement as someone moving furniture around in a house that wasn't theirs. The invasion wasn't just a military victory, it was a planned humiliation. Edward took away Scotland's symbols of independence, like a tourist taking home a huge souvenir. He took the Stone of Destiny away. He put English officials in charge of Scottish affairs and acted like the worst kind of micromanaging boss you've ever had. Except this boss was in charge of your whole country. For William, who lived in the Scottish lowlands, Edward's job probably felt like having strangers move into his neighbourhood and tell him how to paint his fence. The new English rulers made people pay taxes, set their own rules, and didn't care about Scottish customs any more than you would care about a crumpled grocery list. Every day was full of small annoyances and big problems that built up over time, like pressure in a kettle. You can almost picture William going about his business, managing his small estates, dealing with English tax collectors, and watching English soldiers swagger through Scottish towns. You can also picture him feeling that special kind of anger that comes from being told you're not good enough to run your own affairs. He wasn't planning a revolution yet. He was just a man watching his country slowly fade away under the rules of someone else. But here's the thing about quiet people who reach their breaking point. When they finally lose it, they don't just make noise, they write history. William Wallace was about to learn that the heroes who are most afraid to act are the ones who make the biggest difference, because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore. His change from a small landowner to a famous rebel was still to come, like a storm gathering on the horizon. You might be wondering what makes a fairly peaceful landowner into Scotland's most famous rebel. Like most turning points in life, the answer came down to something very personal and annoyingly small. William Wallace was called to testify in May 1297 before William Heselrigg, the English sheriff of Lanark. Historians still argue about why this happened, just like people argue about what really happened at a family reunion years ago. Imagine this. You have to meet with someone who embodies everything you've come to hate about your current situation. Heselrigg was one of those English officials who liked to remind Scots that they were now subjects instead of citizens of their own country. He was like every annoying interaction you've ever had with the government, but this bureaucrat could have you killed if he wanted to. Depending on which story you believe, what happens next is different. However, they all end the same way. Heselrigg is dead, and Wallace is suddenly Scotland's most wanted man. Some people say it started because of taxes, others say it was because of land disputes, and still others say it had to do with a woman Wallace cared about. The specifics don't matter as much as the outcome. William Wallace crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed in a fit of rage. It wasn't the same as accidentally breaking a vase at someone's house to kill an English sheriff. This was like setting fire to a police station in the Middle Ages. There was no way to explain it away, no way to say sorry, and no way to go back to your quiet life of managing estates and complaining about taxes. Wallace was with about 30 friends in Lanark that day, and all of a sudden they were all criminals, like the most important crime spree in history. But here's where the story gets interesting. Wallace didn't panic or run away to hide in the Highlands like smart criminals would have. Instead, he did something that surprised everyone, even himself. He began to get more followers. Word spread through Scotland faster than gossip in a small town. William Wallace had finally stood up to the English. You need to know how badly people wanted to hear this kind of news. For months, Scots had been watching foreigners change their country, ignore their traditions, and either kill their leaders, send them into exile, or work with the occupiers. Then, out of nowhere, there was this minor nobleman who seemed to have made up his mind that he would rather be a dead rebel than a living collaborator. Wallace found out he was good at something he'd never done before, getting people to fight when it seemed like there was no hope. Men began to arrive at his camp. Farmers brought pitchforks, young noblemen brought swords, craftsmen brought hammers, and a lot of people brought nothing but anger and a desire to use it. It was like watching a snowball roll down a hill, but this one was picking up Scots who were armed and angry. At the same time, the English government was having its own bad day at work. One minute they're running a conquered territory like any other occupying force, and the next minute some nobody from Renfrewshire has killed a sheriff and become a magnet for all the unhappy Scots in the lowlands. Edward I was not the kind of king who liked surprises like this. Within a few weeks, Wallace had gone from being a wanted criminal to the head of a group that was starting to look a lot like a rebellion. He was probably learning faster than he wanted that there is a big difference between being angry enough to kill a sheriff and being ready to lead a war against the strongest military force in Britain. But sometimes life doesn't give you enough time to get ready for the part you have to play. Imagine trying to explain to someone why you chose to fight the medieval version of the Pentagon with a group of farmers, craftsmen and younger sons who couldn't inherit their father's land. This was basically William Wallace's situation in the summer of 1297. If he had been the type of person to make smart choices, Scottish history would have been much shorter and less interesting. Wallace had accidentally become the leader of what military historians politely call an asymmetric conflict, which is academic speak for David versus Goliath. Except Goliath has professional soldiers, and David has a lot of people who are really, really angry. The English army that was coming to Scotland was everything a medieval military force was supposed to be: well-trained, well-equipped, experienced in conquest, and led by commanders who knew what they were doing. On the other hand, Wallace's army looked like what happens when you tell people at a bar that drinks are free and then give them guns instead of beer. Most of his followers had never been in a real battle, many didn't have the right armour, and their plan was to hit the English with whatever you've got until they go away. It wasn't a very promising situation. Wallace did have two advantages that weren't obvious right away. First, his men were fighting for their homes, which is a strong motivation that is hard to match when you're a professional soldier, fighting for someone else's goals. Wallace also had a natural understanding of what we now call guerrilla warfare, though he probably would have called it practical fighting. This is the second and maybe more important point. Wallace didn't want to fight the English in formal pitched battles where better training and equipment would win. Instead, he kept his troops moving. They attacked English supply lines quickly, then vanished before reinforcements could get there. They made life hard for the occupying forces who were trying to control a hostile countryside. Imagine being pecked to death by ducks in the Middle Ages, but these ducks had swords. The English commanders had been trained in traditional warfare, but they were up against an enemy that didn't follow the rules of war. Wallace's troops would attack a garrison, disappear into the countryside and then reappear somewhere else, like the most dangerous game of whack-a-mole in the world. By September 1297, Wallace had caught the eye of Andrew Moray, another young Scottish noble who was leading his own rebellion in the north. When they worked together, they made something that scared English commanders a lot more than two angry Scots groups. They made a unified resistance with real strategic coordination. The partnership worked because Wallace and Moray were a perfect match for each other. Moray brought noble connections and political legitimacy, while Wallace brought charm and a growing reputation for making English soldiers very nervous. They were part of a Scottish resistance that hadn't existed since Edward's invasion. It looked like it might actually do something besides get its members killed. The English government used the tried and true method of sending a huge army to fix the problem by using overwhelming force. The Earl of Surrey was sent north with orders that probably came down to find these troublemakers and show them why rebellion is not a good career choice. What Surrey didn't fully appreciate was that he was about to face an opponent who had spent months learning how to turn military disadvantages into tactical opportunities. Wallace had been studying the English army like a chess player studies an opponent's best moves, looking for patterns and weaknesses that someone willing to try something new could take advantage of. No one knew it at the time, but the stage was set for what would become the most famous battle in Scottish history. September 11th, 1297, began like any other day, but it would soon become one of the most famous dates in Scottish history. The people who woke up that morning had no idea they were about to see something that would be talked about for hundreds of years. The Earl of Surrey led the English army, which was camped on the south side of the River Forth near Stirling. They could see what looked like a medium-sized Scottish force on Abbey Craig across the water. If you've ever had to choose between the safe choice and the dramatic choice, you can understand how Surrey felt that morning. The safest thing to do was to cross the river at the ford several miles upstream. This would give his whole army time to get ready before fighting the Scots. The dramatic choice was to cross at Stirling Bridge, which was so narrow that his troops would have to cross in small groups, making them easy targets. Surrey picked the bridge because he was sure of himself since he had never lost a battle to Scottish rebels. To be fair to him, this probably seemed like the right choice because his army was bigger, better trained and better armed. What could possibly go wrong with crossing a narrow bridge to attack farmers with pitchforks? Wallace and Moray, who were watching from Abbey Craig, were probably feeling the mix of fear and excitement that comes with putting everything you have on a single desperate bet. They had carefully placed their troops, but their whole plan depended on the timing being just right. If they went too early, the English army would go back across the bridge. If they waited too long, there would be too many English soldiers to deal with. You can picture Wallace watching English soldiers march across the bridge in neat lines, counting heads, and trying to figure out the exact moment when there would be enough enemies across for the attack to be worth it, but not so many that his troops would be overwhelmed. It was like trying to time jumping onto a moving train. If you miss by a second in either direction, the whole thing goes wrong. Wallace gave the signal when the English had gotten about half of their army across. From the Scottish point of view, what happened next was the best kind of chaos. The Scots charged down from Abbey Craig with all the anger of people who had been waiting months for this chance. They hit the English forces at the worst possible time, when they were spread out along the bridge and couldn't move. Wallace's plan was brilliant because it turned the English army's strengths into weaknesses. It didn't matter that they were better trained if there wasn't enough space to use it. They had better gear, but it didn't help them when they couldn't get into battle formations. Their numerical advantage didn't matter when only a small part of their troops could fight at any given time. The narrow bridge turned into a trap instead of a way to get across. Scottish forces had the upper hand and were moving quickly, while English soldiers were stuck between them and their own army, which was still trying to cross behind them. People who had already crossed couldn't go back without fighting their own reinforcements, and people who were still waiting to cross couldn't help without making the traffic worse. Surrey watched as his well-planned military mission turned into what looked like a very costly disaster. The Earl of Surrey had probably fought in dozens of battles, but he'd never seen anything like this. A carefully planned attack turned into a nightmare of medieval traffic management. The English lost thousands of men, including Hugh de Cressingham, Scotland's treasurer. Scots celebrated his death with the same kind of excitement they usually save for big holidays. Wallace and Moray had done something that seemed impossible just hours before. They had beaten a professional English army with a group of rebels that most military experts would have thought was a joke. The win at Stirling Bridge showed that the English weren't as safe in Scotland as everyone thought, and it made William Wallace famous all over Britain, but probably not in the way he had planned when he decided to kill the Sheriff of Lanark. William Wallace found out that being a famous military hero is very different from being a minor landowner after the Battle of Stirling Bridge. People in Scotland started to look at him like he might have answers to questions he had never thought of before, like, what do we do now that we've shown we can beat the English? And how do we run a country when half of it is still occupied? Wallace was smart enough to know that beating one English army didn't mean Scotland was free. Even though the victory had made him feel great, it meant that England would send a bigger army, probably led by someone much better than the Earl of Surrey, who'd gone home to tell Edward VI how he had lost a battle against some farmers who were acting up. Sadly, Andrew Moray was hurt at Stirling Bridge and died soon after. This meant that Wallace had to deal with the political fallout from their success, mostly on his own. This was like winning the lottery and then finding out you have to run the whole financial system yourself. It sounds exciting in theory, but it's a lot harder in practice. Wallace was made Guardian of Scotland, which sounded great but came with duties that no one had told him about. He was now supposed to run parts of Scotland, talk to other countries, set up defences against the inevitable English retaliation, and somehow turn a successful rebellion into a working government. Wallace's life was probably at its most strange during the winter of 1297 to 1298. In just a few months he went from being a wanted criminal to the de facto ruler of Scotland. Now he had to figure out how to do the job. He spent time trying to get the world to recognise Scotland's independence. He sent people to France and Rome, like someone in the Middle Ages trying to get their startup noticed by big investors. Edward I was reacting the way you would expect a man to react after seeing his men lose a battle to people he thought were barely more civilised than sheep. People called Edward Longshanks because he was tall and Hammer of the Scots, because he didn't want Scotland to be free. He saw the loss at Stirling Bridge as a personal insult that needed to be fixed right away and in a big way. Wallace probably expected and feared the English response. Edward put together an army that was bigger and better organised, and led by him instead of subordinates, who might make tactical mistakes that would make him look bad. This time, smart positioning and good timing wouldn't be enough to beat out better numbers and equipment. Wallace worked for months to get Scotland ready for what was coming, but he didn't have many resources and knew that his last victory was as much about English mistakes as Scottish brilliance. He couldn't count on his enemies to make the same mistakes twice, especially since they were now being led by a king who had personally conquered Wales and had no plans to let Scotland slip out of English control. Wallace had a problem that was almost impossible to solve. How do you protect a country with few resources from an enemy with almost unlimited ones? It was like trying to keep a wildfire from getting to your house with just a garden hose and your willpower. Wallace was very determined, but determination alone isn't enough to stop professional armies. By the summer of 1298, it was clear that Scotland was about to be invaded in a way that would make Edward's last conquest look like a warm-up. Wallace had done the impossible once, but now he had to do it again in much worse conditions, with everyone watching to see if the hero of Stirling Bridge could pull off another miracle. Someone who had never asked to carry the weight of a whole country's hopes was now aware that this time clever tactics might not be enough. Wallace probably dreaded the summer of 1298, since it would be the time of reckoning after his victory at Stirling Bridge. Edward I had put together an army that was bigger, more professional, better supplied, and led by a king who saw military failure as a personal challenge to his ability. Wallace was in the position of trying to do a miracle again, which is hard to do even when things are going well. The tactical advantages that made Stirling Bridge possible, English overconfidence, good terrain and perfect timing, were not available for a second performance. Edward wasn't going to lead his army across a narrow bridge into a trap that had been set up just for them this time. The Battle of Falkirk on July 22nd, 1298, was not like the Battle of Stirling Bridge. Wallace didn't attack an enemy that was disorganised and stuck in an impossible situation. Instead, he faced a coordinated attack by professional soldiers who had learned from the mistakes of their predecessors. Edward's army had heavy cavalry, professional infantry, and Welsh longbowmen who could kill Scottish soldiers from far away, which made close combat tactics useless. Wallace had put his troops in defensive formations called schiltroms, which were basically circles of men with spears pointed out like medieval porcupines. This was a good way to stop cavalry charges, and at first the English knights couldn't get through these walls of spear points. But Edward had brought those longbowmen from Wales for just this kind of thing. Arrows started to fall on the Scottish formations with deadly accuracy, and spears aren't very good at defending against things that come from above. The schiltrums, which had successfully fought off cavalry attacks, became easy targets for archers who could hit them from a distance that no Scottish weapons could reach. You can imagine Wallace watching his carefully planned defences fall apart in the storm of arrows, and realising that this battle was going to be very different from the one at Stirling Bridge. Instead of using traditional tactics that worked well for the Scots, the English learned to use their technological advantages. The loss at Falkirk was complete and very discouraging. Wallace's army didn't just lose, it was no longer able to fight. Wallace barely made it out alive, but thousands of Scots died. After Stirling Bridge, people called the man Scotland's saviour, but now he was on the run again, this time without an army to lead and no clear way to build one back up. After Falkirk, Wallace stepped down as Guardian of Scotland. He probably realised that he was no longer useful as a regular military leader. The nobles who had backed him started looking for other options, such as talking to Edward instead of continuing a fight that seemed more and more pointless. Wallace, on the other hand, couldn't or wouldn't accept that Scotland's fight for independence was over. Instead of going into exile or trying to make peace with Edward, he spent the next few years acting as a diplomat and a guerrilla fighter. He tried to get support from other countries for Scottish independence, while also attacking English positions in Scotland. This was probably the most frustrating time in Wallace's life. He was well known in Europe as the man who had beaten an English army, but being famous doesn't mean you can get help from the military. It was easy for foreign courts to meet with the famous William Wallace, but giving him troops or money to fight England was a more complicated political decision. Wallace spent time in France, where people treated him with the respect due to someone who had embarrassed the King of England. However, he didn't get much real help. He went to Rome to get the Pope's support for Scottish independence, which is like trying to get the world to recognise a political cause. The war went on in Scotland without him, though. Other leaders joined the fight, and sometimes they won, and sometimes they lost. Wallace had become more of a symbol than an active participant in his country's struggle, which was probably not how he had imagined his career would go when he killed the Sheriff of Lanark. When he finally got back to Scotland around 1303, he found a country that had been fighting for years and was getting more and more tired of it. Edward's strategy of constant pressure and harsh retaliation was working. The Scottish resistance was weakening, and many nobles were starting to think that giving up was better than more destruction. Wallace, on the other hand, was still committed to a cause that was starting to look hopeless. William Wallace had become something more and less than what he had planned to be by the year 1305. He was no longer the leader of Scotland's resistance. That job had gone to other people who were better at dealing with the complicated politics of medieval warfare. But he had become something that could be more dangerous to English interests, a symbol of Scottish independence that couldn't be beaten by normal military means. Edward I knew how powerful symbols could be, which is why he made such a big deal out of taking Scottish regalia like the Stone of Destiny after he conquered the country. It was easier to move a stone to Westminster Abbey than to stop a living legend. William Wallace's freedom meant that Scottish resistance could always start up again. It was probably only a matter of time before Wallace was caught near Glasgow on August 1305. He had been working without a solid base of support, depending on a network of allies who were getting more and more pressure from English authorities. The man who had once led armies was now forced to move quietly through the countryside, where anyone who helped him was in great danger. The way the English reacted to Wallace's capture showed how much Edward I had been bothered by this small Scottish landowner who didn't want to accept defeat. Wallace wasn't just killed as a rebel. He was put on trial and punished in a way that would destroy not only the man, but also the symbol he had become. Wallace was charged with treason, but this was legally murky because he had never sworn loyalty to Edward. The trial wasn't so much about finding out who was guilty, as it was about making a public spectacle to show how pointless it was to fight English rule. Edward wanted Wallace's death to be a warning to anyone else who might want to do the same thing. Wallace was put to death in London on August 23rd, 1305, in the kind of cruel way that medieval authorities used to punish people they wanted to make examples of. The execution was meant to be as public and scary as possible, to show what happened to people who went against English rule in Scotland. But Edward I made a mistake that many rulers have made in the past. He thought that killing a symbol would destroy what it stood for. Wallace's execution, on the other hand, turned him from a failed rebel into a martyr for Scottish independence. He was more of a threat to English interests after he died than when he was alive. William Wallace's story didn't end when he died. It became something that was part history, part legend, and completely Scottish. Robert the Bruce took up the cause of Scottish independence a few years after Wallace was killed. He eventually reached the goal that Wallace had died fighting for. Bruce's success was built on the resistance that Wallace had started, and the inspiration that his death gave him. Wallace became a symbol of not only Scottish independence, but also the idea that regular people could stand up to powerful forces over the years. His story was told again and again, with more details added, made more romantic, and changed to fit the political needs of different times. But the main idea stayed the same: a man who chose to fight instead of giving up. The irony of William Wallace's legacy is that he was a quiet landowner who never meant to lead a rebellion, but he ended up inspiring rebellions and movements for independence all over the world. His life served as a paradigm of how personal bravery could confront seemingly insurmountable authority, and his demise illustrated how martyrdom could possess greater political significance than military triumph. When you hear the name Wallace today, you're hearing about a person who is somewhere between history and legend. He is both what really happened in medieval Scotland and what people have needed that history to mean. The man who killed the Sheriff of Lanark because he couldn't stand foreign occupation had become immortal in the same way that would have shocked and probably amused him the most. His story reminds us that sometimes the heroes who don't want to be heroes and never plan to change history end up leaving the biggest marks on it. This is because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore and decide to do something about it, no matter what the consequences.